Chapter 843. Human. You'll remember this. As soon as the demon commander finished speaking, 20 Monarch Realm Inner Cores and 100 Exalt Realm Inner Cores appeared in front of Yang Yi. You'll remember this? Yang Yi laughed coldly and said, "Don't worry, they'll definitely pay you a visit in the future." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi didn't speak another word. He just took the inner cores and entered the carriage. He smiled when he saw Fan Li and Fan Ming staring at him, and the viciousness on his face had vanished. "Why are you looking at me like that? Is it because you think I'm very strong?" Fan Ming hurriedly nodded while Fan Li nodded slightly as well. The scene from before where Yang Yi slaughtered the horde of Pegasus horses, killed 2 demon generals, and even threatened a demon commander was undoubtedly extremely shocking to the two of them. At this moment, Yang Yi seemed even more mysterious to them. Fan Li glanced at Yang Yi while a trace of bitterness could be seen on the corners of her mouth. She said to herself how laughable. I actually treated him like that in the past. If it wasn't for little Meng, I would probably be dead by now. She didn't know anything about Yang Yi's past, but based on their time together, she knew that Yang Yi was definitely a ruthless person, especially towards his enemies. So, she felt very fortunate right now, because if Yang Yi didn't have a good impression of Fan Ming, then not to mention her, even Fan Ming might have been implicated because of her. In the carriage, Yang Yi withdrew the 20 Monarch Realm Inner Cores and 100 Exalt Realm Inner Cores. Fan Li explained, the pure energy contained within the Monarch Realm Inner Cores are comparable to 5,000 extreme-grade energy stones. As for the Exalt Realm Inner Cores, they are comparable to around 1,000. However, their value is far from that. For example, it would take at least 10,000 extreme-grade energy stones to buy a single Monarch Realm Inner Core. After all, it's very rare. Yang Yi nodded and put them away. Inner cores from demon beasts weren't like energy stones, and it was truly quite a waste to just absorb them. Moreover, he didn't want to just swallow them. After all, they weren't tasteless like energy stones. They carried a dense smell of blood, and he didn't want to torture himself like that. Of course, the most important reason was that had temporarily given up on charging into the Monarch realm. According to the woman from before, the Tao Order wouldn't dispatch experts above his realm of cultivation in order to regain the face it had lost. In other words, the Tao Order's experts who came for his life would only be Exalt Realm cultivators. But if he attained the Monarch realm, then it would be Monarch realm experts that came after him. His strength would improve upon attaining the Monarch realm, but it wouldn't be very helpful in the end. After all, he couldn't use too much of his profound energy right now. So, had decided to improve his physical body instead and restore his physical body to the half-saint realm. Opponents at the Exalt realm were much easier to deal with than Monarch realm experts. That didn't represent that he feared the Monarch realm experts of the Tao Order. It was because he was very clearly aware of his objective, and it was to take Fan Ming and Fan Li somewhere safe before meeting Lu Weiner. Yang Yi withdrew 5,000 extreme-grade energy stones and started absorbing them like a madman. Outside the carriage, Fan Li and Fan Ming sat side by side. Fan Ming wrapped her hand around Fan Li's arm as she asked softly, "Big sister, do you think the Fan clan will be fine?" Fan Li looked towards the direction of the Fan clan. While both of them had been used by the Fan clan and even abandoned, but it was still their home in the end, so how could they just cut it off from their lives just like that? However, Fan Li wasn't an indecisive person as well. She quickly restrained her thoughts and said, "In the past, I felt that grandfather and the others really intended to allow us to take control of the Fan clan. But what happened that day completely jolted me awake. The reason they let me manage the Fan clan was because of my ability in management of the clan. But once I had a better use, they didn't hesitate to throw me away. In short, the Fan clan isn't our home from now on." Fan Ming remained silent for a long time before she said, "Big sister, then where will we go?" Fan Li rubbed Fan Ming's head and said, "Your natural talent in the Sword Tao isn't bad. You didn't have someone to guide you in the past, and that was why your natural talent was buried. So, you must work hard and join the ancient sword school. Only then would I be truly able to rest at ease." Fan Ming hesitated for a while before she said, "Big sister, why don't we just stay with Yang Yi, all right?" Fan Li shook her head. "Little Ming, don't ever have such thoughts from now on." Fan Ming was puzzled. Why? Perhaps We are just people transient acquaintances in his life. Fan Li spoke softly. Actually, she was very clearly aware that it wasn't just a possibility, it was definite. She was able to discern that Yang Yi didn't have any feelings of attraction towards Fan Ming. All he had was the feelings of an older brother to a younger sister. However, it did allow her to heave a sigh of relief because she didn't want Fan Ming to stay with Yang Yi. Yang Yi was someone who was too dangerous. Moreover, she didn't feel that her younger sister could keep him by her side. If Yang Yi didn't die, she believed that a person like Yang Yi would definitely rise up in the world. Transient acquaintances. Fan Ming understood what her older sister meant. A long time later, she raised her head and gazed at her older sister. I don't want to be that, Fan Li replied. Then work hard on becoming stronger. Fan Ming nodded while determination covered her little face. Night. The air was still while moonlight rained down from above, and it covered the mountains in a thin silver glow. The carriage stopped. Big sister, why is it so quiet? Fan Ming sized up the surroundings. At this moment, they were in a forest that was covered in ancient trees, and only a sliver of moonlight could pass through the gaps between their leaves. So, the visibility here was quite low, and they could only see a blurry image of the surroundings. Fan Li said, We'll arrive at Stellar Wind City once we pass through this forest. Looks like someone doesn't want us to get there. We heard that a disciple of the ancient sword school destroyed a hell's coffin from the Tao Order. We were very curious, so we came here just to have a look. Suddenly, a voice resounded in the quiet forest, and then two young men and a woman appeared within their fields of vision. There was a small character embroidered on their chests. The Ocean of Clouds Academy, Fan Li exclaimed. She hadn't expected that they would actually be from the Ocean of Clouds Academy. The eyes of the young man who led the group lit up when he saw Fan Ming and Fan Li, and he said, Tiske. I never expected that there would actually be two goddesses like these in such a remote place. When he spoke up to this point, he took a step forward and bowed slightly to them. I'm Lin Shuhai from the Ocean of Clouds Academy. It's nice to meet you, goddesses. We dare not accept such praise. Fan Li didn't dare act disrespectfully. She immediately walked off the carriage with Fan Ming and bowed in return before she said, Greetings, young Master Lin. I'm Fan Li, and this is my younger sister. Fan Li. Lin Shuhai sized them up, and then he grinned. What a nice name. I wonder what's your relationship with Yang Yi, who's within the carriage right now? Fan Li's beautiful brows knit together slightly because it made her feel slightly uncomfortable. Lin Shuhai hurriedly spoke when he saw her frown. Miss Fan, don't misunderstand. I wasn't trying to imply anything. It's just that you should be aware that Yang Yi has irreconcilable enmity with the Tao Order. If both of you continue staying by his side, then you'll definitely be dragged down into it. Why don't you leave with us instead? Don't worry, Lin Shuhai, will definitely keep both of you safe. Fan Ming was about to speak when Fan Ming suddenly spoke coldly. We belong to Yang Yi. As soon as she finished speaking, Fan Ming blushed. While she was young, she was no fool. Lin Shuhai's gaze towards her made her feel very comfortable, so she naturally knew what he wanted. Fan Li glanced at Fan Ming, and then she shook her head slightly but didn't refute it. Since Fan Ming had been able to discern, she naturally had been able to do the same. However, she didn't want to offend Lin Shuhai because he was from the Ocean of Clouds Academy. Lin Shuhai's face stiffened slightly when he heard her, whereas the man by his side started roaring with laughter. Shuhai, they already belong to someone. You lost before it even began. Ha ha ha. Lin Shuhai spoke flatly. Du Xiaoya, we were betting on whether they would become mine. It doesn't matter whether they belong to someone else or not. Then continue. Continue. Let me witness the ability of the number one lady killer in the academy. Du Xiaoya roared with laughter. We didn't come here to tackle girls. Meanwhile, the woman spoke abruptly. Once Senior Xiaoyu gets here and deals with Yang Yi, then wouldn't both of you be able to play with him as you wish? Qing Yin is right. Ha ha ha. Lin Shuhai chuckled, and then he gazed at Fan Li and Fan Ming. I cherish beauties. So, if you're willing to come over to my side, then I guarantee your safety. If you insist on staying with Yang Yi, then he. Once Yang Yi is dead, based on how the Tao Order does things, your lives will be beyond miserable. The heavens are benevolent. Fan Ming suddenly said, It's best for all of you to leave right now. Otherwise, your heads will be separated from your bodies. Shed noticed that Yang Yi loved to behead his enemies. We'll lose our heads? Lin Shuhai roared with laughter. If Senior Xiao Yu hadn't told us that he intends to take Yang Ye's head on his own, I would have killed him right now. Fan Ming intended to say something, but Fan Li took Fan Ming's hand and shook her head. They hadn't witnessed how terrifying Yang Yi was, so they wouldn't believe Fan Ming no matter what she said. How about we deal with them first? Du Shoya spoke abruptly. While senior brother Xiao Yu told us not to touch Yang Yi, he didn't tell us not to touch these women. To be honest, I haven't touched a woman for half a month, and I can't take it any longer. That's exactly what I was thinking. Ha ha ha. Lin Shuhai's figure flashed as soon as he finished speaking, and he instantly arrived before Fan Ming and Fan Li. After that, he stretched out his hands and grabbed at them. Bang! A muffled bang resounded before a figure went flying, and it just happened to descend before Du Xiaoya and Qing Ying. Both of them were instantly stunned because while Du Xiaoya wasn't dead, his current state was worse than death. His stomach had warped severely, and shattered internal organs were spraying out incessantly from his mouth. Both of them looked up, and they'd just done so when a black shadow flashed before them, and then they felt something press down on their throats. Yang Yi, stay your hand. Suddenly, the space in the distance trembled, and then a middle-aged man walked out from within it. Yang Yi, it was their mistake to interfere in the business of your ancient sword school and the Tao Order. Hand them over to me, and I'll definitely punish them upon taking them back to the academy. Yang Yi glanced at the middle-aged man and spoke indifferently, 10,000 extreme-grade energy stones for a life. The middle-aged man's face fell. I'm an instructor of the academy. Yes or no? Yang Yi interrupted the middle-aged man and said, Don't try to threaten me. I dared to destroy the Tao Order's Hell's Coffin, so there's nothing I wouldn't dare to do. The middle-aged man spoke gloomily. Yang Yi, do you know what you're doing? Crack. Suddenly, the sound of bones breaking resounded. Yang Yi relaxed the grip of his left hand, and then Du Zuya's figure fell to the ground. However, his head was still in Yang Yi's grasp. Yang Yi turned around to gaze at the middle-aged man and said, Now, it's 20,000 extreme-grade energy stones for a life. Yes or no? Chapter 844. I'll give it to you. The middle-aged man hadn't even spoken when the woman in Yang Yi's grasp spoke in a hoarse voice. Yang Yi withdrew his gaze from the middle-aged man and gazed at her while a slight smile curled up onto the corners of his mouth. You are much more sensible. The woman gazed at Yang Yi with terror in her eyes. Actually, she was frightened out of her wits. After all, she was at the Exalt realm as well, just like Yang Yi was. However, she noticed that she didn't even have the ability to fight back against Yang Yi. Yang Yi let go of her once he received a spatial ring from her, and she instantly slumped to the ground. Yang Yi walked over to Lin Shuhai, who was still breathing. At this moment, Lin Shuhai was looking at him as well, but just like the woman, his eyes were filled with terror. Suddenly, the middle-aged man spoke in a low voice. I'll pay 10,000 extreme-grade energy stones. I'm not selling this one. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi suddenly kicked Lin Shuhai's stomach, and then the latter was blasted away. You're courting death. A terrifying aura exploded out from the middle-aged man, and then it enveloped down towards Yang Yi. You're just at the monarch realm. What are you being so noisy for? As soon as Yang Yi finished speaking, head appeared before the middle-aged man, and then the middle-aged man felt a hand tighten around his throat. Terror appeared in the middle-aged man's eyes as well. He hadn't imagined that a mid-rank monarch realm expert like him would actually be so helpless before Yang Yi. Suddenly, the space not too far from them trembled violently, and then an old man in a white robe appeared here. He was a half-saint, and he was even a high-rank half-saint. The old man sized up Yang Yi before he said, that old goat Gu was bragging to everyone that he took someone with great promise as his disciple. ID thought he was just bragging, but now it would seem like he really has. Senior, you know my master? Yang Yi was very well aware that he had to use the ancient sword school's name right now. Of course. Yang Yi released the middle-aged man and said, I have to give Senior face. Senior, please do tell the younger generation of your academy that they can come looking for trouble with me, but it's best that they bring more energy stones with them. Otherwise, I'm afraid they won't be able to return. You really are arrogant. The old man continued, if you survive, then pay a visit to my academy. My academy will allow you to realize that there's always someone stronger in this world. Yang Yi replied, I definitely will. We'll be waiting for you. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man waved his right hand and vanished along with the middle-aged man and the woman. You've become even stronger. Suddenly, the woman from the Tao Order appeared here. Go tell the Tao Order that if they want to kill me, then send someone strong. Stop sending these useless pieces of trash to waste my time. Besides that, it's best if they bring more energy stones. I am very poor. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi turned around and walked towards the carriage. The woman watched Yang Yi's group leave on the carriage, and she stood there for a long time before leaving. Fan Meng wrapped her hand around Yang Yi's arm as she asked softly, Yang Yi, you're still at the high rank of the Exalt realm. Yet why do I feel like you're much stronger than before? Yang Yi smiled. He was naturally much stronger. After he consumed almost 20,000 extreme-grade energy stones, had finally restored his physical body to the strength of a half-saint. Now, he was at the Exalt realm in cultivation, but his body was at the half-saint realm. Now, he only had to resolve the problem with his meridians, and then half-saints would be like helpless chickens waiting to be slaughtered by him. We're here. Suddenly, Fan Li's voice resounded. Yang Yi looked forward, and he saw a huge city lying not too far away like a sleeping beast. Moreover, there were endless mountains surrounding the entire city. Yang Yi suddenly frowned. Fan Li asked, what is it? Yang Yi replied, Stellar Sky City hasn't been breached, but it's about to. Stellar Sky City. At this moment, Stellar Sky City was in a mess. More than half of its walls were destroyed while mountains of corpses covered the city walls and the area around it. There were corpses of demon beasts, but most were human. Li Qingyi and Li Maozhen were standing on the city walls, and an old man with snow-white hair stood before them. The white-haired old man spoke in an indisputable tone. Qingyi, Maozhen, both of you leave through the tunnels later. Li Maozhen coughed a few times before he laughed bitterly. Grandfather, you're going to make both of us unable to live in peace forever. Both of you'll live in peace if you stay, but countless people of our city will die with everlasting regret. The old man sighed. Qingyi, Maozhen, both of your natural talents aren't bad, especially Maozhen. Unfortunately, I, Li Xuanji, failed to protect you well and allowed you to be poisoned by someone. It destroyed your entire future, and it destroyed the future of our city. Damn it! Damn it! Li Maozhen said, so, it's pointless for me to hang on to life. My Li clan would truly be without an heir if you die. Li Xuanji continued, Maozhen, Qingyi, don't be stubborn. Our Li clan would only have hope for the future if both of you stay alive, and only then would you have the chance to avenge us. But if you die, then who will avenge my Li clan? Li Maozhen fell silent. Li Xuanji, they'll leave a small bit of your bloodline intact if you surrender. If you don't, then the day the city is breached is the day your Li clan's line ends. Suddenly, an old man in a linen robe appeared in the distant sky, and there was a completely pitch-black and enormous wolf beneath the old man. Yu Congping, do you think that I, Li Xuanji, am a 3-year-old? Li Xuanji spoke coldly. With the enmity between your Beastmaster sect and my stellar Sky City, my Li clan would probably be instantly slaughtered by all of you if we are to surrender. Why waste your breath on him? Let's just attack and kill. Meanwhile, a short-haired old man appeared by Yu Congping's side, and there was a broken saber hanging on the old man's waist. The broken saber? Yun Rinxing? Li Xuanji's gaze descended onto the short-haired man, and he spoke in a heavy tone. There's no enmity between my stellar Sky City and your broken saber villa. So, I'm very curious why you would interfere in the enmity between the Beastmaster sect and my city? Do you even have to ask? Yun Rinxing spoke coldly. Stellar Sky City has 4 low-grade spirit veins, while my Broken Saber Villa and the Beastmaster sect only have 1 each. Tell me, how could we possibly not covet it? Of course, that's not the true reason. The true reason is that someone wants your Stellar Sky City destroyed. Ha ha ha. Who exactly did my Stellar Sky City offend? Li Xuanji spoke in a low voice. Me. Suddenly, an icy cold voice resounded from the sky, and then a woman shot through the sky towards them while standing on the back of a black eagle. Young Miss Ming. Li Xuanji's expression changed slightly, because it was the daughter of Martial Enlightenment City's governor. Moreover, it was a gold-rank sect. It's you. Li Maozhen frowned when he saw her. The woman's gaze fell on Li Maozhen as she said, Li Maozhen, you never expected me to be the daughter of Martial Enlightenment City's governor, right? You refused me in public that day, and I told you that it'll make you pay a price you'll never be able to endure. Now, you've been crippled, and your family is about to be annihilated because of you. Ha ha ha. There was a trace of madness in the woman's eyes, but there was a mix of various other emotions as well. So it was you who did all of it. Li Maozhen closed his eyes and clenched his fists tightly. Don't you hate me? Yes, I want you to hate me. I want you to hate me forever. The woman spoke ferociously. Kill them. Kill everyone from the Li clan besides Li Maozhen. All right. Yuan Rinxing laughed coldly and was about to attack. However, a carriage suddenly dashed over from afar. You're courting death. A disciple from the Beastmaster sect charged towards the carriage. However, he hadn't even reached it before he was blasted flying, and he transformed into a pile of mush. Yu Tsongping and Yuan Rinxing's expressions changed slightly. They exchanged glances and saw a trace of seriousness in each other's eyes. Because that disciple who charged at the carriage just now was a cultivator at the high rank of the Exalt realm, but had been instantly obliterated. The carriage stopped, and then a man and 2 women walked out from within it. Li Qingyi exclaimed, Yang Yi. Yang Yi's name was still quite unfamiliar to the people here. After all, it was quite a remote part of the entire prefecture. Yang Yi glanced at the people here, and then his gaze descended onto Li Maozhen. Brother Li, allow me to use the teleportation formation within the city. Li Maozhen gazed at Yang Yi for a short while before he said, That's not a problem. Thank you. Yang Yi, Fan Li, and Fan Ming started walking towards Stellar Sky City. However, there were many standing in their way. Yang Yi gazed at Yu Tsongping and Yuan Rinxing. I'm just passing through. I don't want to interfere in your business. Yu Tsongping gazed at Yang Yi for a short while before he said, Let him pass. Don't. Suddenly, a voice resounded from the horizon, and then an old man arrived here. It was none other than Yi Zhan who had fled that day. Yi Zhan said, Brother Yu, Brother Yun, do you know who he is? He continued before they could answer him, Brother Yu. He's the one who killed over a dozen Exalt Realm cultivators and a Monarch Realm cultivator of your Beastmaster sect. Moreover, it was he who chopped off your granddaughter, Zixin's arm. Besides that, it was he who called your son, Brother Yun. A ferocious expression immediately appeared on both Yu Tsongping and Yuan Rinxing's faces when they heard him. Yu Tsongping spoke fiercely, Chop him into pieces but keep the women alive. Swoosh. A ray of black light flashed through the sky, and then a few hundred disciples of the Beastmaster sect and Broken Saber Villa were instantly transformed into corpses. His life belongs to me, Xiao Yu. His women belong to me, Xiao Yu as well. A black-robed man arrived here. Chapter 845. All of them looked towards the source of the voice, and they saw a black-robed man walking through the sky towards them with a black spear in his hand. Every single step he took caused space to tremble before him, and it seemed like space itself couldn't endure his footsteps. Yu Tsongping was furious, and he was about to attack, but the woman from Martial Enlightenment City suddenly moved over to greet the black-robed man. Senior Xiao Yu, what are you doing here? The woman was rather respectful. Senior. Yu Tsongping and the others were shocked when they heard this word. They knew that young Miss Ming was from the Ocean of Clouds Academy, so since she called him senior, then it meant he was from the academy as well. Oh, it's junior sister Ming Zhanshui. Xiao Yu nodded lightly before he gazed at Yang Yi. Someone destroyed my Tao Order's Hell's Coffin. As a disciple of the Tao Order, how could I not come here? Ming Zhanxue gazed at Yang Yi with slight astonishment. He's that disciple of the ancient sword school. A disciple of the ancient sword school. Yu Tsongping and the others instantly revealed grim expressions when they heard this. After all, they hadn't imagined that this ugly young man was actually from the ancient sword school. Regardless of whether it was the Ocean of Clouds Academy, the Tao Order, or the ancient sword school, every single one of them were existences that they couldn't afford to offend. As for their revenge, they naturally wanted to get it. Especially Yun Rinxing, because Head lost his son, so how could he be willing to just give up on taking revenge? However, he understood that he absolutely couldn't act against Yang Yi. Otherwise, the entire Broken Saber Villa would be annihilated in an instant. Xiao Yu laughed coldly and said, "While the ancient sword sect has always been enemies with my Tao Order, there really hasn't been anyone who dared to destroy the Hell's Coffin of my Tao Order. Even the Sword Emperor, Lu Weiner, who'd said to be a genius that's rare to come by in 10,000 years, wouldn't dare do so. However, I never imagined that someone with no reputation at all would dare to. Does your boldness come from skill, or is it ignorance?" Ming Zhanxue moved aside because she couldn't afford to offend someone from the Tao Order. But in the same way, she couldn't afford to offend someone from the ancient sword school as well. The only thing she could do was remain silent and help no one. Otherwise, if she dared to help this fellow from the Tao Order, then countless disciples of the ancient sword school would definitely make life worse than hell for her once she returned to the academy. Yang Yi patted Fan Meng on the head and said, "Both of you enter the city first." Fan Meng glanced at Xiao Yu and the others before she nodded. She knew that she would be of no help if she stayed. "Looks like you really know how to enjoy yourself." Xiao Yu laughed coldly. "Don't worry, I won't kill you right away. I'll make you watch what happens to the two of them. It'll allow you to realize what's the consequences of daring to insult my Tao Order." Yang Yi gazed at Xiao Yu with disdain. "Men should settle things with their fists, yet you intend to use women. If the Tao Order is filled with trash like you, then all I can say is that ill all who come." "You'll kill all who come? Ha ha ha." Xiao Yu roared with laughter for a while, and then he said, "When did another arrogant sword cultivator appear in the ancient sword school? Since you're so confident, then why don't we make a bet? 10 moves. If I can't defeat you in 10 moves, then you will kneel down before Stellar Sky City and shout that your ancient sword school is inferior to my Tao Order, all right? Similarly, if you're able to resist 10 moves of mine, then I'll be the one who kneels and shouts that my Tao Order is inferior to your ancient sword school." Xiao Yu was very well aware that the incident related to Yang Yi had aroused the attention of the Tao Order's higher-ups. It could be said that the person who resolved the matter and brought glory to the Tao Order would definitely receive the recognition of its higher-ups. Moreover, there would absolutely be no lack of rewards. So, that was why Head proposed such a bet. Once Yang Yi lost and shouted that the ancient sword school was inferior to the Tao Order, then he had no doubt that his name would spread throughout Pine Prefecture. Moreover, he would be rewarded by the Tao Order. It could be said to be like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. All right. A smile appeared on the corners of Yang Yi's mouth. Xiao Yu wanted to bring glory for the Tao Order, and he similarly wanted to bring glory to the ancient sword school. Because only then would the higher-ups of the ancient sword school assist him from the shadows and stop those old living fossils of the Tao Order from acting against him. Wave Obliterator. Yang Yi had just finished speaking when Xiao Yi's spear had instantly transformed into a ray of black light which shot towards him. The spear tore through space all along the way, and the powerful aura it contained caused some of the demon beasts in the surroundings to immediately kneel on the ground. Moreover, the space around it seemed to be unable to endure the force it carried, and the space actually started to show signs of cracking apart. When the spear arrived less than 2 m away from him, Yang Yi finally clenched his right fist and smashed it forward. A gust of wind surged out and smashed against the spear. Bang! A huge explosion resounded as the black spear smashed apart Yang Yi's attack and didn't slow down at all as it continued towards Yang Yi. A slight smile arose on the corners of Xiao Yi's mouth when he witnessed this scene. However, it didn't take long for it to freeze while it grew wider. because his spear had stopped just a few centimeters away from the center of Yang Ye's forehead, and Yang Ye's hand was holding onto it. Everyone here was astounded, including Xiao Yu. "I've resisted an attack of yours, not try mine." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi stomped the ground with his right foot, and then his figure vanished on the spot. He was in front of Xiao Yu when he appeared once more, and it astounded the latter. Xiao Yu had never expected Yang Ye's speed to be that swift, and he was about to retreat. However, rumbling suddenly resounded in his ear. Xiao Yu hadn't even been able to react before he felt sharp pain come from his body, and then his figure crashed down from midair. Bang! Xiao Ye's figure smashed against the ground, causing it to tremble violently while countless cracks stretched out from beneath him. Everyone here was petrified by this scene. Xiao Yu had lost just like that. He lost without even being able to resist a single attack from Yang Yi. Ming Zhangsu's eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Perhaps others weren't aware of how terrifying Xiao Yu was, but Shed witnessed it with her own two eyes. Xiao Yu had once surmounted his realm of cultivation to kill a monarch realm expert, and it had even been a mid-rank monarch realm expert. But Shed never imagined that such a monstrous genius would have been unable to even resist a single attack from Yang Yi. Besides Ming Zhanxue, Li Qingyi was beyond shocked as well. After she recovered from the shock she experienced, all that was left was terror. After all, Shed threatened Yang Yi repeatedly in the past. Yu Cangping and Yun Renqing had extremely solemn expressions on their faces as well. While they were half-saints, they still felt extremely fearful when facing such monstrous geniuses. After all, monstrous geniuses usually couldn't be judged by convention, especially monstrous geniuses from platinum rank powers. Yang Yi held the black spear in his hand as he walked over to Xiao Yu. At this moment, Xiao Yu was still alive, but it seemed like something heavy had smashed against his body, causing it to be deformed. If it wasn't for the strength he possessed, he would be dead by now. Yang Yi looked down at Xiao Yu as he spoke indifferently. "You've lost, so fulfill your promise." Xiao Yu stared fixedly at Yang Yi, and while there was resentment in his eyes, it was mostly terror which filled his eyes. "Don't look at me like that." Yang Yi continued, "I don't like people who go back on their word, especially when they are my enemy. I'll say it again, you've lost, so start shouting." How could Xiao Yu dare to do that? So long as he did, then the ancient sword school wouldn't even have to act against him because just the Tao order would make living worse than death for him. Yang Yi waved his right hand, and the spatial ring on Xiao Ye's hand flew into his grasp, and then he nodded lightly upon inspecting its contents. He said, "Not bad. You have over 10,000 extreme-grade energy stones. Needless to say, you disciples of the Tao order are truly rich. Right. While this spear is only at the high grade of the Tao rank, it's not bad. It just happens to suit me." When he spoke up to this point, Yang Yi tapped the spear against Xiao Ye's right leg. Crack! The clear and melodious sound of bones breaking resounded. Xiao Ye's eyes opened wide, and so did his mouth as a shrill cry shot into the sky. "I do really respect some opponents," Yang Yi said, "but I don't respect some people like you who like to threaten others with women. I heard your Tao order is quite cruel. It just so happens that I want you to see if I'm cruel or not." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi tapped once more with the spear. Crack! The bones and meridians within Xiao Ye's left leg shattered apart. At this moment, he wasn't even able to shout anymore. Yang Yi didn't speak. He just tapped once more with the spear. This time, it struck Xiao Ye's left hand, and then he tapped it against Xiao Ye's right hand. The bones and meridians within Xiao Ye's limbs had been completely shattered, and his face had warped severely from the intense pain he experienced. "Besides the fact that you broke your promise, the most important reason why I'm treating you like this is because you don't respect women," Yang Yi continued. "While they aren't my women, they are my friends. It's fine to disrespect me because I would kill you at the very most. But if you disrespect my friends, then it'll make even death become something difficult for you to attain." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi tapped once more with the spear, and it struck between Xiao Ye's groins. Xiao Ye's eyes were bloodshot, and they simply seemed like they were about to pop out from their sockets. This time, there was only terror left in his eyes, boundless terror. It wasn't just Xiaoyu. Even Ming Zhanxue, Yu Cangping, and the others had terror in their eyes. While Yang Ye's methods were cruel, it was nothing to them. After all, they were powerful figures, so which one of them hadn't killed in their lives? However, the problem was the person Yang Yi was torturing. He was torturing a disciple of the Tao Order in public, and it was like openly slapping the Tao Order's face. Needless to say, if Yang Yi survived the trip back to the ancient sword school, then the Tao Order's reputation, which it had maintained for tens of thousands of years, would be lost in a day. Clink. Suddenly, the tune of a zither resounded. It was clear and melodious, and it was like the tune of an immortal brushing through the world, causing the clamorous noise in the surroundings to instantly die down. All of them looked towards the source of the tune, and they saw a white-robed woman who had a veil covering her face standing on the walls of Stellar Sky City. The woman was seated cross-legged, and an ancient white jade zither rested on her lap. Moreover, her fair fingers were playing it gently. The tune of the zither was soft in the beginning, like a stream that was flowing slowly, and it was pleasing to the ear and gladdened the heart. However, it gradually sped up like a storm, and it didn't take long for it to quicken to the point it was like a tempest that surged through the world. It didn't take long for her hands to stop moving, and the tune of the zither immediately vanished. Bang, 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 bang. At the exact same moment, numerous explosions resounded through Yang Ye's body as he stood below the city, and it only took an instant for him to be covered in blood. Chapter 846. Yang Yi. Fang Ming was almost scared out of her wits when she saw Yang Yi covered in blood, and she immediately leaped off the city walls and ran madly towards Yang Yi. Little Ming. Fanli was horrified. She leaped off the city walls as well and hurriedly chased after Fan Ming. Fan Ming arrived before Yang Yi, and her tears surged out like a torrent as she gazed at the horrifying state Yang Yi was in. It only took an instant for her face to be covered in tears. It was all my fault. It was all my fault. This wouldn't have happened to you if it wasn't for me. It was my fault. It was all my fault. I'll come accompany you right now. She suddenly drew her sword and swung it towards her throat. No. Fanli was overwhelmed with sorrow when she witnessed this, and it was like even her soul had been taken from her body. Right when her sword was about to slit her throat, a pair of fingers suddenly clamped down on her sword. At the same time, a voice resounded in her ears, "Don't do anything silly. I'm still alive." Fan Ming was stunned for a moment, and then she completely disregarded the blood that covered Yang Yi as she wrapped her arms around him and cried with absolute sorrow. Fanli slumped to the ground when she saw this, and it felt like her entire body was completely without a shred of strength. Once they saw that Yang Yi was still alive, all the others looked towards the white-robed woman who sat on the city walls. A white robe? They had no doubt that she was from the Tao Order, and she was a disciple of the heavenly path who wore white robes. Fear suffused all of their eyes as they gazed at her, and it even included the half-saints like Yu Cangping and Li Xuanji. They naturally knew of the Tao Order, and they'd heard of the Tao Order's heavenly path, earthly path, and mortal path. They frequently came into contact with members of the earthly path and mortal path, but the members of the heavenly path were quite mysterious. They'd thought that the strengths of those in the heavenly path were just slightly superior to the earthly path at most, but the facts of the situation told them that it wasn't just a little, it was a huge amount instead. That disciple of the earthly path, Xiaoyu, was very strong, but Yang Yi had crushed him with a single attack. Yet now, Yang Yi had been heavily injured by a single attack from the woman. At this moment, many people here felt even more reverence towards the Tao Order. The white-robed woman stood up while carrying the zither in her arms, and she spoke slowly. That song was called Peace and Tranquility. I once used it to kill a half-saint without making a sound. ID thought that it would be absolutely easy to kill you with it. However, I never imagined that your body is actually strong to such an extent. The tune of my zither broke through the defenses of your flesh, but it couldn't break your bones. I've seen a few body cultivators, but besides those in the demon race, I've never seen a single human who has cultivated their body to such a terrifying extent while at the Exalt realm. Yang Yi patted Fan Ming on the head and said, "Stand aside for now, all right? How about we flee?" Fan Ming spoke softly while tears still hung at the corners of her eyes. She was truly terrified of the white-robed man's strength. Yang Yi smiled. We can run when I can't win, all right? Fan Ming hesitated for a while before she nodded. You must remember to run if you can't win? Yang Yi chuckled and pushed her away lightly before walking slowly towards the white-robed woman with his sword in hand. Your attacks were very unusual to the point that it struck me before I could react. If I'm not wrong, then you've comprehended wind intent, right? She replied. Wind intent at the 1st level of the heaven rank. Yang Yi spoke as he walked towards her, with the wind to cover and conceal it. The sound waves of your zither are capable of moving soundlessly, and it's like the spring breeze when it strikes your opponent. Needless to say, it's really quite extraordinary. Her attack was slightly similar to his 3rd-level heaven rank sword intent, but it was only similar. Its might and unpredictability were far inferior to 3rd-level heaven rank sword intent. After all, his 3rd-level sword intent could merge directly into space and teleport through space to attack his opponents. Sword intent. Yang Yi knew that he had to think of a way to restore his sword intent, because if he had sword intent to protect himself earlier, then her sound waves wouldn't have been able to injure him at all. She said, You're very extraordinary as well. Is that so? Yang Yi stopped moving while a trace of a cold smile could be seen on the corners of his mouth. Needless to say, at this point, the Tao Order has finally sent someone who is capable of slightly arousing my interest. Come, try a swing of my sword instead. Yang Yi vanished on the spot once he finished speaking, and he was already in front of her when he appeared again. His sword pierced straight through her, but it was only an afterimage that he stabbed. Yang Yi wasn't surprised. He turned around and swung his sword again. Hiss! A gust of wind dispersed while Yang Yi's sword trembled slightly instead. Moreover, quite a few cracks appeared on it. Yang Yi raised his head to look over, and he saw that the white-robed woman was standing where he stood just a few moments ago. She bent her legs slightly before resting the jade zither on her thighs, and then she pinched one of its strings and slowly pulled it up. After that, she immediately let go. OM! The space around her instantly split apart while numerous spatial rifts started spreading like a spiderweb all around her. At the same time, a blade of wind that was fine like a dagger suddenly appeared in front of Yang Yi. As soon as it did, countless other blades of wind suddenly and mysteriously appeared around Yang Yi in an instant. In just a moment, Yang Yi was completely drowned beneath countless blades of wind. OM! A sword howl resounded, and then all the blades of wind instantly dispersed. They transformed into specks of energy that fell down from the sky. Shadow strike. As soon as Yang Yi spoke, a ray of blood-red light shot towards the woman. However, the blood-red ray of light stopped when it was less than 2 m away from her because a barrier of wind had appeared before her. Breakthrough! Yang Yi's voice resounded once more, and then the barrier was instantly blasted apart while the ray of blood-red light shot through her. This time, it was still an afterimage, and the woman was over 300 m away. At the same time, she pulled on another string. But right when she was about to let go, Yang Yi had suddenly appeared in front of her. Her pupils constricted slightly as a sword rapidly enlarged within her vision. Hiss! It pierced through her head, but it still struck nothing more than an afterimage. As for her body, it had appeared over 300 m away again. The tune of her zither resounded once more, and then a blade of wind that was over 30 m long and 10 m wide tore through the air as it slashed towards Yang Yi. Yang Yi turned around and swung his sword. Bang! The blade of wind exploded into pieces. How could that be possible? There was a trace of astonishment in her eyes. The strength of your attacks suddenly multiplied. In my entire lifetime. Yang Yi walked towards her as he continued. Amongst those in the same realm of cultivation, there have only been 2 so far who have been able to make me take them seriously. As for you, allow me to say something that isn't arrogant at all. You're still too weak. As soon as he finished speaking, his sword transformed into a ray of light that flashed forward. It was swift, very swift, so swift that even the 3 half-saints here hadn't been able to catch a trace of his sword. This time, Yang Yi hadn't held back. The might of his attack had suddenly multiplied earlier because Head utilized the critical strike technique. Now, his sword had become this swift because Head executed lightspeed. While executing two techniques in succession caused the meridians in his body to crack open a little more, he really didn't want to waste any more time on her. After all, her speed was too shocking, and he couldn't gain an advantage over her even if he utilized the horizon warp technique. So, he had no other choice but to utilize these techniques. As soon as Yang Ye's attack flashed through the air, the surroundings suddenly fell silent. An instant later, crack, the jade zither in the woman's hand cracked apart, and then another instant passed before it transformed into powder. What a strong and fast attack! As soon as she finished speaking, a stream of blood seeped out from the corner of her mouth, and it instantly dyed her veil red. Meanwhile, Yang Yi had appeared in front of her again. He didn't strike another blow, and he asked instead, "Where's your spatial ring?" Had intended to just take hers. Unfortunately, he noticed that she wasn't wearing one on her hand. She just gazed at him without speaking a single word. Meanwhile, the tip of Yang Ye's sword pressed against her throat. Yang Yi gazed at her while he spoke with a completely emotionless voice. "Give me something precious in exchange for your life. Otherwise, you'll be losing your head." He really yearned for even more extreme-grade energy stones. After all, regardless of whether it was the improvement of his physical strength or cultivation, both required a huge amount of extreme-grade energy stones, especially when he intended to charge into the Monarch realm now. The extreme-grade energy stones he would need to consume was a terrifying number. She gazed at him for quite some time upon hearing him. Right when Yang Ye's sword had slit open a small cut on her throat, she finally moved. However, she didn't withdraw any treasures. She grabbed Yang Ye's sword instead and said, "The disciples of the Tao Order can be killed, but no insult is tolerated." As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly pulled Yang Ye's sword towards her throat. Hiss! A stream of blood sprayed out from her throat. Yang Yi withdrew his sword and gazed at her corpse for a long time before he said, "You can be killed, but no insult is tolerated. You're an opponent who is worthy of respect." Yang Yi turned around and walked towards Fan Ming. She was worthy of respect, but not pity or regret, because he was very clearly aware that she would definitely not hold back if she had the chance to kill him. "Well, never stop until you die." Suddenly, a voice resounded from the sky, and the white-robed woman's corpse vanished along with the voice. Yang Yi stopped moving, and then he looked up into the sky and said, "Bring it on." Chapter 847. Yang Yi withdrew his gaze, and then he walked over to Fan Ming before he took her hand and walked towards the city. Suddenly, he stopped moving and looked at Ming Zhanxue. "Let's end this matter between you and Stellar Sky City right now, all right?" Ming Zhangxu's face fell, and she said, "Young Master Yang, this is between me and the Li clan. You." She hadn't even finished speaking when the tip of a sword pressed against the center of her forehead. It merely pierced her skin a little and caused traces of blood to flow out incessantly, and it instantly turned her face red. "What about now?" Yang Yi gazed at Ming Zhanxue with indifference. "Brother Yang, please show mercy." Suddenly, Li Maozhen leaped off the city walls and arrived by Yang Ye's side. "It was I who caused all of this, so allow me to deal with it, all right?" Yang Yi withdrew his sword, and then he made a casual tossing motion. A white jade jar appeared in front of Li Maozhen as he said, "I said that I would definitely save you if I could. While there isn't much monkey wine in there, it should be sufficient to eliminate the poison within you." Li Maozhen's hands around the jar trembled slightly when he heard this. A short while passed before he took a deep breath and bowed slightly to Yang Yi. "No words of thanks are sufficient to express my gratitude. I'll remember this forever." Meanwhile, Li Qingyi and Li Xuanji appeared before Yang Yi. Li Qingyi bowed to Yang Yi, and her voice was filled with gratefulness and excitement. "Thank you. Li Maozhen is right. No words of thanks are sufficient for this. Young brother Yang, if you need my Stellar Sky City's help for anything, you only have to say the word." Li Xuanji cupped his fists to Yang Yi, and his face was covered in gratitude and excitement as well. "Then I won't hold back." Yang Yi continued, "I intend to head to Martial Enlightenment City, and I need to use the teleportation formation in the city. That's naturally not a problem. Li Xuanji said, however, I'm afraid that you'll have to wait for a day. Yang Yes' brows knit together slightly. Why? He replied, when the Beastmaster sect and Broken Saber Villa attacked my city earlier, they were afraid that we would use the teleportation formation to flee, so they used the spies they placed within my city to destroy it. However, you don't have to worry because they didn't destroy the core of the formation. So, I only need a single day to repair it. A day. Yang Yi pondered deeply for a moment, and then he nodded. All right, I need to rest as well. Li Xuanji nodded, and then he gazed at Yu Tsongping and Yun Renxing. Both of you aren't leaving yet? Do you want to stay for food? Yu Tsongping and Yun Renxing's faces were quite unsightly, and they shot their gazes towards Ming Zhanxue. Li Maozhen gazed at Ming Zhanxue and sighed softly. Miss Ming, this can be considered as something that's between us, so why don't we resolve it ourselves? Ming Zhanxue gazed at him for a short while before she said, Okay. Yu Tsongping and Yun Renxing didn't hesitate to lead their forces away when they heard her. Actually, they knew that they couldn't breach the city while that fellow, Yang Yi, was here. So, leaving now was definitely the best outcome. While they'd lost quite a huge amount of forces, Ming Zhanxue would definitely compensate them. Yang Yi wasn't interested in the enmity between these forces, and the only reason Head lent Stellar Sky City a hand was mainly because he felt that Li Maozhen was a good guy. He just happened to possess the ability to do it, so Head just helped casually. After all, he didn't mind helping a little when he could change a person's fate, especially when it was someone whose character was agreeable to him. Stellar Sky City. Within a room, Yang Yi sat cross-legged on the bed, while rows of extreme-grade energy stones laid before him. Actually, while his strength hadn't recovered to its peak, Head recovered almost 70% of it. If it wasn't for the problem with his meridians, he could still slaughter half-saints even without his sword intent. It could be said that it wasn't his realm of cultivation or sword intent that had placed chains upon his strength. It was his meridians. The only way to resolve this issue was to access the Primordial Pagoda, and the only way to access the Primordial Pagoda was to improve his realm of cultivation. He had 20,000 extreme-grade energy stones now, but it was far from sufficient for him to charge into the Monarch realm. So, the important matter at hand was to gain even more energy stones. It was too troublesome to earn them slowly, so Head decided to take them by force. For hours later, Yang Yi had absorbed the energy within almost 10,000 extreme-grade energy stones, and the violet profound energy that was converted from those energy stones had almost completely repaired the injuries caused by him when he forcefully utilized sword energy and techniques earlier. Suddenly, Yang Yi's eyes opened wide, and then wild joy appeared on his face, because he noticed that the tiny vortex had actually started spinning. It was revolving. Yang Yi almost leaped up with joy. He forcefully suppressed the excitement and happiness in his heart, and then he immersed his consciousness into his body. At this moment, the tiny vortex seemed to be in the same state as when Head just obtained it. It was revolving slowly, and it completely absorbed all the profound energy within him. So, Yang Yi hurriedly withdrew some extreme-grade energy stones when he noticed that. Another hour passed, and all the other 10,000 extreme-grade energy stones he had were completely exhausted. However, the Primordial Pagoda was still in the form of the tiny vortex. Yang Yi's face fell. His intuition told him that not just 10,000 extreme-grade energy stones were insufficient, even 100,000 would be unable to transform the tiny vortex back into the Primordial Pagoda. A long time passed before Yang Yi shook his head. He knew that he couldn't be impatient. In the end, it was still a good thing, because the Primordial Pagoda had started to react to the profound energy within him, and this allowed him to see hope. Now, it was only a matter of time. Brother Yang, may I come in? Li Qingji's voice suddenly arose from outside the door. Yang Yi opened the door, and Li Qingyi was standing right in front of him. At this moment, she was still wearing a green dress. She was gorgeous, and her bearing was tranquil and elegant. Li Qingyi asked, "Did I disturb you?" Yang Yi shook his head and walked into the room. "How are little Ming and her sister?" She answered, "They've fallen asleep, very sound sleep." Yang Yi fell silent. He knew that they'd been worried and anxious every single day throughout this period. Not to mention sleeping, they didn't even dare doze off. Head thought about leaving them here at Stellar Sky City, but Head discarded such a thought in the end. The Tao Order was aware that they were with him, so if he were to leave them here, then Stellar Sky City's strength would be utterly insufficient to protect them. Moreover, it might bring calamity down upon Stellar Sky City. The only power that could protect them was the ancient sword school. So, he had no choice but to take them there. Thank you for helping my brother. Li Qingyi continued. You didn't just save him, you saved my Li clan as well. It was nothing. Yang Yi gazed at her and said, You didn't come here just to thank me, right? She said, Can't I just come visit you? Yang Yi gazed at her for a short while before he said, Actually, I felt quite a bit of admiration towards you when I found out that you didn't hesitate to steal the monkey wine to save your older brother. That was also the true reason why I showed mercy that day. Li Qingyi asked, Why? He replied, I have a younger sister. I would definitely stop at nothing to save her as well. All right, let's stop this here and get to the point. She glanced at him and said, Do you want to change the path you are taking and avoid martial enlightenment city? Yang Yi frowned. Why? She pondered deeply for a long time before she said, We received information that the members of the Tao Order are waiting for you there, and it might not just be one. Moreover, all of them wear white robes and might be stronger than the white-robed woman from before. Their true motive might not be to kill you, but to delay your journey and wait for a person to arrive there. Yang Yi asked, Who? She replied, The executioner. Mamba. You should have heard of him, right? Yang Yi shook his head no. Li Qingyi was at a loss for words. A short while passed before she took a deep glance at Yang Yi and said, He's very famous in Pine Prefecture. He joined the Tao Order while at the Spirit Realm, and he became a member of the Mortal Path. Once he attained the Exalt Realm, he was instantly promoted to a member of the Earthly Path, and he even became the #1 expert here. Not only is his strength formidable, he's a very violent and vicious person as well. In the past, minor conflict arose between him and a gold-rank power called All Heaven City, and he slaughtered the entire city in response. He killed almost 1 million people during that battle. Oh. Yang Yi started walking forward as he spoke. Li Qingyi was stunned by this, and then she quickly followed him and said, Aren't you going to ask about his strength? Yang Yi asked, How strong is he? She gazed at him for a short while before she smiled bitterly. Do you know that Man Ba would definitely tear you up into pieces if he found out about the disregard you just displayed? Yang Yi stopped, and then he turned around to look at her. I think he wouldn't even dare to face me if he knew of my past accomplishments. I don't believe that. Li Qingyi said, I know you're very strong, and I've personally witnessed that. But no matter how strong you are you stronger than the Sword Emperor, Lu Weiner? She attained the heaven rank in sword and tint a very long time ago, and she might have even attained the tuned level by now. After all, an expert of the ancient sword school once said that if Lu Weiner and Man Ba were in the same realm of cultivation, then Lu Weiner might not be able to defeat him. Lu Weiner. A slight smile appeared on the corners of Yang Yi's mouth. He hadn't imagined that the little girl who would seek guidance from him every single day in the past would be thriving so well in the radiant dimension. Li Qingyi said, Why are you smiling? I'm thinking how Lu Weiner would look if she saw me. Yang Yi smiled. Li Qingyi was shocked. You know her? Meanwhile, Li Xuanji suddenly appeared in front of Yang Yi. He glanced at his granddaughter, and then gazed at Yang Yi and said, Young brother Yang, the teleportation formation has been repaired. However, I presume you're clearly aware that Martial Enlightenment City is. Why don't you go around it? It's fine. Yang Yi gazed at Li Qingyi and said, Help me bring Fan Ming and Fanli over. Li Qingyi gazed at him for quite a long while, and she sighed softly when she saw Yang Yi's gaze that seemed to allow no refusal. She turned around and left. It didn't take long for Li Qingyi to bring Fanli and Fan Ming to Yang Yi. Yang Yi took Fan Ming's hand, and then walked over to the teleportation formation under Li Xuanji's lead. It didn't take long for them to arrive at a teleportation platform. Li Xuanji spoke solemnly, Young brother Yang. While Man Ba is only at the Exalt realm, he has killed half-saints in the past. Half-saints. A faint smile curled up on the corners of Yang Yi's mouth. I once grew tired of killing them. As he spoke, Head pulled Fan Ming along and entered the teleportation formation with Fanli. A ray of light flickered, and then they vanished on the spot. Chapter 848. Martial Enlightenment City. While it was a gold rank power, it wasn't renowned throughout Pine Prefecture, because there were countless gold rank powers throughout the prefecture. However, Martial Enlightenment City had become the center of the prefecture's attention today. A disciple of the ancient sword school had destroyed the Tao Order's Hell's Coffin, killed 2 of its disciples from the earthly path, and a disciple from the heavenly path. It could be said to be the first time that the ancient sword school had slapped the Tao Order so hard. The ancient sword school had been enemies with the Tao Order for many years, and their disciples would fight practically every single time they met. Over the years, both sides won and lost on occasion. But this time, it wasn't just a simple battle, and it wasn't just a matter of victory or defeat. This time, it was a matter of life and death. The death of a few was nothing to powers like the Tao Order and ancient sword school. In their opinion, their disciples could die, but they couldn't lose face. This time, Yang Yi had slapped the Tao Order's face really hard, and it could be said that Yang Yi had stomped on its face. So, if Yang Yi really was able to return to the ancient sword school, then there was no doubt that the Tao Order's face wouldn't have just been stomped on. It would have been completely and truly trampled on. Moreover, from that time onward, the Tao Order would be eternally beneath the ancient sword school. Not only that, but it would also be unable to hold its head up high before the other platinum rank powers as well. So, the Tao Order was determined to kill Yang Yi, and he couldn't just die normally. At this moment, the cultivators from all over the prefecture were standing around the teleportation platform in Martial Enlightenment City. However, the most striking of them all were the 2 groups of people who stood on the left and right of the teleportation platform. The group on the left consisted of 5 people, and all of them wore white robes. Obviously, they were disciples of the Tao Order. As for the group on the right, they had 5 members as well. All of them wore green clothes and carried sword chests on their backs. They were clearly from the ancient sword school. TSK. Not only have the 3 swords in the Exalt realm of the ancient sword school come here, even the slow sword, Wu Yinzhong, is here. Hehe, looks like the ancient sword school is determined to fight the Tao Order to the end this time. The slow sword, Wu Yinzhong? The same Wu Yinzhong who used the fundamental sword technique to surmount his realm of cultivation and kill a half-saint? Besides him, who else is worthy of being called the slow sword? He killed a half-saint with the fundamental sword technique while he was still at the high rank of the Exalt realm all those years ago. From that moment onwards, he became renowned because of that battle. Now, a few years have passed, and he's at the Monarch realm. His current strength is probably impossible to fathom. Looks like the ancient sword school sent him to support Yang Yi because they don't want that fellow, Yang Yi, to be bullied or threatened by the Tao Order's experts. TSK. Looks like the ancient sword school really is determined to protect Yang Yi. Suddenly, the white-robed figures on the left of the teleportation platform had suddenly stood up, and then everyone watched as they bowed respectfully towards a certain direction. The others here looked in that direction, and they saw a white-robed woman who held a black sickle in her hand walking slowly towards them. The woman seemed to be around the age of 20. She had pretty and delicate features and a slim figure. As she walked slowly with that sickle in her grasp, she seemed like the god of death from the netherworld, and she emanated a heavy pressure upon everyone around her. The god of death, Kong Lian? Someone exclaimed involuntarily. According to rumor, someone will definitely die wherever she goes. The Tao Order actually sent her. What exactly does it intend to do? Do they intend to fight the ancient sword school right now? This is getting serious. The members of the ancient sword school revealed solemn expressions when they saw her. If Yang Yi survives, all 5 of you will still die. If Yang Yi dies, all of you will die with him. The woman waved the sickle in her hand as she walked over to the members of the ancient sword school, and she gazed at them as if she was looking at corpses. Moreover, her tone was simply beyond doubt. Feel free to try if you have the ability. The man who led the group from the ancient sword school gazed at her as he spoke in a carefree manner. I heard that you, the slow sword, show signs of returning to simplicity. I've wanted to experience that for myself for a very long time. Kong Lian continued, I hope you don't disappoint me. Any time. Wu Yinzhong nodded. Many cultivators in the surroundings started quietly moving backwards, and they opened up a huge empty space there. At this moment, only the members of the ancient sword school and Tao order resided in that empty space. Right when the atmosphere between them was tense, the circle of light around the teleportation formation trembled violently, and everyone immediately shot their gazes over. It didn't take long for a man and two women to appear there. The gazes of everyone descended onto the man. Yang Yi, am a little scared. Fan Meng tightened her grip on Yang Ye's hand while her voice was trembling slightly. She had known what would happen here before they even teleported over here. Yang Yi chuckled lightly and said, "Little Meng, remember that as a sword cultivator, you shouldn't fear the heavens, nor the earth, or the saints or immortals of this world." Well said. Wu Yinzhong and the other members of the ancient sword school walked over to Yang Yi. Wu Yinzhong sized him up before he said, "Do as you please. No one will be able to bully you with a higher cultivation while you're here. I guarantee that with life." Yang Yi gazed at Wu Yinzhong and the others for a short while, and then he said, "Thank you." After that, he walked over to the members of the Tao Order and said, "The Tao Order intends to fight me, Yang Yi, until one of us is annihilated, right?" Kong Lin said, "Do you think that you can survive?" Yang Yi replied with a question instead. "Are all of you going to come at me at once, or will you fight me one by one?" Everyone here was flabbergasted, and it included the members of the ancient sword school. All of them together? Together? Many thought that their ears were deceiving them. After all, those were disciples of the Tao Order, and they were said to be extraordinarily monstrous geniuses who could surmount their realms of cultivation to kill powerful experts. However, Yang Yi had actually asked them to attack him at once. Moreover, it even included Kong Lin, who was at the monarch realm. Arrogant. Absolutely arrogant. That was the first impression everyone had of Yang Yi. "Are you sure that you aren't joking?" Kong Lin stared fixedly at Yang Yi as she spoke. Moreover, the sickle in her grasp had started to spin swiftly. As it spun, even the space around it had been slid apart, causing numerous black circles to appear around it. Yang Yi chuckled lightly and said, "Do you know? I'm already annoyed by all of you. One comes today, another comes tomorrow. If this goes on, then I'll be utterly annoyed even if all of you aren't. Since it's like that, why don't you just immediately send someone you think is strong? To be honest, I'm actually really happy that all of you are constantly sending wealth and your lives to me in succession, because I'm really poor. However, I really don't want to waste time anymore with your Tao Order as well. So, why don't all of you fight me at once?" Had already recovered most of his strength now, and the thing he wanted to do the most was look for Xiao Yushi, and Nanjing, Ding Xiaoyao, and the others. Besides that, he intended to look for the Zhuge clan which Elder Mu belonged to. He could be said that there were a huge number of things waiting for him, and he didn't have time to waste on the Tao Order. Yang Yi replied, "I'm not joking. All of you can fight me at once. Don't waste everyone's time anymore." A wisp of ferocity arose on the corners of Kong Lian's mouth. She was about to attack when a young man behind her said, "Senior Sister Kong, allow me. Our Tao Order would still lose face if you killed him." The reason he dared to speak like that was exactly because of that. Kong Lian took a few steps forward, and she stopped only a few centimeters away from Yang Yi. A fierce smile still remained on the corners of her mouth as she said, "If you survive today, then I'll leave the Tao Order of my own free will, and I'll definitely kill you even if I have to go to the ends of the world." "Do you know?" Yang Yi said, "Many people wanted to kill me in the past. Yet now, the grass on their graves are probably even taller than you." "Is that so?" Kong Lian suddenly cracked a smile as she said, "I hope you don't die. Otherwise, I would be very conflicted and depressed, because I've never felt such urgency to kill someone. Are you done with the nonsense?" Yang Yi suddenly interrupted her and said, "If you aren't going to attack, then fuck off. Don't waste my time." She gazed at him for a short while before she said, "I hope you'll still be able to remain so arrogant later." As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around to gaze at the man who stood behind her. "Lin Kai, take it slow. Don't kill him right away." Lin Kai spoke indifferently, It'll keep him breathing for you, senior sister. Kong Lin nodded slightly before moving aside. Meanwhile, Wu Yinzhong suddenly walked over to Yang Yi and said, his palm techniques are extremely formidable. He once relied on it to fight a half-saint realm demon beast. You must not underestimate him. Yang Yi nodded, and then he seemed to have thought of something and asked, is Lu Weiner in the ancient sword school right now? Wu Yinzhong was stunned by this question, and then he nodded. Senior sister Lu is there indeed. However, she's in closed-door cultivation to charge into the half-saint realm. No one is allowed to disturb her. Do you know her? So that's why. Yang Yi came to a slight understanding. Logically speaking, he had gained quite a bit of reputation since he arrived at Pine Prefecture. So, Lu Weiner and Nanjing and the others should know that Head arrived here. Especially Lu Weiner. After all, Head caused such a commotion that even alarmed the higher-ups of the ancient sword school, so it didn't make sense for her to be unaware. Now, he finally understood why. It turned out that Lu Weiner was in closed-door cultivation, but he was still quite puzzled. After all, wasn't it impossible for a Nanjing, Nether Maiden, Ding Xiaoyao, Xiao Yushi, and the others to be in closed-door cultivation at the same time? If they heard of him, then they would have definitely come to find him. However, none of them had come until now. Are they not in Pine Prefecture? Yang Yi's brows knit together tightly. You can launch the first attack. Suddenly, Lin Kao interrupted Yang Yi's thoughts. Yang Yi glanced at Lin Kai and said, how many extreme-grade energy stones did you bring with you? Lin Kai replied, around 200,000. I've been accumulating them for a few years now, but do you have the ability to take them from me? Yang Yi flipped his palm, and the ancient sheath appeared in his grasp. He sheathed his sword and said, I don't like to waste time. So, let's determine life and death with a single move. As soon as he finished speaking, his sword left its sheath, and then the Dao rank sword in his grasp shattered along with a sword howl that shot into the sky. Chapter 849. The sword shattered, and a ray of light flashed. Lin Kai's body was instantly split into two, and his internal organs sprayed all over the ground along with his blood. It was truly a bloody scene. It was an instant kill. With just a single attack, the surroundings fell silent, deathly silent. All the spectators gazed at Yang Yi with disbelief, and it was like they'd been petrified. No one had expected Lin Kai to actually be killed from a single attack, and without the ability to fight back at all, and this even included the members of the ancient sword school and Kong Lian. After all, Lin Kai was a monstrous genius at the high rank of the Exalt Realm Hood, once remained undefeated in a battle with a demon beast at the half-saint realm. Yet now, had actually been unable to even resist a single swing of Yang Yi's sword. It made them wonder if Yang Yi was a high-rank half-saint. Yang Yi stretched out his hand and waved it, and then the spatial ring on Lin Kai's finger flew into his grasp. He nodded slightly upon inspecting its contents, because Lin Kai hadn't lied, and there really were 200,000 extreme-grade energy stones within it. After he put it away, Yang Yi gazed at the other members of the Dao Order and said, playing with all of you is like playing games with children. It's completely meaningless. But it's fine since all of you are quite rich, yet I just happen to lack extreme-grade energy stones. Now, all I want to know is if all of you are going to attack me together, and will you fight me one by one? It was arrogant. Absolutely arrogant. Needless to say, what Yang Yi said was extremely arrogant, but everyone felt that he was qualified to do so. In the opinion of the spectators, Yang Yi was acting arrogantly because he was intentionally slapping the Dao Order's face. But in Yang Yi's opinion, he was merely stating a fact. It wasn't that these geniuses of the Dao Order were weak. It was the Dao Order Hood underestimated his strength, because he was once at the 9th rank of the Monarch Realm. Moreover, his combat strength had been on par with mid-grade half-saints of Profounder Continent, and he could even fight the high-grade half-saints there. However, the Dao Order had sent Exalt Realm experts to kill him. Under such circumstances, the Dao Order was falling into a lethal trap. It seems that my eyes betrayed me. Kong Lian spoke in a heavy voice. Just that attack alone allowed her to realize that Yang Yi's strength was at the same level as her, and it might even be stronger than her. Because even she couldn't instantly kill Lin Kai. Yang Yi glanced at the members of the Tao Order and said, "Since no one is stepping forward, then I'm leaving." As he spoke, he gazed at Fan Ming and Fan Li. The two of them understood his intentions and hurriedly walked over to his side. Yang Yi took Fan Ming's hand and started walking forward. A white-robed young man from the Tao Order was about to step forward, but he was stopped by Kong Lian. "You aren't a match for him." The young man spoke solemnly. "Our Tao Order would definitely be laughed at if he's allowed to leave just like that." "'Cause our Tao Order to be laughed at? Who does he think he is?" Suddenly, a furious howl that sounded like the roar of a wild beast resounded, and then a sharp explosion resounded in the air before a golden ray of saber energy slashed down from the sky. Its target was Yang Yi. A cold glow flashed through Yang Yi's eyes as he clenched his right fist tightly, and then he smashed it towards the saber energy. Bang! The saber energy was blasted into dispersal, and a powerful wave of energy swiftly swept out from there, causing the ground and the surroundings to be instantly cracked apart. All the spectators were astounded by this scene, and they hurriedly moved backwards. Fan Li swiftly pulled Fan Ming back with her as well, because if they were to continue staying by Yang Yi's side under such circumstances, then they would only be a burden for him. Once the wave of energy dispersed, a man had appeared within their fields of vision. The man had a tall and robust figure which was at least 3 times larger than an ordinary person. Just a single arm of his was as thick as an adult's thigh, while his eyes seemed like they were the size of fists. Besides that, he had a huge saber that matched his size resting on his shoulder. The man didn't feel like he was human, but a violent beast from deep within the mountains. "Mamba! It's Mamba!" Some were shocked. Mamba could be considered to be very renowned throughout Pine Prefecture, and he was an extremely terrifying existence as well. He was cruel, ruthless, and insane. Perhaps he wasn't the strongest amongst the younger generation of the Tao Order, but he was definitely the one whom others feared the most, and it was none other than because he was a complete madman. Mamba glanced at Yang Yi, yet his gaze descended onto Fan Ming and Fan Li in the end, and there was undisguised lust within his eyes. "The two of you belong to Yang Yi? Haha. He's really quite lucky to actually have such gorgeous little beauties to accompany him all along the way. Don't worry. Once I twist off Yang Yi's head, he'll take good care of both of you in his stead. I guarantee that he'll make both of you unable to get off the bed every single night. Ha ha ha." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly swung his saber at Yang Yi, and a strand of saber energy tore through the air and instantly arrived in front of Yang Yi. Yang Yi's expression remained unchanged as he smashed his fist forward, and the saber energy was instantly blasted into pieces. Yang Yi waved his hand, and a ray of light shot out from within the sword chest of a disciple from the ancient sword school and fell into his grasp. After that, Yang Yi started walking towards Mamba. "Looks like your Tao Order doesn't just intend to kill me. It doesn't even intend to let my friends go." Bang! Mamba struck his saber against the ground, and the ground instantly shook violently while countless cracks started spreading swiftly. There was a trace of madness and ferocity on the corners of his mouth as he spoke. "Of course not. Don't worry, I won't kill you later. They'll make you kneel before the city gates. Do you know what you'll be doing while kneeling there? You'll be watching your women accept their customers." When he spoke up to this point, he roared with laughter and pointed at both Fan Ming and Fan Li. "Men in the city, hear me. They'll cripple their cultivations later and make them lay before the city gates. You only have to pay a single energy stone to spend some time with them. Remember, only a single energy stone." Ha ha ha. Fan Li and Fan Ming's faces had turned slightly pale. Fan Ming held tightly onto Fan Li's hand while her figure trembled slightly. While Fan Li was comparatively calm, there was terror in her eyes. In their eyes, the Tao Order was an existence that was countless times stronger than their Fan clan. Or it should be said that it was an existence which they had to look up to in the past. Yet now, this existence which they had to look up to in the past intended to kill them. So how could they not feel fearful? Yang Yi started smiling, and he smiled at Mamba as he said, "Since I arrived at the Radiant Dimension, it's the first time I've had the thought of annihilating the Tao Order." "Annihilate my Tao Order?" Suddenly, cold laughter resounded from high above. "Yang Yi, you really are an extraordinary genius. You haven't comprehended sword intent, yet aren't any weaker to those sword cultivators who've comprehended heaven-rank sword intent. However, annihilate my Tao order? Who do you think you are? If it wasn't a fight between juniors, I would have killed you with just a swing of my palm. Yang Yi replied, then why don't we wait and see? Then we will. The voice resounded from the sky. Let me see if you, Yang Yi, can destroy my Tao order, and am even more curious about whether you'll be able to survive today. Mamba, just as you said, don't kill him later. My Tao order will let the world witness the consequences of going against us. Don't worry, Elder. Mamba smiled. I won't kill him later. They'll cripple him and make him a eunuch. After that, they'll make him kneel before the city gates and watch how his women moan beneath other men all day and night. Ha ha ha. Yang Yi turned around to look at Fan Meng and family. Are you too afraid? Fan Meng immediately shook her head and said, I'm afraid of nothing when you're here. You'll be afraid in a moment. Mamba laughed ferociously, and then he gazed at Kong Lian. Senior Sister Kong, let's kill all of these disciples of the ancient sword school, all right? We want bully the weak, and we'll fight against those at a similar realm of cultivation. Let's allow the world to see if the Tao Order or the ancient sword school is stronger. Kong Lian spoke solemnly. He's very strong. No matter how strong he is, can he be stronger than me? As soon as Manba finished speaking, a terrifying pressure suddenly surged out from within him, and then space seemed like it was boiling and started to ripple. Once level heaven rank slaughter intent, the expressions of everyone here turned pale. Ha ha ha. Manba raised his saber and pointed it at Yang Yi. Kill? Kong Lian and the others immediately attacked when they heard him. But they didn't attack Yang Yi. They attacked the other disciples of the ancient sword school instead. Yang Yi, don't worry about us and fight your battle. So long as you return alive to the ancient sword school, then it would be worth it even if we die. As soon as Wu Yinzhong finished speaking, a ray of light instantly charged out from within the sword chest on his back and shot towards Kong Lian. At the same time, the other 4 disciples behind him raised their swords and attacked the other disciples of the Tao Order. Yang Yi, they'll kill you in 10 moves. Manba roared furiously as he shot explosively towards Yang Yi, and his saber carried the might to split the world apart as it slashed down towards Yang Yi. The force carried by the saber was so powerful that it pressured the space around it to the point of warping, and it was extremely shocking. All the disciples of the Tao Order here shall die today. Yang Yi flipped his right palm, and a sword appeared in his grasp. After that, he swiftly made a flicking motion with it. Clang! The saber and sword collided with each other. Both instantly trembled violently while space even shattered apart. It'll cripple you with one attack. Yang Yi stabbed his sword into the ancient sheath before swiftly drawing it. A sword howl shot into the sky as the sword shattered, and then a ray of light flashed. Manba's face turned grim, and he didn't dare act carelessly in the slightest. He immediately took his saber in both hands before slashing it down swiftly. Heavenbreaker! As soon as his voice resounded, a wave of saber energy shot out from the tip of the saber, and then it smashed against the sword energy. However, everyone here watched with astonishment as Manba's saber energy was instantly cut into 2 as if it was just a thin piece of paper. How could this be possible? Manba was shocked, and he was about to dodge. Unfortunately, it was too late, and Yang Yi's sword energy was about to smash his chest. Manba was horrified and quickly placed his saber before his chest to block the attack. Bang! The saber shook violently yet didn't shatter. However, Manba who stood behind it was blasted flying. Manba wasn't dead, of course, but that strike had covered him in blood. Moreover, disbelief still remained in his eyes, because that attack of his was something that was even impossible for a half-saint to destroy with ease. Suddenly, Yang Yi appeared in front of him. Yang Yi stomped his foot down on Manba's face, yet didn't even look at him. Yang Yi looked up into the sky instead and said, Tao Order, just take a look. I can kill your disciples like dogs. I can kill them at will. You don't believe me? I'll demonstrate it once more. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi waved his hand, and a sword suddenly flew into his grasp. He sheathed it before swiftly drawing it. The sword shattered while a ray of light flashed, and then a white-robed disciple of the Tao Order was instantly chopped into two at the waist. Sword, come to me. As soon as he spoke, another sword flew into his grasp. I'm afraid you might have not seen it clearly, so we'll demonstrate it again. As soon as he finished speaking, his sword left its sheath and shattered. Meanwhile, a white-robed disciple in the distance was instantly killed. Sword. Yang Yi's voice resounded once more. Chapter 850. The sword entered the sheath before Yang Yi drew swiftly once more. Hiss. Besides Kong Lian, who was at the monarch realm, all the other white-robed disciples of the Tao Order were slashed into two. At this moment, the minds of everyone here had gone blank, including Kong Lian, and Kong Lian's eyes were filled with disbelief. At this moment, the disciples of the ancient sword school were beyond shocked. They as well had never imagined that Yang Yi was actually so terrifying. My God, all of them were white-robed disciples of the Tao Order, but he killed them like he was chopping through vegetables. As for the spectators, most didn't even dare believe their eyes. The surroundings had gone silent, absolutely silent. I admit that we underestimated you. We severely underestimated you. Meanwhile, a low voice sounded out from the sky, and the voice carried a trace of killing intent, yet was mostly filled with shock. Yang Yi laughed with ridicule before he looked down at Man Ba. At this moment, Man Ba was staring at him with eyes that were filled with ferocity. It wasn't that Man Ba didn't want to move, but it was that he couldn't move at all. Yang Yi's foot was on his stomach, and it was like a mountain pressing down upon him, causing him to be on the verge of suffocation. I'm a very narrow-minded person, and I can't stand anything I dislike being in front of me. Yang Yi looked down at Man Ba and said, "What you said earlier truly displeased me. So, I've decided to make even death a dream for you." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi raised his sword and stabbed it into Man Ba's mouth before shaking it lightly. Man Ba's tongue was instantly chopped into bits. At the same time, his foot pressed down, and a muffled explosion resounded from Man Ba's stomach. Head naturally chopped off Man Ba's tongue and destroyed his dantian, so that Man Ba couldn't take his own life. How dare you? A furious howl resounded in the sky, and then a huge palm tore through space and immediately appeared above Yang Yi. It was about to claw Yang Yi into pieces when a ray of sword energy suddenly shot out from the sky. It was extremely swift and instantly struck the enormous palm, causing it to tremble violently before quickly shrinking back. Nangong Tian. A low voice that carried violent killing intent resounded through the sky. Qing Wuji, aren't you ashamed of yourself for interfering in the business of the younger generation? As soon as this voice finished resounding through the air, an old man who wore a robe which was a mix of green and white appeared in the sky above everyone. At the same time, an old man appeared in front of him. The old man wore a gray robe, and his entire body was enveloped beneath his robe, causing it to be impossible to discern his appearance. The gray-robed man spoke in a deep voice. Nangong Tian, looks like your ancient sword school intends to act against my Tao Order? Not at all. Nangong Tian spoke indifferently. Isn't it normal for the juniors to fight each other? That fellow, Man Ba, from your Tao Order killed numerous disciples of my ancient sword school in the past, but my ancient sword school didn't say a word, right? If they are killed in a battle with someone in the same realm of cultivation, then it was because they lacked skill and ability. If a disciple of my ancient sword school died at his hands, then it was because they didn't train well enough. Yet now, when a disciple of your Tao Order lost to a disciple of my ancient sword school, a senior like you actually intends to interfere. Needless to say, it's truly a humiliation. When he spoke up to this point, Nangong Tian pointed at Yang Yi and said, all I'll say is that so long as a disciple of your Tao Order who's in the same realm of cultivation as him is able to kill him, then you can do as you please with him. My ancient sword school won't say a word about it. However, if your Tao Order intends to act shamelessly and intends to bully the young, then while my ancient sword school might not be able to keep him alive, we guarantee that we'll kill every single genius your Tao Order obtains in the future. The ancient sword school couldn't be said to have a close relationship with Yang Yi, But Yang Yi absolutely couldn't be allowed to be bullied and killed by someone at a higher realm of cultivation. Otherwise, it wouldn't just disappoint the countless disciples of the ancient sword school. It would be equivalent to causing the ancient sword school to lose an extraordinary genius in the sword Tao and become the laughingstock of the entire prefecture. It could be said that Yang Yi's fate was related to the Tao Order's honor, but it was also related to the ancient sword school's honor. The gray-robed old man fell silent. Meanwhile, Yang Yi had started moving instead. He dragged along Man Ba, who was on the verge of death, while he walked forward, step by step. Suddenly, he stopped and gazed at Wu Yinzhong. "Senior brother, please bring along the corpses of those other disciples of the Tao Order." Wu Yinzhong glanced at Yang Yi before he nodded. Just like that, Wu Yinzhong and the others each dragged a corpse so long as they followed Yang Yi. "How dare you!" The gray-robed man was furious when he witnessed this scene. However, a ray of sword energy tore through the sky and appeared in front of him. "Brother Qing, we haven't sparred for a long time. Since we were able to meet each other today, then why don't we spar right now?" As soon as Nangong Tian finished speaking, sword energy instantly covered the sky. The two extraordinary experts were fighting in the sky, but Yang Yi didn't stop at all. He just dragged Manba along as he walked step by step. Manba gazed resentfully at Yang Yi and wanted to move, but he couldn't move anymore, because Yang Yi had crippled his limbs and the meridians within them, so he couldn't take his own life even if he wanted to. All along the way, countless people followed behind Yang Yi as they were curious of Yang Yi's intentions. The crowd gradually realized where Yang Yi was headed, because it was in the direction of the city gates. Suddenly, Kong Lian stood before Yang Yi and the others. Kong Lian didn't speak a single word, but the black sickle in her hand started spinning madly while strands of terrifying aura surged out from within her. Even space started to ripple before the aura she emanated. Kong Lian raised her sickle slowly and pointed it at Yang Yi. "You're very strong. I noticed that you hadn't utilized your full strength just now. I'm truly really curious about how strong an Exalt Realm Profounder like you are." Meanwhile, Wu Yinzhong arrived in front of Yang Yi while an iron sword appeared in his grasp. "Kong Lian, bullying someone in a lower realm of cultivation is a disgrace. Didn't you want to experience my slow sword? It'll allow you to experience it right now." As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Yinzhong didn't wait for her refusal and just stabbed his sword forward in a very simple manner. It was a very ordinary attack, extremely ordinary. It was just like something common that had nothing special about it. However, it was exactly such an attack that caused Kong Lian's expression to change. "Your sword technique isn't bad." Yang Yi nodded, and then he continued forward while dragging Manba along. He took a few steps before he suddenly stopped, and then he gazed at Kong Lian, who was in fierce battle with Wu Yinzhong. "It'll allow you to witness it if you survive." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi continued walking towards the city gates. The disciples of the ancient sword school who were following behind him quickly took the corpse that Wu Yinzhong had been dragging along before following Yang Yi. "How dare you? You actually dare to humiliate my Tao Order?" Suddenly, a white-robed man flashed over from afar. However, he hadn't even gotten close when a strand of sword energy slashed him into two. "Yang Yi." Fan Meng was shocked, and she hurriedly ran over to Yang Yi, because blood was actually seeping out of the corner of Yang Yi's mouth. Yang Yi shook his head and said, "There's no need to worry, it's just a small issue. Right? Remember to take the spatial rings off those corpses. All of those are treasures." Are you really fine?" Fan Meng was on the verge of crying because he didn't seem like he was fine no matter how she looked at it. "Don't worry, I know my limits." Yang Yi smiled, and then he turned his head to gaze at a disciple of the ancient sword school behind him. "Brother, isn't dragging them like this a little too troublesome? How about we get a rope and string their corpses together? Wouldn't that be easier?" "Lin Shao," the man continued, "are you sure you want to do that?" Yang Yi nodded. "Of course." He took a deep and long glance at Yang Yi before he nodded. It didn't take long for all the other disciples of the Tao Order besides Manba to be tied together like a meat skewer. Countless people in the surroundings were astounded by such a scene. He intends to completely humiliate the Tao Order. Obviously, it was impossible for any reconciliation to be achieved between Yang Yi and the Tao Order. Just like that, Yang Yi dragged Manba along as he walked towards the city gates, while Lin Xiao stood behind him with a rope in his hand. The corpses of 5 white-robed disciples of the Tao Order were tied together on that rope. Yang Yi seemed to be in a comparatively better state because he was still as calm and composed as he was before this. However, tempestuous waves of emotions were surging through the hearts of Lin Xiao and the others. The ancient sword school and Tao Order had fought countless times, and the disciples of both sides had killed and insulted the other. However, it was the first time that the Tao Order had been humiliated like this. At this moment, the worry in their hearts was far greater than the happiness and excitement they felt, because the slightest mistake might cause war to erupt between the ancient sword school and the Tao Order. If 2 platinum rank sects were to start fighting, then it would affect the entire prefecture. Ancient sword school, you're courting death. Suddenly, another voice resounded from the distant crowd, and then a figure shot towards Yang Yi's group. Sword. Yang Yi waved his hand, and then a sword suddenly flew out from the crowd and transformed into a ray of light that entered Yang Yi's grasp. He sheathed it and drew it swiftly. The sword shattered, a ray of light flashed, and then death descended. Just like that, there was another corpse tied on the string. Disciples of the Tao Order shot out incessantly from within the crowd. There were those who wore white robes, black robes, and even red robes. However, all of them were tied to the rope without exception. Now, there were at least over 40 corpses tied to it. All of them belonged to the Tao Order. It didn't take long for Yang Yi's group to reach the city gates. Yang Yi placed Manba on the ground before he turned around to gaze at Lin Xiao. Brother Lin, help me get over a dozen beasts of desire. Lin Xiao's expression changed slightly. He glanced at Manba, and then he pondered deeply before he said, "It only takes a single swing of the sword. There's really no need for that." Yang Yi shook his head and said, "That would be letting him off too easily. He can insult me because I would just kill him at the very most. But since he insulted my friends, then it'll make even death something difficult for him to attain. Didn't he say that he would humiliate my friends? Now, I'm going to make him personally experience how it feels." Terror finally appeared in Manba's eyes when he heard this. Lin Xiao gazed at Yang Yi for a short while, and then he nodded and left. Yang Yi walked over to the end of the rope, and then he grabbed it before leaping up onto the city wall, and then he tied the rope there. Just like that, a string of corpses was hung on the city walls of Martial Enlightenment City. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao had returned, and had brought over a dozen beasts of desire with him. Yang Yi pointed at Manba. The beasts instantly howled before charging over to Manba. Yang Yi raised his head and looked up into the sky. "Didn't your Tao Order want to play? Then let's play." "All right, we'll play with you." A voice resounded from the sky. It was the voice of a saint. Chapter 851. As soon as the voice finished resounding through the air, Manba and the beasts of desire instantly vanished without making a single sound. They were dead. They were obliterated by a strange form of energy. Not only were they dead, even their souls had been completely obliterated. The ancient sword school has gained a great disciple, but the game has just officially begun. The voice sounded out slowly from the sky. "They'll be waiting." Yang Yi glanced at the sky, and then he turned around and walked towards the tied-up corpses. He waved his sword swiftly for a moment, and it didn't take long for a row of words to appear on the wall below the corpses. "The Tao Order is nothing." Yang Yi sheathed his sword, and then he walked over to Fan Ming and took her hand before walking back into the city. Yang Yi asked, "How many spatial rings did you get?" Fan Ming replied, "Over 30. "How many extreme-grade energy stones were there?" "Around 200,000 plus. "Did you take some for yourself?" "How could I possibly do that? How could I possibly do something like that? I. The others were speechless. When Yang Yi's group returned to the streets from before, Kong Lian was gone, and only Wu Yinzhong remained there. At this moment, Wu Yinzhong was supporting himself with a single knee against the ground, and there were quite a few bone-deep injuries throughout his body. "Senior brother Wu." Lin Xiao and the others were shocked, and they hurried over to Wu Yanzhong's side and helped him up. "Kong Lian." Wu Yinzhong took a deep breath, and then he gazed at Yang Yi and said, "I know that you're very strong, but you must not be careless if you encounter her. Of course. Yang Yi nodded. The reason he hadn't executed Heavenrend against Kong Lian earlier was because he wasn't confident in his ability to kill her. She was very strong and very mysterious. Of course, while he wasn't confident in his ability to kill her, he didn't fear her, even if he was still in an injured state. Wu Yinzhong nodded slightly when he saw that Yang Yi showed no signs of being arrogant, and he couldn't help but think even more highly of Yang Yi. After all, geniuses were usually very arrogant and conceited. Yang Yi's natural talent and strength could be described as terrifying, yet he didn't sense any arrogance or conceit from Yang Yi. Martial uncle took a good disciple in. Wu Yinzhong glanced at Yang Yi and said, "You must pass through Matchless City to get to the ancient sword school because only the teleportation formation over there is capable of instantly teleporting you to the ancient sword school. In order to get to Matchless City, you must first pass through Tempest Mountain Range and Lionroar Plains." Yang Yi frowned. "I can't teleport straight to Matchless City from Martial Enlightenment City?" Wu Yinzhong shook his head and said, "Martial Enlightenment City and Matchless City aren't allies. So, they didn't establish a teleportation formation between the two cities. So, you have to traverse Tempest Mountain Range and Lionroar Plains." Yang Yi asked, "Can I fly through?" "No." Wu Yinzhong gazed seriously at Yang Yi, "because there are demon kings in both Tempest Mountain Range and Lionroar Plains. If you fly through those places, it would be considered disrespectful to them. So, you have no choice but to walk." Demon kings. Yang Yi's pupils constricted slightly. Demon kings were Saint Realm experts. His current strength was naturally insufficient to fight Saint Realm experts. Unless he recovered all of his sword intent, and then the sword spirit recovered and helped him execute the intent ignition technique before utilizing Heavenrend, otherwise, he would be unable to fight a Saint Realm expert even if his peak strength was restored. Wu Yinzhong spoke solemnly, "Don't worry, the Demon King on Tempest Mountain Range is an old friend of our Supreme Elder, so he probably won't make things difficult for you. What I fear is Lionroar Plains because the Demon King on Lionroar Plains is an old friend of the Tao Order's past sect master. Of course, he would naturally not bully you, and even if he does try to bully you, our ancient sword school would definitely lend you a hand. However, I do fear that he might act in secret." Yang Yi spoke seriously, "He'll destroy anything that blocks my path." Wu Yinzhong nodded and said, "That's all you can do now. Right, it's best if you pay a visit to the previous city governor of Matchless City once you get there. He's a very good friend of your master's, and he's a sword forget as well. Perhaps he might give you an immortal rank sword." Master's good friend. A wisp of bitterness arose on the corners of Yang Yi's mouth. Needless to say, it was getting more and more complicated and problematic. Because once Taoist Gu left his closed-door cultivation, then he would be completely exposed. At that time, it would truly be fun. However, he had no other choice now, and he could only brace himself and continue with this act. After all, he had to use the ancient sword school's name. Yang Yi suddenly asked, "You won't be coming with me?" Wu Yinzhong shook his head and said, "If I do, then it'll make the situation even more complicated. Because once I do follow you, then it might become a fight to the death between the younger generation of our ancient sword school and the Tao Order. Moreover, if you travel alone, then the Tao Order would only send its disciples in succession to take revenge." Yang Yi nodded, and then he pulled Fan Ming over. "Brother Wu, my only worry is these sisters. Can they go with all of you? I hope that Brother Wu can take them to the ancient sword school because only the ancient sword school can guarantee their safety." "I want to follow you." Fan Ming immediately refused and quickly wrapped her hands around Yang Yi's arm. Fan Ming's lips moved slightly, yet she didn't say anything in the end. Yang Yi rubbed Fan Ming's head and said, "You'll only be a burden to me if you come. Understand?" Fan Ming felt so aggrieved that tears welled up in her eyes. Yang Yi continued, "You've seen it yourself all along the way here. My enemies are very strong, and I don't know who they will send next. But I have no doubt that they'll definitely send someone strong. While I'm confident in my ability, I'm still just a single person. So what if you fall into their hands? What would I do then?" Fan Ming lowered her head. Yang Yi continued once more, "You've experienced many things during this time, and you should have understood some things. If you want to live and live well in this world, then the only way is to rely on your own strength. You're very weak now, extremely weak. You're weak to the point that you need me and your older sister to protect you. Don't tell me you want to stay this way forever? A short while passed before Fan Ming raised her head and looked at Yang Yi. However, there were 2 lines of tears on her face. You promise me that you'll definitely come to the ancient sword school. You must. I promise. Yang Yi smiled, and then he gazed at Fan and said, stop pampering her after the 2 of you get there. Allow her to suffer a little. Right. If Lu Weiner emerges from her closed-door cultivation, then take little Ming to her. Just say that it was I who told you to go to her. She'll take care of both of you. Fan nodded and said, stay alive. Wu Yinzhong asked abruptly, Brother Yang, you know senior sister Lu? Yang Yi said, more or less. Wu Yinzhong glanced at Yang Yi and said, senior sister Lu's background is rather mysterious. No one knows where she came from, and I've never heard of her having any friends. I never expected Brother Yang to actually know her. Yang Yi smiled and didn't linger on this topic. They'll be troubling Brother Wu with them. It's not a problem at all. Wu Yinzhong hesitated for a moment before he said, Brother Yang, do you not have a sword of your own for now? Yang Yi nodded. To be honest, he really hadn't found a suitable sword until now. The sword precursor was formidable, but the problem was that he couldn't utilize it for now. Wu Yinzhong waved his right hand when he saw Yang Yi nod to him, and a black sword chest appeared in front of Yang Yi. Brother Yang, within this sword chest are all the swords that I've gathered over the years. There are 100 Dao rank swords in there. I hope they'll be useful to you. Yang Yi glanced at Wu Yinzhong, and then he took it and said, thank you. They'll remember this kindness. Wu Yinzhong chuckled and said, I'm not giving it to you for free. Remember, you must return it to me. They'll be waiting for you to return it to me. Of course. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi glanced at Fan Ming before turning around and walking towards the city gates. Meanwhile, Fan Ming wanted to say something, but Yang Yi's figure vanished from her field of vision. Fan Ming was stunned, and then she said, Big sister, he'll definitely be able to survive, right? Fan Li nodded and said, Of course. Lin Xiao suddenly asked, Senior brother, who do you think is stronger between him and senior sister Lu? Wu Yinzhong fell silent for a short while, and then he answered, I can't see through him. Even you've noticed that he hasn't comprehended sword intent, but his sword energy isn't the slightest bit inferior to all of us Hove comprehended sword intent. He's very mysterious and very strong. As for senior sister Lu, she should have attained the tune level of heaven rank sword intent by now. Moreover, she should be on the verge of attaining the half-saint realm. So, they can't be compared at all. Fan Ming spoke abruptly. Yang Yi is definitely stronger than Lu Weiner. Wu Yinzhong seemed to be interested and asked, Why? She replied, My intuition. Wu Yinzhong and the others exchanged glances, and then they shook their heads and smiled. After he left Martial Enlightenment City, Yang Yi shot into the depths of the mountain range around the city, and he found a cave there. Yang Yi sat cross-legged within the cave, while blood flowed out incessantly from the corner of his mouth. While he seemed to have killed them like he was slaughtering chickens just now, Head actually paid a huge price for that, because Head executed Heavenrind earlier, and Head overlapped it at least 10 times. Moreover, Head enhanced it with critical strike and light speed. That was why he could kill them with a single swing of his sword. So, he was naturally suffering from backlash now. The cracks on his meridians grew wider while numerous cracks even appeared throughout his body. It wasn't just his body, even his internal organs had started to crack apart. It could be said that his entire body was covered in injuries now. However, Head forcefully endured it and hadn't allowed it to be exposed. Yang Yi withdrew the extreme-grade energy stones he possessed and started to absorb them like a madman. However, Yang Yi's eyes suddenly opened up, and he looked towards the entrance of the cave. A person was suddenly standing there. It's actually you. Yang Yi's pupils constricted. Chapter 852. It was a woman who stood at the entrance. Her feet weren't touching the ground as she was floating instead. She wore a pure white dress, had skin that was white as snow, and a pair of eyes that were clear as the springs during autumn. As she stood there, she naturally emanated an elegant, cold, and proud bearing, and it caused others to feel inferior in comparison and afraid to disrespect her in the slightest. Of course, most importantly, she was at the Saint Realm. An even more important point was that Yang Yi knew her. She was the founding ancestor of Flower Palace, Mu Hanshan. I never expected you to still be alive. She spoke with an icy cold voice that carried a trace of killing intent. Yang Yi spoke indifferently. I seem to have disappointed you? Mu Hanshan replied, a little. Yang Yi remained silent for a long time before he spoke again. Why have you come here to see me? It was naturally impossible that she'd come to kill him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the chance to speak a single word. Mu Hanshan gazed at him for a short while before she said, the heavens and the earth collapsed, and that entire world was destroyed. How exactly did you survive? Yang Yi said, would you believe me if I told you that I didn't know? Mu Hanshan gazed silently at Yang Yi. Yang Yi continued, that day, I fell unconscious upon slashing the eye of the Heaven Tao into pieces. You destroyed the eye of the Heaven Tao? Mu Hanshan had suddenly interrupted him. Yang Yi nodded. Impossible. She spoke in a low voice. Even I would never stand a chance at even shaking that eye of the Heaven Tao. You were only at the monarch realm then, so no matter how heaven-defying you are, it's impossible for you to destroy it. Yang Yi stood up abruptly and walked over to her. Do you know how many experts died on Profounder Continent that day? Over 1,000 Saint Realm experts. Over 1,000 of them detonated themselves. Besides that, there were countless other half-saints and Monarch Realm experts who perished that day. Even though the hallowed grounds and defiant Profounders were once his enemies, Yang Yi was very clearly aware that if it wasn't for their sacrifice and the sacrifice of Elder Mu and the others, then it would have been utterly impossible for him to destroy the eye of the Heaven Tao. Over 1,000 saints? Mu Hanshan frowned. Impossible. It's impossible for them to attain the Saint Realm without quintessence violet energy. Yang Yi said, why would I lie? Mu Hanshan gazed at him for a long time before she said, looks like you have other secrets. Yang Yi walked to the side and sat down cross-legged. You probably didn't come here to have a chat. Do you need something? Mu Hanshan suddenly asked, why didn't you go with me that day? Yang Yi said, there were people there whom I wished to protect. While I wasn't able to protect them in the end, I stayed behind and tried my best. Do you know? Mu Hanshan said, I would have killed you if you chose to leave with me. Yang Yi asked, why? She answered, a man can be weak, ugly, or even without any authority or power. However, a man can absolutely not lack backbone, honor, and a sense of responsibility. I look down upon any man who doesn't have any backbone, honor, and a sense of responsibility. I didn't have any good intentions when I asked you to come with me that day, because I would be able to kill you with a clear conscience if you did. Unfortunately, you didn't. Yang Yi asked, what are you trying to say? Mu Hanshan replied, no matter how cold and calm we act towards each other, the fact that we have a shadow of each other in the depths of our hearts cannot be changed. Those red threads that little girl placed within us surpassed the laws of the Heaven Tao. So, I can't do anything about them. It has troubled me until now and caused my cultivation to be unable to advance at all. I came here to resolve the matter. I can't do anything about it as well. Yang Yi gazed at her and said, I'm telling the truth. She asked, what about that little girl? Yang Yi answered, something happened to her and she can't show herself for now. Mu Hanshan gazed silently at Yang Yi. Yang Yi was looking at her as well. I can't deny that you're very beautiful, and you're extremely strong as well. However, I'm not stupid enough to act shamelessly and try to stick with you. Mu Hanshan said, if you're weak, then you should keep a low profile and act humbly. Yang Yi said, would you rather I use a fake side of me, or the real me when we talk? She gazed at him for a long time, and then she finally said, we can be said to be in an impasse. I don't want to continue staying in this state, but I'm unable to kill you as well. How about we do this? Let's make a bet. If I lose, then it'll be yours. But if I win, then you die. All right? Yang Yi asked, Isn't it better if we keep it like how we are right now, and we both don't disturb each other? Mu Hans Han replied, at my realm of cultivation, the slightest disturbance to my thoughts while charging into a higher realm of cultivation might lead to my death. So, this problem between us must be resolved. Yang Yi asked, what's the bet? She replied, I'll give you 2 years of time. Come find me and defeat me then, and I'll go with you. Yang Yi shook his head. She said, you refuse? I refuse. Yang Yi stared her in the eyes and said, I don't like to be threatened or forced. Moreover, there are no feelings between us. The only thing that ties us together are those red threads. It's pointless to force ourselves to be together. Mu Hans Han said, you make it seem like you'll definitely defeat me. Yang Yi said, if you want to resolve the problem caused by those red threads, then it's not a problem. Because I want to resolve that problem as well. Just give me some time. Perhaps it wouldn't even take 2 years for me to resolve that problem. She suddenly said, am I that unworthy of you? Yang Yi was stunned, and then he said, then do you love me? What do you think? All I know is that you want me dead. Mu Hans Han said, actually, I really admire you. You're decisive and really ruthless. Unfortunately, you're too weak. How many years have you cultivated for? Yang Yi continued, how many years have I? The corners of Mu Hans Han's mouth twitched slightly. Yang Yi said, actually, it isn't necessary for us to kill each other. Even if we can't become lovers, we can still become friends, right? Yang Yi wasn't a pedantic person. If he could become friends with a Saint Realm expert, then he felt that only an idiot would refuse to do so. Friends? Mu Hans Han was slightly stunned and seemed to have never expected Yang Yi to speak such words. Yang Yi nodded. As for what happens in the future, let's just allow nature to take its course. All right? You should be aware that forcing things usually makes the situation even more complicated. Mu Hans Han suddenly said, if a friend is in need, then a friend should lend a hand, right? Yang Yi replied, of course. Mu Hans Han nodded and said, all right, then let's be friends for now. Yang Yi was delighted and said, since we're friends, then I won't hold back. See, the Tao Order refuses to let me go, so shouldn't you? I can't help. Mu Hans Han interrupted him. If I lend you a hand, then they will send Saint Realm experts. So long as that happens, you'll definitely die unless 3 other Saint Realm experts protect you at all times. Now, the conflict between you and the Tao Order can only be considered as a fight between the juniors, so both sides want dispatched Saint Realm experts. So, it's much more advantageous to you now. Yang Yi laughed bitterly. I'm sure you've noticed that I'm in quite a bad situation. How about you lend me 100,000 extreme-grade energy stones? Had only just finished speaking when a spatial ring appeared before him, and he saw that there just happened to be 100,000 extreme-grade energy stones within it. Mu Hans Han asked, are we friends now? Yang Yi nodded with a slightly blank expression. Isn't she a little too easy to convince? Mu Hans Han said, I was betrothed to the son of Sky Divine Hall's master. If nothing unexpected happens, then I'll be married in 2 years from now, but I don't want to marry him. So, I hope that you'll come save me 2 years from now. As a friend, you wouldn't refuse such a trivial matter, right? I was tricked. Yang Yi's face instantly became very colorful. She continued, I know that it's quite difficult. After all, the master of Sky Divine Hall is at the Saint Realm, and his son is a high-rank half-saint who's called a quasi-saint. However, it shouldn't be difficult for you, right? Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Why is your face so unsightly? She continued, you wouldn't be unwilling, right? You yourself said that friends should help each other. Yang Yi remained silent for a long time. Refuse her? But Head just said that friends should help each other. Moreover, Head taken her energy stones. Don't refuse her? While he didn't know the exact strength of Sky Divine Hall, it was obvious that it was definitely not simple. Yang Yi asked, are you being serious, or are you teasing me? I'm serious. She continued, right? I forgot to tell you that besides me, he wants to marry your little lover as well. In other words, a Nanjing. A Nanjing. Yang Yi's expression changed slightly, and he said, she's at Sky Divine Hall? Mu Hanshan nodded and said, "She is. However, she has been restrained because the son of Sky Divine Hall's master has taken a liking to her. But don't worry, she's considered as my disciple for now, so she'll be fine for now while under my protection. However, once he attains the Saint Realm, then not to mention protecting her, I wouldn't even be able to protect myself." Yang Yi took a deep breath and said, 2 years from now. No, 1 year from now. No, it'll take half a year at most. They'll come get both of you in half a year from now. Mu Hanshan said, Sky Divine Hall has Saint Realm experts, and there are more than one. They'll still take both of you from there, even if it has 1,000 saints. Mu Hanshan said, they won't allow it. Then he'll kill them. Chapter 853. Mu Hanshan gazed at Yang Yi for a long time before she said, "You know, your confidence and arrogance are actually very attractive, even if you're only at the Exalt realm and are quite ugly." "Isn't Nanjing well?" asked Yang Yi. At this moment, he didn't have the mood to talk nonsense with Mu Hanshan. Mu Hanshan replied, "She's a half-saint now, and her natural talent and strength are only slightly inferior to the junior sect master of Sky Divine Hall." Yang Yi nodded and said, "Go back and tell her that he'll come for her soon. It won't take too long." "I will." Mu Hanshan glanced at him and said, "Aren't you going to ask about his strength?" Yang Yi shook his head. "It's meaningless. No matter how strong it is or how great his natural talent is, they'll still go get in Nanjing." "Oh, and you as well." Mu Hanshan gazed at him for a short while, and then she suddenly walked over to him and said, "I notice that I admire you even more now." Yang Yi asked, and then she stretched out her hand towards him, and then Yang Yi's expression instantly changed drastically, because he noticed that he was actually unable to move at all, and he could only watch as her hand touched his face. The Saint Realm. This was the strength of a Saint Realm expert. At this moment, he didn't even have the strength to fight back against someone at the Saint Realm. Mu Hanshan touched Yang Yi's face with her hand. A long time passed before she frowned. "There's something really wrong with your meridians. Its injuries aren't from any ordinary force. This is the energy of the laws." A long time passed before she withdrew her hand and spoke solemnly. "It was done by a person. Someone wants to cripple you." "It was done by someone?" Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. Had thought that his meridians had fallen to such a state because he utilized Heaven Rend, but now it would seem like it was far from being that simple. "While I don't know what law this is, I have no doubt that it's extremely strong. It can be said to be the strongest I've ever seen." Who exactly have you offended to the point that person actually intends to cripple you?" "Wait, with that person's strength, it should have been sufficient for that person to crush you countless times." Mu Hanshan's brows knit together tightly. Yang Yi fell silent as he tried hard to recall what had occurred at that time. Unfortunately, he couldn't remember anything, and he could only remember feeling like something pushed him. Could someone have helped me in secret? Yang Yi was frowning as well, and he noticed that it wasn't so simple anymore. Mu Hanshan spoke solemnly. "If you come to Sky Divine Hall in such a condition, then you'll be courting death." Yang Yi stopped thinking about that and said, "They'll deal with my meridians, and they'll restore my strength as soon as possible. Trust me, they'll come soon for both of you." Mu Hanshan stared at him for a long time before she said, "Pine Prefecture is vast, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it practically boundless. Pine Prefecture is divided into the north and south. The north is the territory of the ancient Sword School and the Tao Order, whereas the south belongs to the Endless Devil Sect and Sky Divine Hall. If you intend to come to Sky Divine Hall, then you must travel to the south." When she spoke up to this point, Mu Hanshan paused for a moment before she continued, "It's undoubtedly a daydream to fight Sky Divine Hall with your own strength. So, it's best if you rely on the Ancient Sword School. While the Ancient Sword School is still slightly inferior to Sky Divine Hall, the gap between them isn't that huge. If you can make the Ancient Sword School help you, then perhaps you'll have a chance to take both in Nanjing and me with you." Yang Yi said, "I'm not a disciple of the Ancient Sword School." "Then become one." Mu Hanshan continued. "Besides that, don't underestimate the Tao Order. The Tao order has existed in the radiant dimension for tens of thousands of years, and its resources and reserves can be said to be unfathomable. Those fellows you killed before this can only be considered as nobodies in the Tao order. Nobodies. Yang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly. You're saying that the Tao order was only playing with me before this? She shook her head and said, they severely underestimated your strength. After all, you're only at the Exalt realm, and you don't possess sword intent. So, they didn't really take you seriously. However, you've exposed your strength in Martial Enlightenment City just now. So, they won't underestimate you anymore. The next disciple of the Tao order you meet will definitely be a true monstrous genius. Yang Yi nodded and said, I won't underestimate my opponents. She nodded and said, that's for the best. After all, many experts and geniuses die from looking down on their opponents. Yang Yi suddenly asked, do you know where Nether Maiden, Ding Xiaoyao, and the others are? Mu Han glanced at him and fell silent. Yang Yi clenched his fists slowly as he said, has something happened to them? Mu Han shook her head and said, no, it's just that. I'll tell you when you have the strength to take us from Sky Divine Hall. Yang Ye's brows knit tightly together, but he didn't ask about it. He knew that the current situation for those geniuses they took to the outer heavens that day was probably very bad. My strength. I must recover my strength. Yang Yi took a deep breath. He knew that he had to recover as soon as possible. Not only did he have to recover, he had to attain the half-saint and even saint realm as soon as possible. He had Elder Mu, Lu Yin, and the others to protect him on Profounder Continent, but he could only rely on himself now. Come as soon as possible. Otherwise, your woman might belong to someone else instead. As soon as Mu Han finished speaking these words, her figure vanished into thin air. I'm still too weak. I must improve my strength, recover my sword intent, and attain the saint realm as quickly as possible. Yang Yi took a deep breath and sat cross-legged on the ground before starting to absorb the energy stones like a madman. At this moment, he had around 400,000 extreme-grade energy stones, and it was sufficient to improve his physical Buddhist strength again. As for his cultivation, Head decided not to force it up and allow it to improve naturally. That meant allowing his strength to accumulate to a certain extent before rising in a natural manner instead of forcing it to the next realm. Now, his main objective was to ceaselessly improve his physical body because only then could he overlap even more Heaven Rends in his attacks, and only then could he execute the true Heaven Rend. Otherwise, he would become crippled every single time he executed Heaven Rend. So how would he fight then? Of course, besides improving his body, he had an even more important goal, and it was to feel the tiny vortex. As Yang Yi ceaselessly swallowed energy stone after energy stone, energy was being endlessly converted into violet profound energy, and this profound energy was split into two streams. One repaired his body, and it nurtured the cracked meridians and internal organs throughout his body. As for the other stream, it was completely absorbed by the tiny vortex. Just like that, time passed by slowly, and the energy stones Yang Yi possessed were reducing rapidly. Only around 300,000 remained from the 400,000 he possessed. Actually, 400,000 extreme-grade energy stones were sufficient for someone at the mortal realm to cultivate to the half-saint realm. But in Yang Ye's opinion, it was still a little too little. Because if extreme-grade energy stones were converted normally, they could be converted into 100 strands of profound energy, but when converted into the violet profound energy within Yang Yi, only around 10 at most remained. The reason his violet profound energy was powerful was because it was pure and without any impurities. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed, and only 100,000 extreme-grade energy stones remained from the 300,000. His body had practically recovered, and his body had risen to the next level under the nourishment of the violet profound energy. At this moment, his body was comparable to the body of a demon beast at the mid-rank of the half-saint realm. Moreover, he sensed that his cultivation was at the peak of the Exalt realm, and it could break through into the Monarch realm at any moment. While his body had improved, the tiny vortex still showed no signs of recovering. Another day passed, and the tiny vortex still didn't move at all after had completely exhausted all 400,000 extreme-grade energy stones that he possessed. This really made Yang Yi feel speechless, because once the tiny vortex recovered, then he could immediately restore his meridians. Moreover, he would be able to take out and use his treasures like the Herculean hammer and stone of suppression. At that time, not to mention an Exalt Realm expert of the Tao Order, even a high-rank half-saint of the Tao Order could dream of stopping him from getting to the ancient sword school. Yang Yi didn't waste another moment of time here. He left the cave, and then he glanced at the surroundings. I made a mistake. I should have gotten a carriage in Martial Enlightenment City. He couldn't utilize his profound energy, so it meant that he couldn't fly, and he could only rely on his physical strength to dash on the ground. A short distance wouldn't be a problem at all, but the problem was that he had to travel at least 500,000 kilometers to get to Matchless City. Moreover, he wouldn't be able to cultivate if he were to run all the way. A short while passed before he raised his head and looked towards the distance. There was a group of mountains that towered into the sky within his vision. He was able to sense a few powerful auras amidst the mountains, but none of them belonged to Saint Realm experts. Yang Yi's face turned slightly gloomy. He knew that he wasn't able to sense a Saint Realm expert with his current strength. Suddenly, the sound of horse hooves hitting the ground resounded from afar, and it didn't take long for a group to appear within Yang Yi's field of vision. It was a cavalry that consisted of around 20 people, and all of them were at the Monarch realm. There was a luxurious carriage at the center of the cavalry. The reason it seemed luxurious was because it was at least 5 times larger than the carriage he used before. Moreover, it wasn't just pulled by a single horse, but 5 Monarch Realm Pegasus horses. There were 2 men and 2 women at the front of the group, and all of them were at the Monarch Realm as well. Most importantly, there was a small character embroidered on their left chests. Yang Yi recognized that symbol. It was the symbol of the Ocean of Clouds Academy. Yang Yi was looking at them, and they were looking at him as well. Ugly bastard, what are you looking at? Have you not seen a beauty in your life? Suddenly, one of the women from the Ocean of Clouds Academy who wore a red dress shouted at Yang Yi. Yang Yi was slightly stunned, and his gaze, which had retracted, descended once more onto the woman. She was around the age of 20, had a pretty appearance, and a voluptuous body. While she couldn't compare to Mu Hanshan, Xiao Yushi, and the others, she really was a beauty. Yang Yi pondered deeply for a moment, and then he withdrew the sword chest which Wu Yinzhong gave him and carried it on his back. The ancient sword school. Their expressions instantly changed when they witnessed this scene. Chapter 854. Yang Yi asked, based on the direction all of you are heading, are you going to Matchless City? Their expressions eased up slightly when they noticed that Yang Yi was a disciple of the ancient sword school, and the contempt and vigilance in their eyes reduced greatly as well. The leader of the cavalry said, I'm the vice commander of the Royal Guard of Matchless City, Yu Gang. May I know which peak you are from in the ancient sword school? The Royal Guard of Matchless City. Yang Yi was slightly stunned. He hadn't expected them to actually belong to Matchless City. He immediately said, the Heavenly Sword Peak. Yi Yang. The Heavenly Sword Peak. Yu Gang's cold expression eased up. So you're a disciple of Taoist Gu. Is Brother Yi heading to Matchless City as well? Yang Yi nodded. Yu Gang pondered deeply for a moment before he said, if you're not afraid of trouble, then you can come with us. Let me warn you in advance that our trip might not be very peaceful. Yang Yi smiled and said, it's fine. They'll be the first to leave if there's trouble. Of course, the trouble he was talking about was the Tao Order. If the members of the Tao Order came looking for him, then he naturally couldn't drag them down with him. All of them felt speechless. The expressions of Yu Gang and the others changed slightly when they heard him, and the other members of the cavalry even shot slightly cold gazes which carried a trace of disdain at him. Moreover, Yu Gang's expression that had eased up just moments ago had become cold again. As for those 4 fellows from the Ocean of Clouds Academy, their disdain wasn't concealed at all, and all there was left was for them to express it with words. Yang Yi smiled bitterly when he noticed their expressions. He knew that they'd misunderstood him. However, he couldn't be bothered to explain because if he did explain now, they would think that he was just trying to cover it up. While the impression they had of him had dropped greatly, they still took Yang Yi along. Yang Yi knew that they were giving face to the ancient sword school, but he didn't care. In any case, he was just getting a free ride. Once he got on a Pegasus horse, Yang Yi didn't travel with Yu Gang and the others, and he went to the back of the ground and kept a distance of almost 20 m from them. Besides his inability to fly right now, there was another reason why he was traveling with them. It was because he didn't know the way. While he knew Matchless City was in that direction, he didn't know its exact location. So, he would have to waste a huge amount of time if he traveled on his own. Now, he had them to lead the way, so he naturally welcomed it. Yang Yi glanced at Yu Gang and the others. The strongest amongst them was clearly Yu Gang, as he was at the peak of the monarch realm. However, his gaze descended onto an old man in a luxurious robe who drove the carriage. The old man was only at the spirit realm and seemed extremely ordinary, but Yang Yi's gaze had stopped on the old man for a long time. Suddenly, the old man seemed to have noticed Yang Yi's gaze and turned around to look at him. Their gazes collided for an instant, and then the old man nodded slightly to Yang Yi before looking ahead once more. Yang Yi glanced at the carriage before a slight smile curled up on the corners of his mouth. How interesting. In the end, Yang Yi shot his gaze towards the members of the Ocean of Clouds Academy. Head gained a little information about them through their previous conversation. All of them were from the B class in the academy. His opinion of the academy's disciples' strengths had changed when he saw them, because while they were all only at the low rank of the monarch realm, they were the strongest besides the old man and Yu Gang. One of the men from the academy spoke abruptly. I heard that senior brother Xiao died at Yang Yi's hands. I wonder if it's true. Yang Yi was slightly stunned and couldn't help but listen in. Su Liang, are you looking for a beating? The woman in a red dress suddenly glared angrily at the man while her eyes were filled with rage. Su Liang smiled with embarrassment and didn't dare reply. However, the man by his side said, Qin Jiao, we know that you like senior brother Xiao, but he's dead. We know that you want to avenge him as well, but the academy has ordered that no one besides the disciples of the ancient sword school and Dao order are allowed to interfere in the conflict between Yang Yi and the Dao order. So what? They'll just withdraw from the academy if I have to. She spoke coldly before glancing at the man and Su Liang. Su Liang, Su Wan, I know that both of you've fallen for me. Don't say that I've never given both of you a chance. They'll go with whichever one of you is able to kill Yang Yi. He'll definitely keep this promise. Su Wan spoke solemnly. The ancient sword school has announced to the world that it's a matter between them and the Dao order. If anyone is to bully Yang Yi with a higher realm of cultivation, then that would be equivalent to going against the ancient sword school. Su Liang remained silent. Are both of you me? Do you have any balls? Qian Jian had a wisp of ridicule on the corners of her mouth. Both of their faces became unsightly. Qian Jiao, don't do that to them. Meanwhile, the other woman by Qian Jian's side spoke abruptly. That fellow, Yang Yi, dared to destroy the Dao Order's Hell's Coffin. So he's either too confident or it was planned by the ancient sword school. So, if an outsider were to interfere, it would definitely be no different than going against the ancient sword school. Not to mention Su Wan and Su Liang. Even those geniuses in the A class wouldn't dare to act against him without permission. The woman who spoke these words was around the age of 20, and she was quite pretty. However, she was much more inferior when compared to Qian Jian. She couldn't only be said to be not ugly, but couldn't be called beautiful. Su Wan and Su Liang nodded in her direction when they heard this, and there was a trace of gratitude in their eyes. Qian Jian glanced coldly at the two men and said, I better not encounter Yang Yi, or it'll definitely cripple him. Let me see if the ancient sword school would dare to kill me after I've crippled him. Yang Yi glanced at Qian Jiao, and had just withdrawn his gaze when she suddenly looked at him. What are you looking at? Have you never seen a woman? Right. Someone like you who's so ugly and weak would have probably never touched a woman in his life. When she spoke up to this point, she actually undid her dress a little to expose a little bit of the snow-white skin beneath it, and she said, Isn't it a sight to behold? Are you very excited? Are you full of the desire to take me? Yang Yi was quite stunned by this. As for the other members of the cavalry, they seemed to be accustomed to it and acted like they saw nothing. Qin Jiao tidied up her clothes and spoke with ridicule. Honestly, I'd rather do it with a dog than allow a member of your ancient sword school to touch me. Yang Yi shook his head. I heard that there were some weirdos in the world, but I've never had the chance to meet such a person. Today, I finally met one. When he spoke up to this point, he gazed at Su Wan and Su Liang. I don't understand this. Both of you aren't blind, so why would you like her? Yu Gang and the others were on the verge of laughing, but they seemed to be worried about something and forcefully endured it. We don't. Su Wan spoke involuntarily in a moment of anxiety. No. Yang Yi nodded and said, so she's just a narcissist, right? If such a woman really became yours, then one can only wonder how many green hats shall make you wear. Moreover, it might even not be because of a human. After all of you heard that she would rather do it with a dog. TSK, TSK. Such tastes. One of the members of the cavalry wasn't able to hold back his laughter, but Yu Gang glared fiercely at him. However, he truly couldn't hold it back, so he said, Commander Yu, I'm going to relieve myself for a moment. I'm going to relieve myself as well. Me too. In next to no time, over a dozen of them who were comparatively younger had gone to relieve themselves. It didn't take long for roaring laughter to resound from afar. Qian Zhao's horse walked slowly towards Yang Yi. Yu Gang, Su Wan, and the others frowned when they saw her go over to Yang Yi. Qian Zhao spoke when she was 3 m away from Yang Yi. Do you want to die? Or perhaps you think I'm afraid of your ancient sword school. Trust me, the ancient sword school wouldn't dare to say a single word if I kill you. Yang Yi replied, if you're that great, then why don't you just go up to the heavens? You're courting death. She roared furiously and intended to attack. However, Su Gang appeared in front of Yang Yi. He glanced at Qian Zhao and said, Young Miss Qian, we only brought you along out of consideration for your grandfather. I hope you don't make trouble for us. When he spoke up to this point, he turned around to gaze at Yang Yi. It's the same for you. I don't want any trouble during our journey. Yang Yi nodded and said, I don't want any trouble as well. I'll make you kneel before me once we get to Matchless City. Qian Zhao glanced coldly at Yang Yi before she turned around and rode her horse away. Yu Gang suddenly said, her grandfather is the Vice Dean of the Ocean of Clouds Academy. Yang Yi asked, a saint, a high-rank half-saint. However, he's only half a step away from the saint realm. Yu Gang left after he finished speaking. Yang Yi was about to speak. Suddenly, he glanced at the surroundings before his brows knit together. He gazed at the old man who was driving the carriage, and he noticed that the old man was frowning as well. Suddenly, Yang Yi's expression changed drastically, and his figure flashed and appeared around 1 kilometer away. Yang Yi had just left when a huge palm that was over 1 kilometer long had torn through space and appeared above the group. The huge palm had just appeared in the air when the terrifying pressure it carried instantly caused the Pegasus horses they rode to lie prostrate on the ground. At the same time, the forest in an area of over 600 m around them had been instantly obliterated. A high-rank half-saint. The expressions of everyone here changed drastically. Suddenly, the old man who drove the carriage leaped up and smashed his fist towards the palm. Bang! The huge palm trembled slightly before the formidable force from the collision caused the space around it to ripple violently. It's the Sky Divine Hall. Protect the third young miss. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man's figure vanished on the spot, and it didn't take long for rumbling explosions to resound from the sky. Suddenly, over 100 black-clothes figures appeared around the group, and all of them were high-rank Monarch Realm experts. Kill everyone besides Yu Wushuang. A voice resounded, and then the black-clothed figures charged at Yu Gang and the others. Yang Yi glanced at them, and then he pondered deeply for an instant before flickering off and vanishing from their fields of vision. Don't leave a single one of them alive. A voice resounded abruptly, and then 2 of the black-robed men chased after Yang Yi. Around 20 breaths of time later, a man who wore a red robe and a black cloak appeared here. Sky Divine Hall, who do you think you are to cause trouble in the territory of my Tao order? As soon as the red-robed man finished speaking, the head of one of those black-robed men flew into the air. Chapter 855. The red-robed man was Yang Yi, of course. Actually, he had no intention of interfering with the conflict with Sky Divine Hall and Matchless City, and that was why he had chosen to leave. Unfortunately, the Sky Divine Hall actually wanted to leave no one alive. Of course, the most important reason was that he didn't like Sky Divine Hall. Not to mention that they'd imprisoned in Nanjing, they actually wanted to get her married to their junior sect master. So, since the moment he found out that the junior sect master of Sky Divine Hall wanted to marry in Nanjing by force, it was impossible for there to be any reconciliation between him and Sky Divine Hall. So, had come back after he killed those two fellows from the Sky Divine Hall. Shadow Strike. As soon as Yang Yi spoke, a ray of red light flashed, and then the heads of two Monarch Realm experts flew into the air. Yang Yi was about to attack when a black-robed man suddenly appeared before Yang Yi. My Sky Divine Hall and your Tao Order have always stayed out of each other's business. Why are you interfering in the business between my Sky Divine Hall and Matchless City? I can't stand the sight of Sky Divine Hall. Yang Yi roared furiously as he stomped the ground with his right foot, and his figure shot forward explosively while the dagger in his grasp emanated a cold glow as it swept towards the black-robed man's throat. With the ability of Yu Dao Order, the black-robed man grunted coldly as he tapped his finger forward, and it just happened to tap against Yang Yi's dagger. The dagger shook violently before shattering into pieces, and Yang Yi's expression changed slightly beneath his cloak. Meanwhile, the black-robed man had arrived in front of him. At the same time, two of the black-robed man's fingers had arrived not too far away from Yang Yi, and it was about to tap against Yang Yi's throat. Yang Yi's reaction wasn't slow in the slightest. He tapped the tip of his foot against the ground, and then he glided backwards. However, his figure shot forward like an arrow a moment later. Die! As Yang Yi's voice resounded, his foot whistled sharply through the air, and it kicked at the black-robed man. You're not even qualified to do that. As soon as the black-robed man finished speaking, he tapped his finger forward again. A powerful gust of wind suddenly appeared around him, and the space in the path of the black-robed man's finger warped before it. It was an extremely shocking sight. Bang! The leg and finger collided, and an explosion resounded. The formidable force of the collision caused space to instantly split apart at the point of collision. Moreover, they each took around 10 steps backwards. You're from the hidden path or a Tao Order steward. The black-robed man in a low voice that carried a trace of seriousness. The hidden path? A Tao Order steward. Yang Yi's brows knit together beneath his cloak, and then he said, would someone from the hidden path or a Tao Order steward even be needed to deal with your Sky Divine Hall? Just someone from my mortal path is sufficient. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi's figure shot forward explosively once more. Yang Yi and the black-robed man fought for a while, and his expression had gradually become solemn. Because he noticed that the black-robed man's combat instinct was very formidable, and his finger techniques were extremely powerful as the black-robed man was actually able to stop his physical strength by force. Even if Head only utilized around 70% of his strength, but that was still comparable to the strength of a Monarch Realm demon beast. As he fought the black-robed man, Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings, and he noticed that the situation was quite bad. While Yu Gang and the others were elites amongst elites, they were still quite weak when compared to the black-robed men. Coupled with the fact that the black-robed men had the advantage in numbers, so the forces from Matchless City were being suppressed in the battle. Yang Yi pondered deeply for a moment, and then he stopped staying locked in combat with the black-robed man. He swiftly smashed his fist against the black-robed man's finger, and the powerful force it carried caused the black-robed man's finger to be bent. Moreover, the black-robed man was blasted over 300 m back. As soon as he blasted the black-robed man back, Yang Yi didn't stay there for a moment longer. His figure flashed into the group from Sky Divine Hall and gave each a punch. Everyone here was stunned, because anyone who came into contact with Yang Yi's fist was killed on the spot, had their limbs broken, or suffered heavy injuries. He was truly crushing them. The situation instantly turned around once Yang Yi joined the battle. However, that black-robed man who fought Yang Yi just now had swiftly obstructed his path. But this time, The black-robed man was blasted flying over 1 kilometer away instead. In less than 20 breaths of time, Yang Yi had killed almost 30 members of Sky Divine Hall, and the forces of Matchless City gained the upper hand under Yang Yi's lead. Retreat. Suddenly, a voice resounded from the sky. Those black-robed figures didn't hesitate to flicker off and vanish when they heard this. Only the black-robed man who fought Yang Yi had stayed behind. The black-robed man stared at Yang Yi as he asked, "Who exactly are you?" Yang Yi replied, "Just a tiny disciple of the Tao Order." "Good. Very good. The Tao Order." The black-robed man spoke in a low voice, and then his figure vanished from their fields of vision. "Tao Order. My Sky Divine Hall will remember this." A voice resounded from high above in the sky. "The Sky Divine Hall is nothing. Allow me to represent the Tao Order and say this. The North belongs to my Tao Order. So long as anyone from Sky Divine Hall dares to come here in the future, then he'll kill every single one of them." Yang Yi raised his head and looked up into the sky, and his voice was filled with disdain. "Because of what you just said, all the disciples of the Tao Order within the South won't ever be able to return." The voice resounded once more from the sky. However, it was slightly soft. Obviously, its owner had left. Yang Yi was delighted when he heard this. That's really for the best. It's best if the Tao Order and Sky Divine Hall fight to the death. "Brother, thank you." Meanwhile, Yugon suddenly walked over to Yang Yi and cupped his fists to Yang Yi. The other surviving members of the cavalry, which only amounted to over a dozen, now cupped their fists to Yang Yi as well, and they had rather respectful expressions on their faces. Suddenly, Qin Jiao walked over to Yang Yi and asked, "You're a disciple of the Tao Order?" Yang Yi paid no attention to Qin Jiao, and he gazed at the old man who had suddenly returned to the carriage. The old man seemed to have noticed Yang Yi's gaze, and he looked at Yang Yi as well before nodding slightly. "Thank you, young brother." Yang Yi nodded, and then he said, "I'm heading to Matchless City as well. Are all of you going in the same direction?" "That's naturally for the best," Yu Gang hurriedly said. "May I know your name?" Yang Yi spoke casually. Yang. "Brother Yang, thank you for the assistance earlier." Yu Gang cupped his fists towards Yang Yi again, and then he said, "If it wasn't for Brother Yang, then the consequences would have been unimaginable." "Oomph." Suddenly, Qin Jiao grunted coldly and said, "Did all of you notice that trash from the ancient sword school immediately fleeing when those black-robed men arrived? What an embarrassment." When she spoke up to this point, she suddenly gazed at Yang Yi and revealed a charming smile. This disciple of the Tao Order was much more courageous, just like Brother Xiao. No, Brother Yang is much more courageous than Brother Xiao. Brother Yang. Yang Yi felt disgusted, and he had the slight impulse to chop off her head. Yu Gang shook his head and said, "I thought he was joking when he said that he would run upon encountering danger, but I never expected that. Alas, I've never seen someone so afraid of death amongst the disciples of the ancient sword school that I've met in the past." Yang Yi shook his head and didn't provide any explanation. The reason Head lent a hand and killed those black-robed men was mainly because Sky Divine Hall and Tao Order were both his enemies. It wasn't for all of them at all. As for what they think, it wasn't important to him at all. "Thank you for the assistance just now." Suddenly, a clear and melodious voice resounded from behind Yang Yi. Yang Yi looked over to the source of the voice, and he saw a young girl standing behind him. She was very young, and just around 10 years old. There was even a tiny ponytail hanging behind her head. While she was young, there was a trace of maturity on her face, and it surprised Yang Yi a little. "Third young miss." Yu Gang hurriedly moved over to greet her. What are you doing out here?" The young girl waved her hand, and then she glanced at the corpses of the cavalry that had died in battle. After that, she bowed to those corpses and said, "All of you died for me, you Wushuang. You'll remember this. Don't worry, we'll take good care of your families. Uncle Gang, remember to reward all these fallen soldiers with 10,000 extreme-grade energy stones, and allow their families to enjoy the best protection and benefits in the city. As for the soldiers that are still alive, reward them with a year of their salary." "Thank you, third young miss." Yu Gang and the surviving members of the cavalry were instantly overwhelmed with gratitude, and they bowed to her. "It's I who should thank all of you." There was a trace of sorrow in her eyes. All along the way, I would have died countless times if it wasn't for all of your sacrifice. Everyone from Matchless City has the responsibility to protect third young miss. Yu Gang roared furiously. Everyone from Matchless City has the responsibility to protect third young miss. The others roared furiously as well. She's really quite extraordinary. Yang Yi sized her up. Her methods were very extraordinary, but the even more extraordinary thing was that she was actually a Monarch Realm expert. A Monarch Realm expert at the age of 10. Yu Wushuang nodded, and then she gazed at Qin Jiao's group. I presume all of you've realized that the enemy of my Matchless City is Sky Divine Hall. I won't hold it against all of you if you leave right now, and I won't allow any word of this to be spread as well. Their expressions changed slightly. They did desire to leave, because once they found out that Matchless City's enemy was Sky Divine Hall, they really didn't want to interfere in the matter. But if they left now and word of it were to spread, then the Ocean of Clouds Academy would expel them. After all, it wasn't just the Ancient Sword School and the Tao Order that cared about their honor. The Ocean of Clouds Academy was the same. As for what the young girl said about not allowing any word of it to spread, they didn't dare believe it. Suwen laughed bitterly and said, "We can only blame ourselves for being too greedy and accepting this assignment." Yu Wushuang said, "Don't worry, since Sky Divine Hall failed, then if I'm not wrong, it will definitely not attack again in a short period. So, perhaps our journey will be peaceful from now on." Suwen replied, "Then we'll hope third young miss is correct." Yu Wushuang turned around to gaze at Yang Yi. "Can we have a chat within the carriage?" Yang Yi was quite unaccustomed to facing a young girl who acted so maturely. He hesitated for a moment before he nodded, because he was really curious about what she intended to talk to him about. In the carriage, the young girl sat cross-legged before a table made of jade, and then she said to Yang Yi, "Should I call you Yang Yang, Yi Yang, or perhaps Yang Yi?" Chapter 856. Yang Yi gazed at Yu Wushuang for a long time before he said, "When did you see through me?" Yu Wushuang waved her hand lightly, and a teacup floated over to Yang Yi and said, "Please have some tea." Yang Yi took the teacup and sat in front of her, and then he took a small sip before he said, "I'm a boorish man, and I'm unable to enjoy it. Brother Yang really is a straightforward person." Yu Wushuang smiled. As expected of the man who dared to destroy the Tao Order's Hell's Coffin, Yang Yi asked, "Why did you invite me in here?" Yu Wushuang was too mature, and he didn't really like it, because it felt like it was mostly all an act. She said, "Brother Yang should have just come from Martial Enlightenment City. As for your objective, it should be Matchless City, and then utilize the teleportation formation there to return to the Ancient Sword School. Am I right?" Yang Yi answered, "Yes." Yu Wushuang said, "Matchless City is my home, and that teleportation formation belongs to me clan as well." Yang Yi gazed at her and spoke in a very calm voice. "What are you trying to say?" "I can escort you back to the Ancient Sword School." Yu Wushuang looked him in the eyes and spoke, and there was no smile on her quite immature face. Yang Yi replied, "You wouldn't even be able to protect yourself without that old geezer sitting outside there." She grinned and said, "Brother Yang, you seem to look down on women a little." "I don't." Yang Yi said, "I know two women who are very strong, and they are stronger than many men whom I've met. So, I've never looked down on women, and I've never looked down on you. I am just stating a fact." Yu Wushuang's eyes lit up, and she said, "I presume that women who even Brother Yang praises are definitely very extraordinary, right?" Yang Yi waved his hands and said, "I don't like talking with you, so just get to the point." She said, "Brother Yang, is it because you think that I'm young?" Yang Yi didn't speak. He just stood up and walked towards the door. "I heard that Brother Yang has two lovers, and they are even beautiful sisters. I presume that Brother Yang definitely doesn't want any mishaps to occur to them, right?" Yu Wushuang didn't finish speaking because something flashed before her eyes, and then Yang Yi was in front of her. After that, she instantly felt something pressed down upon her neck, and she felt almost suffocated. Suddenly, the old man who drove the carriage appeared within it. "Let her go." The old man clenched both his fists slowly while killing intent flashed in his eyes. Yang Yi paid no attention to the old man. He just tightened his grip on her neck and said, I merely wanted to get a ride to the city, and I had no ill intent to matchless city. Not only did I have no ill intent, but I even lent you a hand. However, not only did you not express any substantial gratitude, you even intended to use me. Moreover, you even threatened me for that purpose. Little girl, do you think I wouldn't dare to kill you? Do you want to give it a try? You just have to blink twice, and you'll find out if I dare to kill you. Yang Yi, if you dare to touch her. The old man intended to say something, but Yang Yi interrupted him and said, They'll break her neck right now if you speak another word. Do you want to try me? The old man's face fell, and his lips moved a little, but he didn't speak in the end. Yu Wushuang opened her lips that had turned slightly purple, but Yang Yi showed no signs of intending to loosen his grip. Meanwhile, the old man clenched his fists tightly but didn't dare to attack. Yang Yi gazed at her for a short while before he suddenly released her. Yu Wushuang fell straight to the ground and started gasping for air. The old man was about to attack when Yu Wushuang waved her hand. Uncle Li, you can leave. The old man glanced at Yang Yi, and then he glanced at Yu Wushuang. In the end, he nodded and left. Looks like I made a mistake when evaluating your disposition. Yu Wushuang continued, and I underestimated your boldness as well. You were clearly aware that a high-rank half-saint was right outside, yet you still acted against me. Needless to say, you really are bold. Yang Yi walked over to her and chuckled. You were clearly afraid earlier, yet still insisted on acting like you weren't afraid at all. Your life is really quite tiring. Yang Yi walked out of the carriage once he finished speaking. Yang Yi didn't notice that Yu Wushuang's figure had stiffened when he finished speaking, and it was like she was frozen on the spot. As soon as he left the carriage, the old man was standing in his way. Yang Yi said, Just drop the act. Not to mention you, the ancient sword sect wouldn't even allow the master of Sky Divine Hall to kill me right now. So, just save your strength and breath. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi's figure flashed around the old man and descended onto his horse. Yang Yi had just sat on the horse when Qian Jiao rode her horse over to his side. Yang Yi truly didn't want to waste his breath on her, so he said, Shut up, or I won't be able to stop myself from slapping you. However, Qian Jiao wasn't furious at all, and she started smiling instead, as expected. All the men from the Dao Order are overbearing. I like overbearing men, just like senior brother Xiao. Yang Yi slowly clenched his right fist. Right when he was about to smash his fist against her face, Yu Wushuang had suddenly ridden a horse over to his side and smiled. Brother Yang, you should give it some consideration. Young Miss Qian's grandfather isn't just a quasi-saint. Her grandmother is even one of the 7 saints of the Ocean of Clouds Academy, a true Saint Realm expert. Moreover, both her grandfather and grandmother are very protective. If anyone were to bully her, then her grandfather and grandmother would definitely stop at nothing to take revenge. Qian Jiao smiled proudly, of course. Would anyone even dare to bully me within Pine Prefecture? Right, as for that Yang Yi. He actually dared to kill my senior brother Xiao. He better not let me see him, otherwise I'll definitely cripple him and make him live the life of a eunuch. Qian Jiao, who bullied you? Suddenly, roaring laughter resounded from afar, and then a man who wore a white robe strode over from the sky in the distance. In the beginning, the man was over 3 kilometers away, but it only took a moment for him to arrive before Yang Yi and the others. Senior brother Su Wusheng. The others from the academy were shocked when they saw the white-robed man. As for Qian Jiao, she had charged over immediately and embraced Su Wusheng, and then she kissed him on the lips before everyone. The members of the academy were quite embarrassed, but they didn't dare say anything about it. Su Wusheng. There was a trace of surprise in Yu Wushuang's eyes when she saw the white-robed man, and then she glanced at Yang Yi. Su Wusheng is an extraordinary genius in the younger generation of the academy, and he can be ranked in at least the top 10 of its younger generation. Miss you. You're too kind. Meanwhile, Su Wusheng had suddenly walked over to Yu Wushuang while holding Qian Jiao's hand, and she said, It's just some undeserved reputation. I'm much more inferior when compared to the ancient sword school's Lu Weiner, the Dao Order's protector of order, the endless devil sect's void lord, and the junior sect master of Sky Divine Hall. Yu Wushuang smiled slightly and said, Young Master Su, You're too humble. Young Master Su came here to take Miss Qian and the others, right? Su Wuxing nodded and said, besides that, there is one other thing, and it's to seek help from young Miss Yu. Oh. Yu Wushuang was slightly surprised. May I know what it is? Su Wuxing said, the Yu clan's network of information is peerless in the world, and I hope to gain young Miss Yes help in finding someone. Who? Yang Yi. Yang Yes' eyes narrowed slightly as he gazed at Su Wuxing. Meanwhile, Yu Wushuang was slightly stunned and said, may I know why you're looking for him? To teach him a lesson, of course. Su Wuxing spoke flatly. He killed disciples of my Ocean of Cloud Academy and looked down on my academy. As a disciple of the Ocean of Clouds Academy, how could I tolerate something like that? Yu Wushuang replied, but young Master Su seems to be at the Monarch realm? Don't worry. Su Wuxing said, I won't bully him, and he'll fight him with a single hand. A single hand? Yang Yi glanced at Su Wuxing, and then he shook his head. Su Wuxing's strength was probably slightly stronger than Manba. However, if they really did fight, then he would probably lose to Manba because Manba was ruthless. A single hand. Yu Wushuang's face stiffened slightly, and then she glanced at Yang Yi and said, young Master Su, it looks like you're very confident. She didn't know what Yang Yi's true strength was like, but based on how Yang Yi fought earlier, she could only describe it as unfathomable. Perhaps Yang Yi's accomplishments in the battle within Martial Enlightenment City hadn't spread, or perhaps either the ancient sword school or Tao Order had stopped it from spreading. But she was aware of it. What a joke. She was very clearly aware of the strength that those white-robed disciples of the Tao Order possessed, and it could be said that any one of them would be sufficient to defeat all these elite guards she had with them. But even such figures weren't able to resist a single swing of Yang Yi's sword. Yet now, this fellow before her intended to fight Yang Yi with a single hand. Actually, even using one hand is too much for him. There was a wisp of ridicule on the corners of Su Wuxing's mouth as he said, he only knows how to bully those weak disciples of the Tao Order, and he hasn't encountered me. If he did, then annihilating him would only take an instant. I know that young Miss you might think that I'm being conceited, but all I want to say is that it's really not difficult for me to kill him. When he spoke up to this point, a strand of terrifying pressure erupted from within him, and the expressions of Yu Wushuang and the others changed drastically. Battle intent. Tuned level heaven, rank battle intent. There was a trace of interest in Yang Yi's eyes, because he hadn't expected Su Wuxing to possess tuned level heaven rank battle intent. He really had failed to discern it this time. Tuned level heaven rank battle intent? Qian Jiao was stunned for a moment, and then she embraced him with excitement before whispering in his ears, "They'll take very good care of you tonight." Su Wuxing glanced at Yu Wushuang and the others, and he had slight embarrassment on his face. But it didn't take long for his expression to return to normal. Young Master Su is qualified to be arrogant. Meanwhile, Yu Wushuang spoke abruptly. Su Wuxing chuckled and said, "I heard that Yang Yi has 2 lovers. Please help me locate their whereabouts as well. It's best if you can find them before you find Yang Yi. I want Yang Yi to watch as his women are humiliated before his eyes. I want the world to know that those who dare to offend my Ocean of Clouds Academy will suffer a fate that's 10 times worse than what they would suffer from offending the Tao Order." Yu Wushuang's expression changed, and she looked at Yang Yi. However, Yang Yi had vanished from his horse. Chapter 857. In the beginning, Yang Yi wasn't interested in Qian Jiao and Su Wuxing at all, and had never thought about offending them, let alone the Ocean of Clouds Academy. After all, he wasn't a madman. However, he hadn't expected that Su Wuxing would actually intend to target Fan Meng, and it was absolutely not something he could tolerate. Yang Yi was extremely swift, and coupled with the fact that head struck abruptly, Su Wuxing wasn't even able to react before Yang Yi's fist arrived before him. Su Wuxing was shocked, but his reaction wasn't slow. He spun the tip of his foot against the ground, and his entire figure curved in a strange way to avoid Yang Yi's fist. Moreover, his right leg even kicked at Yang Yi's face. However, his right leg had only just been raised when Yang Yi's foot stomped it down, and then a fist smashed against his chest. A muffled groan resounded from Su Wuxing as a mouthful of blood sprayed from his mouth, and his figure was blasted flying. Yang Yi didn't just stop after this. His figure flashed while Su Wuxing's figure was flying backwards, and he instantly arrived in front of Su Wuxing. After that, he swiftly stomped his right foot towards Su Wuxing's stomach. Another mouthful of blood sprayed from Su Wuxing's mouth, and his figure curved like a bow as it flew over 1 kilometer away. Stop him! Meanwhile, Su Wan and the others recovered from their shock, and their expressions changed when they noticed that Yang Yi showed no signs of stopping. They intended to lend Su Wuxing a hand because he was a disciple of the academy at any rate, so they absolutely couldn't just stand by idly. However, Qian Jiao stood in their path. What do you mean stop? Let them fight. As she spoke, Qian Jiao gazed at Yang Yi while a glow of excitement filled her eyes. Su Wan and the others were at a loss for words. As for Su Gang and the others, they gazed at Yu Wushuang instead. Yu Wushuang pondered deeply for a moment before she shook her head. At this moment, Yang Yi was clearly in an angry state, and she didn't want to bring such misfortune upon herself. He seems harmless when he's calm, but once he gets mad, he's a complete and utter madman. This time, Su Wuxing didn't give Yang Yi another chance to strike another punch against him, and he immediately stood up once he fell to the ground. At this moment, his clothes had split apart, and there was a pitch-black leather armor beneath his clothes. However, even the leather armor had split apart. You aren't even a match for me, yet you intend to look for Yang Yi. Does your Ocean of Clouds Academy know how weak you are? As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi took a step forward, and just this step allowed Yang Yi to instantly arrive before Su Wuxing. Meanwhile, a strand of terrifying battle intent erupted from Su Wuxing. The battle intent pressed down onto Yang Yi like a mountain, but Yang Yi smashed it apart with a single swing of his fist. After that, Su Wuxing felt a hand clamp down on his throat. Su Wuxing was horrified, and terror filled his eyes. Tuned level heaven rank battle intent? Yang Yi laughed with ridicule. Your battle intent is superficial, and it can't even be considered to be at the 1st level of the heaven rank. How laughable. Yang. Suddenly, Qian Jiao spoke. You've won. So let him go. Yang Yi asked, would I gain anything from doing that? Qian Jiao was slightly stunned and said, he's a member of the Ocean of Clouds Academy, you. Ah! Su Wuxing suddenly let out a shrill cry. The expressions of the others changed drastically because one of Su Wuxing's arms had flown off into the air. As for Qian Jiao, she was stunned for a moment before growing even more excited, and she seemed as if she wanted to eat Yang Yi as she gazed at him. Yang Yi spoke indifferently, 100,000 extreme-grade energy stones. Do you know who I am? In the Ocean of Clouds Academy, Su Wuxing gazed resentfully at Yang Yi. However, he hadn't even finished speaking when Yang Yi suddenly pressed his palm down upon Su Wuxing's other shoulder, and he said, do you have them, or do you not? As soon as Yang Yi finished speaking, he shook his head and said, I know people like you quite well, so I've decided to use force before trying to talk about it. A shrill and miserable cry resounded. The expressions of Yu Wushuang and the others changed again when they witnessed this scene, and their gazes had even more fear within them as they gazed at Yang Yi. Qian Jiao, save me, save me. Su Wuxing gazed at Qian Jiao with a pleading gaze. Qian Jiao glanced at Su Wuxing, and there was a trace of pity and ridicule in her eyes. After that, she waved her right hand, and a spatial ring appeared before Yang Yi. There are 100,000 extreme-grade energy stones in there, so let him go. Yang Yi took the spatial ring and released Su Wuxing, and the latter immediately slumped weakly to the ground. Yang Yi waved his hand, and the spatial ring on Su Wuxing's severed arm flew into his grasp as well, and he noticed that there were only a few thousand extreme-grade energy stones within it. Su Wuxing suddenly asked, Why? He knew that had encountered an expert, and it was even an extraordinary expert. However, he didn't understand why such an extraordinary expert would attack him. I can't stand the sight of you. Yang Yi spoke casually. Su Wuxing's expression became extremely unsightly. He stared fixedly at Yang Yi and said, Good. Very good indeed. The disciples of the Tao order are truly overbearing beyond comparison. They'll remember this. You won't have another chance. A ray of cold light flashed, and then Su Wuxing's head flew into the air. At this moment, everyone here was petrified, including Yu Wushuang's group. You didn't keep your word. Qian Jiao gazed at Yang Yi with a slightly unsightly expression on her face. Yang Yi said, I released him, but he just had to threaten me. I'm a person who likes to crush all potential danger before they can amount to anything. Qian Jiao spoke in a low voice. You won't live long with such a character. Yang Yi smiled. So, I work hard to make myself stronger. He knew that he was too inflexible, and he knew that it made him bring calamity down upon himself with ease and make numerous enemies everywhere. However, he didn't want to change it. Should he make himself suffer injustice to please others? No, he liked to make others feel aggrieved while he was pleased. For example, he knew that killing Su Wuxing might offend the Ocean of Clouds Academy, but he would feel very annoyed if he didn't kill Su Wuxing. Because when it came to some people, making the slightest compromise would make that person think you could be bullied. So, all you would get in return was even more aggravated revenge. Of course, Yang Yi knew that only formidable strength would allow him to act as he pleased. So, just as Head said, Head constantly worked hard on becoming stronger. The hands of the strong controlled their own destiny. The mouths of the strong had the right to speak, and the fists of the strong were the law. If he was strong, then no one would dare to disagree, even if he said a rock was a piece of gold. Qian Jiao suddenly said, Be my man. I'm not interested in the slightest in things that have been used by many. Yang Yi glanced coldly at her before turning around and leaping up onto his horse. Qian Jiao's expression was slightly unsightly. What are you trying to say? Yang Yi paid no attention to her and gazed at Yu Wushuang instead. Young Miss Yu, I think we can set out now. Yu Wushuang glanced at Qian Jiao, who had an unsightly expression on her face, and then nodded. Brother Yang, please come meet me within the carriage. Don't worry, it's because I've received some information, and you should be interested in that information. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment before he nodded. Yang, what were you trying to say? Meanwhile, Qian Jiao obstructed Yang Ye's path and said, So only you men can play with women, but we women can't play with me? You. Yang Yi suddenly appeared in front of Qian Jiao, and then a hand clamped down on Qian Jiao's throat. Firstly, you're free to kill anyone you want to play with. I'm not interested in paying any attention to that. However, can you not make noise in front of me? I really want to punch your head into pieces, but I didn't in the end because I truly don't want to kill the young and be chased by a few of the older generation later. I'm really too busy right now, and I really don't have time to play with that grandfather and grandmother of yours. However, I'm truly afraid that I wouldn't be able to stop myself if you continue making noise like this. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi relaxed his grip slightly, and Qian Jiao instantly slumped down to the ground. You actually dared to treat me like that? Qian Jiao had a savage expression on her face, but Yang Yi paid no attention to her and just entered the carriage. Yu Wushuang said, Aren't you afraid she would take revenge for humiliating her like that? While she isn't strong, she had many men in the academy. After all, both her grandfather and grandmother have high posts in the academy, so forming a relationship with her is very beneficial in the academy. Moreover, she really is quite beautiful. Yang Yi said, Let's just get down to business. Yu Wushuang grinned and said, All right, we'll do that. There are two things I have to tell you. The one is that Sky Divine Palace suddenly acted against the Tao Order in the south, and almost 1,000 disciples of the Tao Order were annihilated. Not a single one of them was left alive. For the sake of taking revenge, the Tao Order annihilated many members of Sky Divine Hall in the north as well. Congratulations, your plan succeeded. Now, Sky Divine Hall and the Tao Order are enemies. Yang Yi suddenly asked, Why is Sky Divine Hall trying to kill you? He knew that the reason Sky Divine Hall was taking revenge on the Tao Order was because Head spoiled their plans. In other words, she was very important to Sky Divine Hall, and that was why Sky Divine Hall was taking revenge. Yu Wushuang's face turned slightly grim, because I have a unique physique. So the junior sect master of Sky Divine Hall wants to capture me and make me his cultivation furnace. A cultivation furnace. Yang Ye's expression changed slightly. Could the junior sect master of Sky Divine Hall be planning to do the same when he decided to marry in Nanjing and Muhanshan? Yang Yi couldn't help but reveal ghastly killing intent when he thought up to this point. Yu Wushuang shook her head and said, "Let's not talk about this anymore. There's one more thing, and it's related to you as well. Don't act impulsively once I tell you about it." Yang Yi frowned. "What is it?" Yu Wushuang fell silent for a long time before she said, "Those two women of yours are probably in danger. Because according to the information I obtained, there are experts of the Tao Order who intend to act against those two women of yours. As for the reason, you should know why." Suddenly, Yu Wushuang's brows knit together slightly, and she seemed to be listening to something. A short while passed before she looked up at Yang Yi and said, 10 breaths of time ago, those two women of yours fell into the grasps of the god of death, Kong Lian." Yang Yi slowly closed his eyes and said, "Looks like I wasn't ruthless enough. Where are they?" She replied, "Martial Enlightenment City. I owe you a favor." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi turned around and left. Yu Wushuang quickly asked, "Are you not returning to the ancient sword school anymore?" "I'm not. They'll be heading to the Tao Order once I'm done." His voice resounded, but his figure was over 1 kilometer away. Chapter 858. Martial Enlightenment City. Outside the city gates, the corpses of the disciples of the Tao Order were still hanging on the city walls, and those words Yang Yi left behind were still there as well. However, there was another string of corpses hanging by the side of those corpses, and all of them belonged to the ancient sword school. Moreover, there were over 60 of them hanging there. Besides that, 4 disciples of the ancient sword school were kneeling down below those corpses. They were Lin Xiao and the others, but Wu Yinzhong wasn't there. They were still alive, but their dantians were broken, and their kneecaps had been shattered. So, it was worse than death for the 4 of them. A young man sat cross-legged at the entrance to the city. He wore linen clothes and had a string of fist-sized bones hanging on his neck. His eyes were slightly narrowed while he held a strange seal before his chest, and he seemed like head fallen asleep. At the left of the city gates was a woman, Kong Lian. Besides that, Fan Ming and Fanli were by her sides. At this moment, both of them had blank expressions in their eyes, and it was like they were dazed. It was truly quite a strange sight. There was also a huge crowd all around the city gates. They were from Martial Enlightenment City, but most of them were from other cities. "The Tao Order has come to take revenge?" Someone spoke softly from amongst the spectators. "That young man's strength is truly terrifying. Lin Xiao is said to be one of the 3 swordsmen of the ancient sword school, but he wasn't even able to resist a single move from that young man. Such strength. Do all of you think he's the #1 genius in the Tao Order, the protector of order? That's impossible. The protector of order stepped foot into the half-saint realm a year ago, but this young man is only a high-rank exalt realm cultivator. How could he possibly be the same person? Moreover, unless Yang Yi attains the half-saint realm, otherwise, the protector of order's pride would absolutely not allow him to step forward and deal with Yang Yi. If he did, he would target Lu Weiner instead. But this young man's strength is truly terrifying. I'm sure all of you've witnessed the strength possessed by Lin Xiao and the others. While they are only at the exalt realm, even ordinary monarch realm experts are no match for them. However, they practically couldn't even resist that young man. I think that Yang Yi is finished. Not only Yang Yi is finished, I think that many disciples of the ancient sword school are finished as well. Look, that black-clothed fellow is dragging over more corpses. Someone suddenly spoke loudly. Countless people looked over towards the distance, and they saw a black-clothed figure slowly dragging over a dozen corpses in their direction. All of these corpses had sword chests on their backs, and they wore the emblem of the ancient sword school. The black-clothed figure walked over to the city gates and casually tossed the corpses up before the iron chain in his grasp shot up to the city wall and hung them on the wall. After that, he vanished on the spot. That black-clothed fellow is from the Tao Order's hidden path, and that young man seated cross-legged on the ground is probably a Tao Order steward. A man in luxurious robes spoke solemnly from a corner of the area. The hidden path? A Tao Order steward? The woman who stood by his side asked, "The two paths that are the most mysterious and strongest in the Tao order?" He nodded in response. "Alas, looks like the Tao order is really serious now. Brother Yang is in danger." It was Li Maozhen and Li Qingyi. The Tao order was determined to regain its lost honor, so it had spread the word throughout the north of Pine Prefecture that it had set up an arena outside Martial Enlightenment City to compete with the younger generation of the ancient sword school. No, it wasn't a competition. It should be called a life and death battle. After they heard of the news, Li Maozhen and Li Qingyi rushed over immediately. It wasn't just them. Countless other geniuses and cultivators in the north had rushed to Martial Enlightenment City. This time, while a war hadn't erupted between the ancient sword school and the Tao order, they had no doubt that it was definitely the most severe conflict in the history of the two sections. It was even to the extent that it might escalate to war between these two platinum-rank sects of the north. If they were to enter into war, then the entire north of Pine Prefecture would be transformed into a battlefield. Because practically all the powers beneath the platinum rank throughout the north of Pine Prefecture were aligned with either one of these two platinum rank sections. It could be said that the attention of all the powers in the north were focused on Martial Enlightenment City. Li Qingyi asked, "Has the ancient sword school not sent anyone here?" Li Maozhen replied, "How could the ancient sword school be unaware when the Tao order caused such a commotion? If I'm not wrong, then its geniuses should be on the way to Martial Enlightenment City. However, I don't know if Lu Weiner will come. If she does, then the Protector of Order will definitely come as well. If both of them come, then the younger generation of both the Tao Order and Ancient Sword School would definitely suffer heavy losses. In short, the situation is getting more and more out of control. The Ancient Sword School has lost even more disciples," someone shouted. They looked over and saw that over a dozen more corpses had appeared on the city walls, and all of them were disciples of the Ancient Sword School. Why hasn't Yang Yi arrived until now? Could he be afraid? It's probably impossible. Yang Yi's a ruthless fellow, so he probably wouldn't be afraid. It might be that he was delayed by something. That may not necessarily be the case. He would be considered to have one if he arrives at the Ancient Sword School, and the Ancient Sword School would protect him as well. If he returns here, then he might die here. After all, the Tao Order has even sent members of the Hidden Path and a Tao Order steward. Don't worry, even if Yang Yi doesn't come, other disciples of the Ancient Sword School would still come to fight the Tao Order. The Tao Order suffered such a humiliation earlier, so if Yang Yi doesn't come, then it would be the Ancient Sword School which loses face instead. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Is that Yang Yi?" All the others looked over, and they saw a man who wore a green robe and carried a sword chest on his back, walking slowly towards the city gates. Li Maozhen and Li Qingyi had looked over as well, but they frowned slightly because it wasn't Yang Yi. He isn't Yang Yi. Some of the people here could recognize Yang Yi, so they immediately determined that it wasn't Yang Yi when they saw him. Meanwhile, the young man who sat before the city gates suddenly opened his eyes, and he glanced at the man before he said, "You're not Yang Yi." The green-robed man replied, "Didn't you Tao Order want to challenge the younger generation of my ancient sword school? So, it doesn't matter if I'm Yang Yi or not, right?" The young man nodded. "You're right, so attack then." OM. A sword howl shot into the sky from his sword chest, and then a strand of terrifying sword intent erupted from within him. "Once level heaven rank sword intent?" someone exclaimed. However, the sword intent suddenly dispersed, and then everyone watched as the green-robed man just fell to the ground. The surroundings fell silent to the point even a falling needle could be heard. Everyone gazed at the young man at the city gates. He was still seated cross-legged, and he showed no signs of having moved. Too weak. The young man shook his head before closing his eyes. Too weak. A sword cultivator with heaven-rank sword intent was too weak. Everyone here was beyond shocked. At the same time, they felt even more reverence to the Tao Order. How formidable! Li Qingyi's eyes were filled with shock because she hadn't even seen how he attacked. Indeed, Li Maozhen had a solemn expression in his eyes. "Big brother, were you able to see how he attacked?" "I only saw a shadow," Li Maozhen said. His speed had surpassed the speed of a peak monarch realm expert, and it's at least 10 times the speed of sound. Actually, that sword cultivator was dead since the moment his sword intent surged out. However, even he hadn't noticed his death because it was too quick. He's the fastest person I've seen in my lifetime. If Brother Yang's strength is still the same as that day, then he'll absolutely not be a match for that young man. Will he come? Definitely. Why? Li Maozhen smiled but remained silent. While another disciple of the ancient sword school had been instantly annihilated, there were still more disciples of the ancient sword school who came over and challenged the young man. However, there was no exception, and every single one of them hadn't been able to resist a single move. So, more than 40 corpses had been added to the corpses hanging on the city wall. The young man who sat cross-legged there spoke abruptly. If Yang Yi still doesn't come in 15 minutes, then cripple one of the younger woman's hands. If he doesn't come in 30 minutes, then cripple all her limbs. Kong Lian had a savage expression on the corners of her mouth as she said, "No, I have a better idea. Tempest Mountain Range." At this moment, Yang Yi had quite an unsightly expression because almost 100 monarch realm eagles were around him. Not only were they enormous to the point that they blotted out the sky, but they were also covered in electricity. Moreover, they were extraordinarily swift. So even if he executed Horizon Warp, he still hadn't been able to shake them off. Most importantly, the eagle in the lead was at the half-saint realm. The black eagle which led the group gazed at Yang Yi as it spoke in a low voice, "Human, flying is prohibited on my Tempest Mountain Range. Don't you know that? Or perhaps you're looking down upon my Tempest Mountain Range." Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings, and then a wisp of ferocity surged into his eyes. He really didn't want to waste any time here. But right when he was about to attack, a voice suddenly resounded from behind him. "Seniors, I'm Yu Wushuang from Matchless City, and this is my friend. He has urgent matters to attend to, so can you excuse him this time?" Yang Yi turned around and saw that Yu Wushuang had suddenly appeared not too far behind him with the old man. Matchless City? The black eagle's gaze descended onto Yu Wushuang. Yu Wushuang nodded, and then she waved her hand. 5 monarch realm inner cores appeared before the eagle as she said, "It's just a small token of my gratitude. I hope you'll accept it." The black eagle pondered deeply for a moment before it opened its mouth and sucked in those inner cores. After that, it glanced at Yang Yi and said, "Only this time." Yang Yi turned around to glance at Yu Wushuang and said, "Thank you." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi stomped his foot against the ground, and then his figure shot up explosively and vanished into the sky. However, he hadn't even traveled 50 kilometers once someone else obstructed his path. It was none other than the black-robed man who led the group that attacked Yu Wushuang's group earlier. Because of certain reasons, I hadn't been able to utilize my true strength earlier. Come, let's have a proper fight. As he spoke, the black-robed man pressed together the fingers on his right hand before slowly moving them in Yang Yi's direction. "Fuck off." Accompanying this furious shout from Yang Yi was a sword howl that shot into the sky. Chapter 859. A ray of sword energy flashed. The black-robed man's expression had suddenly changed drastically when the sword energy appeared, and the profound energy within him instantly surged into his fingers. After that, he swiftly tapped his fingers forward. "Vortex finger." As soon as he spoke, a white vortex appeared at the tip of his fingers, and it instantly absorbed Yang Yi's sword energy. In next to no time, the white vortex expanded larger and larger, and then it exploded apart 2 breaths of time later. A powerful wave of energy swept out swiftly in a circle, and the black-robed man suffered the brunt of it. He was instantly blasted over 3 kilometers away before finally smashing against a huge mountain, causing even the mountain to tremble violently. A long time later, the black-robed man crawled out from the mountain, and Yang Yi had vanished. "Bastard! You're not from the Tao Order. You're from the ancient sword school. We were tricked. Bastard!" The black-robed man's furious howls resounded through the air. Martial Enlightenment City. "Time's up." Kong Lian revealed a strange smile as she stretched out her hand to tap both Fan Li and Fan Meng's foreheads. Both of them instantly woke up from their dazed state. Kong Lian glanced at the two of them, and then her gaze descended onto Fan Meng. I noticed that Yang Yi likes you better, so we'll start with you. Start with me. Fan Li immediately stood in front of Fan Ming and said, Didn't you capture us to threaten Yang Yi? It'll be useless against Yang Yi if you are to harm her. So, start with me. Big sister. Fan Ming wanted to say something, but Fan Li suddenly shouted, Shut up. Don't say anything. What a close pair of sisters. Kong Lian walked over to Fan Li and said, Since you want to go first, then you can. When she spoke up to this point, she turned around and gazed at everyone here. From this moment onward, any one of you just has to pay a single energy stone to enjoy yourself with her, and you can do so until Yang Yi arrives. Fan Li's expression changed while Fan Ming's face instantly turned pale instead. She wanted to say something, but Fan Li glared fiercely at her. Clamorous noise instantly resounded from the surroundings when Kong Lian spoke these words, but no one dared to step forward. What a joke! Who would dare to step forward in such a situation? The Tao Order wasn't in existence they could afford to offend, but could they afford to offend the ancient sword school? Could they afford to offend Yang Yi? Silence. There was absolutely silence in the surroundings. Kong Lian laughed coldly and said, No one dares? That's fine. Since no one dares, then get some beasts of desire. It didn't take long for over a dozen beasts of desire to be led to the city gates by a white-robed man from the Tao Order. Fan Li clenched her fists tightly, but there was no terror in her eyes. There was only icy coldness and a trace of despair. I wonder how Yang Yi would look when he returns and sees his women being used to death by these beasts of desire. Kong Lian laughed coldly, and then she waved her hand. The beasts of desire immediately pounced at Fan Li. I don't know how I'd look, but I know how you'd look when those beasts of desire are on top of you. Suddenly, a voice resounded, and then a ray of light flashed. Those beasts of desire were instantly chopped into hundreds of pieces. Yang Yi, someone exclaimed. Everyone here looked over towards the source of the voice, and they saw Yang Yi walking step by step towards the city gates with a sword chest on his back. Fan Li's body instantly slumped down weakly into Fan Ming's arms when she saw Yang Yi, and her gaze carried a trace of indescribably complicated emotions as she looked at Yang Yi. Kong Lian's eyes narrowed slightly, and her sickle appeared in her grasp. You came at just the right time. Yang Yi shot his gaze towards the city walls, and his right fist was slowly clenched tightly as he gazed at the corpses that hung on the city walls and the 4 others who were kneeling before the city gates. He closed his eyes for a moment, and then he took a deep breath and said, In the end, all of this happened because of me. I, Yang Yi, swear to the heavens that it'll definitely make the Tao Order pay in blood. He had responsibility that couldn't be avoided for the deaths of those disciples from the ancient sword school. After all, if he hadn't pretended to be a disciple of the ancient sword school, then it wouldn't have been swept into this enmity at all. He was a selfish person, but this time, he truly felt that he owed the ancient sword school too much. Kong Lian spoke in a low voice. There are corpses of my Tao Order's disciples there as well. Yang Yi gazed at her and said, They deserved death. Kong Lian was furious, and she said, Good, very good. Yang Yi, you really are arrogant and overbearing. Let me see how long more you can stay that way. Yang Yi's left hand moved slightly, and then the ancient sheath appeared in his grasp. After that, he placed a Tao rank sword within it. Yang Yi said, The enmity between me and the Tao Order started from Lu Sha. That day, he wanted to kill me. Unfortunately, he failed, and I killed him instead. Your Tao Order wanted to take revenge, so it placed the Hell's Coffin in my path and wanted me to get in myself. I refused and had no choice but to destroy them, and then I killed more members of your Tao Order. Just like that, your Tao Order has been constantly sending more and more disciples to kill me. Each was stronger than the last, but all were killed by me. When he spoke up to this point, Yang Yi paused for a moment. What I want to say is that if others don't offend me, then I won't offend anyone. But if someone does offend me, then it'll annihilate everyone related to that person. As soon as he finished speaking, the sword in the ancient sheath suddenly left its sheath, and a strand of sword energy shot towards Kong Lian. The sword energy was extremely swift like a bolt of lightning, and many weren't even able to see its trajectory clearly. However, It suddenly shattered into pieces when it was less than 6 m away from her. "I'm not your opponent." Kong Lian laughed with ridicule and moved aside. Yang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly while a trace of seriousness appeared in his eyes. That attack of him contained 10 overlapped heaven rings. However, it had been destroyed. He shot his gaze towards the young man who sat cross-legged before the city gates. At this moment, that young man was standing up slowly, and he was looking at Yang Yi as well. It uses an instant of explosive force, and it was even overlapped. That's a really good sword technique. The young man stood up and walked step by step towards Yang Yi. After he stood up, everyone finally noticed that his legs didn't have any soles. Yang Yi said, "You were able to detect the trajectory of my sword energy and even blast it apart. You can be ranked in the top 3 amongst the experts of the younger generation that I've met." The ones stand the tuned were naturally Nether Maiden and in Nanjing. The young man said, "Remember that my name is Nan K2 and am a Tao Order Steward. I'm ranked at the 9th position amongst the Tao Order Stewards. The reason I asked you to remember my name was because it'll be the last enemy in your life." "I won't remember it." Yang Yi looked the young man in the eyes and said, "Because I'm not interested in the names of the dead." Nankata gazed at Yang Yi for a short while, and then he grinned. Kong Lian really was correct. "You're very overbearing and arrogant. I hadn't intended to waste my breath on you, but allow me to waste my breath for a moment. These souls of mine hadn't been sliced off by someone. It was I who used them to the point they were worn away. I pursued the truth of the martial Tao since I was 7 years old. I strode through the hills and valleys of Pine Prefecture, and I traveled through more than half of it. While I lost the soles of my feet, I comprehended a lot. Amongst them was the laws of speed. I think that I can kill you with a single move. What do you think?" The laws. Yang Yi wasn't surprised because had expected it when Nan Ketu attacked earlier. After all, Nan Kita's speed couldn't be simply described as being swift, because even the teleportation of the violet mink was probably inferior to his speed. Only the energy of the laws could accomplish such a feat. There were a myriad of laws in the world, and had finally seen another law besides his decay laws and Nether Maiden's laws. Just as Mu Hanshan had said, the Tao Order really was just playing with him before this. Because those fellows from before weren't just a little bit inferior when compared to Nan K2. Nan K2 continued, "I'm actually not interested in torturing people. Unfortunately, not only did you kill members of my Tao Order, but you even humiliated my Tao Order. So, my Tao Order will make you die with everlasting regret. My Tao Order has investigated your background and wasn't able to find your family. We only were able to find out that those sisters from the Fan clan seem to be yours. I'll treat them the same way you treated Manba earlier, and I'll do it in front of you and countless other disciples of the ancient sword school. Is the laws of speed really that formidable?" Yang Yi chuckled and said, "Since you're so confident, then why don't we make a bet?" "What bet?" Nankata said, "Indeed, that would be a little more interesting. After all, wouldn't it be too boring if I just ended your life like that?" Yang Yi said, "Well, bet with 100,000 extreme-grade energy stones and the freedom of the sisters from the Fan clan. All right?" Nankata said, "I have 100,000 extreme-grade energy stones, and the sisters of the Fan clan are in my possession as well. But do you have that many energy stones? Even if you do, what do you possess that's of the same value as those sisters?" Yang Yi withdrew a spatial ring that contained 100,000 extreme-grade energy stones, and he said, "There are 100,000 extreme-grade energy stones in this spatial ring. I didn't hide its content, so you should be able to detect them. As for the sisters from the Fan clan, how about we do this? You tell me what you want, and I'll see if I have it. All right?" "I suddenly realized that those energy stones of yours would be mine if I kill you with just a single move." Nan Kata spoke abruptly. "As for any other things as the wager, they'll be killing you anyway. So would you even be able to do anything for me then?" Yang Yi said, "Then tell me what you want to bet on." Nankata replied, "How about we do this? If I incapacitate you with a single move, then you'll kneel from here until you reach my Tao Order, and you'll constantly shout I, Yang Yi, was wrong, and my ancient sword school was wrong. All right? Don't worry, the experts of my Tao Order will definitely protect you until you kneel your way to the Tao Order." Yang Yi didn't hesitate to answer, all right. Bang. Yang Yi had just finished speaking when everyone saw his figure being blasted flying. However, Nanketu was still standing on the spot. Chapter 860. There was a small hill around 3 kilometers away from the city gates, and everyone watched as Yang Yi's figure smashed against the hill. Bang! The entire hill shook violently, and then it exploded apart and instantly buried Yang Yi. He lost? That insufferably arrogant Yang Yi lost in a single move? Fan Ming and Fan Li were ghastly pale, and their eyes were deathly still. Li Maozhen and Li Qingjia's faces fell. Yang Yi had shown the Li clan great kindness, so they naturally didn't hope that Yang Yi would lose. However, they hadn't imagined that Yang Yi would have actually been unable to even resist Nan Keita's attack. So he was that weak? Kong Lian laughed coldly. Everyone. That's how weak that insufferably arrogant fellow is. That's how weak the disciples of the ancient sword school are. They are weak like ants before the true geniuses of my Tao order. What a huge disappointment. He isn't weak, but everything is useless before absolute speed. Nan Ketu turned around and walked towards the city gates, and then he gazed at the corpses of the disciples of the Tao order which Yang Yi had hung on the city walls. Yang Yi was the beginning, but not the end. Ancient Sword School, the game has only just begun. I hope you'll be able to afford to play this game. I agree. The game has only just begun. Suddenly, a voice resounded from afar. Nan Keita's pupils constricted slightly as he turned around and looked towards the distance. It wasn't just him. The others in the surroundings looked over towards the source of the voice, and they saw that Yang Yi had actually stood up there. There was a scarlet-red palm print on Yang Yi's chest, and it caused his chest to sink down. It was a rather horrifying sight. However, Yang Yi was completely alive and well. Huff. Fan Li instantly heaved a sigh of relief when she saw Yang Yi still alive, and she hugged Fan Ming tightly. This time, it wasn't just Fan Ming who cried. Even Fan Li's eyes flickered with the glow of tears. Li Maozhen and Li Qingyi heaved sighs of relief as well. After all, they truly didn't wish to see Yang Yi die. I knew it. How could he have died so easily? Now we have a show to watch. Someone muttered softly. We do. But who do you think will win amongst them? It should be Nan Ketu because he's truly too swift, and it's to the point that Yang Yi will probably be unable to fight back. I think that Yang Yi probably has some sort of trump card. Everyone watched as Yang Yi walked over to a distance of 15 m away from Nan Ketu, and then he said, You lost. Nan Keita gazed at Yang Yi for a short while before he said, What a strong physical body. Even Sixth Brother's body wasn't as strong as yours when he was at the Exalt realm. Needless to say, you've truly surprised me. After all, a sword cultivator actually possesses a body comparable to a half-saint realm demon beast. A body comparable to a half-saint realm demon beast. Clamorous noise resounded in the surroundings when the spectators heard this, and they gazed at Yang Yi with astonishment. After all, none of them had ever imagined that Yang Yi's physical body would actually be comparable to a demon beast at the half-saint realm. What did it represent? It represented that Yang Yi only had to use his physical strength to kill Monarch Realm experts. He was at the Exalt realm but possessed the body of a demon beast at the half-saint realm. At this moment, all of them gazed at Yang Yi as if they were looking at a freak. Kong Lian's eyes had shock within them as well. She knew that Yang Yi's body was extremely strong, but she hadn't expected it to actually be comparable to a demon beast at the half-saint realm. In other words, Yang Yi's strength wasn't weaker to her own. Yang Yi said, You've lost the bet. Nan Keita nodded and said, I have, but I intend to go back on my word. Yang Yi asked, Are you sure? Very sure. Nan Keita continued, Because even if I give those energy stones and those 2 women to you, you'll still die in a moment. Since it's like that, then why go to all the trouble, right? Yang Yi asked, Isn't your speed very swift? Why won't you try another swing of my sword? Nan Keita replied, Even 10 aren't a problem. Yang Yi nodded. He sheathed his sword, and then drew it swiftly. OM. A sword howl shot into the clouds and shook the world. It was like it intended to blast the world apart. At the moment that sword howl resounded, Nankida's expression had changed slightly, and then a huge beam of sword energy was in front of him. However, his speed was extremely swift, and Head slapped his palm forward at the exact same instant that the sword energy arrived in front of him. Bang! Along with the sound of an explosion, everyone watched as Nankida's figure was blasted against the city walls, and it caused the city walls to shake violently while countless arm-thick cracks instantly covered it. Haha, you actually instantly overlapped 20 strands of sword energy. Good. Very good. My ancient sword school has another extraordinary genius who's comparable to Senior Sister Lu. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, roaring laughter resounded from the sky, and then an expanse of light rained down from the sky. All the spectators were astonished by this scene because the light carried sharp-tuned level heaven rank sword intent. Of course, the most terrifying part was that the light actually enveloped the entire surroundings. What does that disciple of the ancient sword school intend to do? Suddenly, the light shrunk rapidly, and it didn't even take a breath of time for it to shrink into a hair-thin thread of sword energy. The sword energy suddenly turned rapidly in midair and instantly arrived before Kong Lian. Kong Lian was shocked. She hadn't expected this fellow from the ancient sword school would actually target her. So, she was immediately caught off guard. However, her reaction wasn't slow at all, and the black sickle in her hand was flicked up to slashed against the sword energy. Bang! The sword energy smashed against the sickle, causing it to tremble violently while the powerful force within the sword energy pushed Kong Lian's figure backwards until her back collided against the city wall. Yang Yi didn't stand by idly while Kong Lian was pushed back, and he immediately pushed his speed to its limits and arrived before Fanli and Fanming. He was about to rescue them when his pupils constricted abruptly, and a black figure suddenly appeared behind him. At the same time, he felt sharp pain come from his back, and he knew that something sharp had stabbed through his back. Fuck off! Yang Yi roared furiously as he turned around and smashed his fist forward. But when he did turn around, the black figure still remained behind him like the black figure was his own shadow. At the same time, Yang Yi felt sharp pain come from his back once more. Shadow, keep him alive. Suddenly, Nankida's voice resounded from the side, and then the black figure instantly vanished into thin air behind Yang Yi. Yang Yi, Fanming exclaimed while tears covered her face. Because there were two injuries which were a few centimeters wide on Yang Yi's back, and they were so deep that the bones within him were visible. This is what the geniuses of this world are like? Yang Yi chuckled. The black figure was only at the Exalt realm, but Head pierced through Yang Yi's defenses with such ease. Moreover, it was the same for Nan K2. Now, he finally understood why Mu Hanshan asked him to be wary of the Tao Order. Are you all right? A man walked over to Yang Yi. The man was around the age of 20, had slanted brows, starry eyes, hair that hung down to his shoulders, and emanated a fierce and sharp aura that surged around him. Yang Yi shook his head. I'm fine. Im Chandong, the eldest disciple of the Heavenly Sword Peak. According to seniority, you should call me senior brother, said the man. Chundong. He's the arrogant sword, Chandong. Someone exclaimed. He's that Chundong who dared to talk back to a Saint Realm expert in the past? It should be him. According to rumor, he offended a saint, and he pointed at that saint and retaliated in public that he would only need 20 years to even kill Saint Realm experts. Since that day, the name of the arrogant sword swept throughout the prefecture. I thought he was bragging in the past, but now, his sword intent seemed to be at the tuned level of the heaven rank just now, right? Yang Yi glanced at Chindong and said, Thank you for just now. Chindong said, There's no need for that. You've joined the ancient sword school, so we're a family. As the eldest of the Heavenly Sword Peak, if I don't lend a hand when another disciple of the Heavenly Sword Peak is in trouble, then who will? Meanwhile, Kong Lian suddenly spoke in a low voice. How does your ancient sword school intend to play this game? Qian Dong glanced at the corpses of the disciples from the ancient sword domain which hung on the city wall, and he said, If it was up to me, then I would really play with all of you. However, the elders have said that it's a fight between the juniors, and we can't bully the weak. So, when he spoke up to this point, he gazed at Yang Yi and said, There are 3 geniuses in the Exalt realm within our ancient sword school. The other 2 will take at least 4 hours to get here. So? Yang Yi asked, "It'll be fine even if I go crazy?" Qindong gazed at Yang Yi for a while, and then he said, "It's fine. It's fine no matter how serious it gets. Not only would it be fine, the crazier the better." Yang Yi nodded and said, "Help me take care of them. Watch out for that black-clothed fellow." Qindong guaranteed, "They'll definitely be fine unless a Saint Realm expert comes." Yang Yi could finally rest at ease, and he walked slowly towards Nankeitu as he said, "You think you're very strong?" Nankeitu replied, "It shouldn't be a problem for me to kill you." Yang Yi nodded. "Then do you know how strong I am?" Nankeitu replied, "Why don't you let me see?" "All right." Yang Yi continued, "Aren't you very swift? Come, attack me again. Let me see if you're still swift." "As you wish." As soon as Nankeitu spoke, Head vanished on the spot. Qindong's eyes instantly narrowed slightly at the same time, and there was a solemn expression in his eyes, because such speed was capable of posing a severe threat to him. However, a strange scene appeared. Qindong noticed that Nankeitu's speed was actually growing slower and slower. In the end, Nankeitu actually seemed like a walking child, and he was extremely slow. "The sword domain," an astounded voice suddenly resounded. Chapter 861. The energy above intent was the energy of the laws, and the energy above the laws was the domain. The reason that the domain surpassed intent and the laws was because a domain could allow the world within the scope of one's domain to surpass the world that one resides in. In other words, it formed a world of its own. The energy of domains could suppress the energy of the laws. Of course, it was not absolute. When Yang Yi fought Nether Maiden that day, he had relied on the sword domain to suppress Nether Maiden's laws of yin and yang. However, his grasp of the sword domain wasn't that comprehensive, so his sword domain had almost been collapsed by her laws of yin and yang. As for Nankeitu, his laws of speed weren't just much weaker to Nether Maiden's laws. His own strength wasn't as formidable as hers. Coupled with the fact that Yang Yi's grasp of the sword domain had far surpassed his ability at that time, Nankeitu's laws of speed wasn't able to pose any material threat to Yang Yi's sword domain. On the contrary, the laws of speed was completely suppressed by the sword domain. Nankeitu's speed had dropped to its absolute slowest within the sword domain. At this moment, just taking a single step seemed to take all his strength. At this moment, there was shock in Nankeitu's eyes. It wasn't just Nankeitu. Everyone who knew what was happening had been petrified from the astonishment they felt, and it included Qindong, because even Lu Weiner hadn't comprehended the sword domain. Suddenly, a ray of light flashed. It seemed quite slow in the eyes of others, and even any Exalt Realm cultivator could dodge it with ease. However, Nankeitu seemed as if he was frozen on the spot. His eyes were opened wide, and he could only watch as it approached him before one of his arms flew off into the air. Yang Yi had utilized space and air to put powerful pressure upon Nankeitu and restrain him. Not to mention moving swiftly, Nankeitu couldn't even move beneath such pressure. So, at this moment, he didn't even have the ability to resist, because besides his laws of speed, he wasn't really strong in any other aspect. Nether Maiden had been able to shake his sword domain that day because besides the laws of yin and yang, her strength in all other aspects weren't inferior to Yang Yi at all. So, the sword domain had been able to affect her, yet it couldn't suppress her completely. But how could Nankeitu compare to Nether Maiden? Yang Yi walked over to Nankeitu. Suddenly, a terrifying aura erupted from Nankeitu, and then his stomach suddenly started expanding. He was about to detonate himself. Yang Yi wouldn't allow that to happen, of course. His sword domain wasn't invincible. If Nankeitu detonated himself within the scope of Yang Yi's sword domain, then Yang Yi would definitely suffer severe backlash. So, Yang Yi immediately smashed his fist against Nankeitu's chest before Nankeitu could detonate himself, and it blasted Nankeitu flying for over 1 kilometer before finally crashing to the ground. Nankeitu was just about to stand up when a foot stomped on his stomach. Yang Yi looked down at Nankeitu and said, "You wanted to play, so we'll play with all of you." To be honest, I'm truly afraid all of you wouldn't be able to afford to play this game. Nanketu stared fixedly at Yang Yi. There was no calmness and composure in his eyes anymore, and there was only shock and unwillingness left within them. Yang Yi's sword moved slightly and rested against Nankita's throat. After that, he looked up into the sky and said, 500,000 extreme-grade energy stones for his life. Will you buy it or not? I'll immediately end him if you say no. A moment of silence ensued before a ray of light tore through the sky, and then a spatial ring appeared in front of Yang Yi. Yang Yi took it, and then a cold smile curled up on the corners of his mouth. I regret my decision. I'm not selling his life anymore. His hand moved slightly as he spoke, and his sword swept through Nankita's neck. A strand of blood sprayed from Nankita's throat while his eyes opened wide. Head died with everlasting regret. How dare you? A furious howl resounded from the sky. The space in the sky shook violently in its wake, and it seemed like the sky would collapse at any moment. It was truly a shocking sight. Yang Yi paid no attention to the owner of the voice. He just waved his hand and placed Nankita's corpse within the ancient sheath. Suddenly, Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he turned around and smashed his fist against the expanse of space behind him. The space there shook before his fist, and then the space there wriggled before a black-clothed figure appeared in front of Yang Yi. The black-clothed man seemed to have never expected that Yang Yi actually noticed him, and his movements stopped slightly. But it didn't take long for him to react, and a cold glow flashed as a dagger tore through space and swept at Yang Yi. Yang Yi suddenly withdrew his fist, and then a Dao-rank sword emanated a ray of light as it slashed against the dagger. Bang! The entire expanse of space there shook while the powerful force from it pushed the black-clothed figure back. Meanwhile, a ray of sword energy had arrived in front of him. The black-clothed figure didn't panic at all. He tapped his feet lightly on the ground and immediately stopped moving backward. Next, he flipped his palm, and the dagger in his grasp carried a ray of cold light as it slashed at Yang Yi's sword energy. Bang! The sword energy was dispersed, but the black-clothed figure was blasted backwards once more. This time, he vanished into thin air once he stopped himself. However, Yang Yi turned around and swiftly drew his sword once more, and then a ray of sword energy flashed again. The sword energy hit nothing. Meanwhile, space wriggled before the black-clothed man's figure appeared once more. At this moment, he was actually less than 3 m away from Yang Yi. Bang! The black-clothed man was blasted backwards once more. Yang Yi didn't launch another attack, and there was a trace of seriousness in his eyes. While he hadn't utilized the sword domain to suppress the black-clothed man, the black-clothed man was still within his sword domain. Had been relying on the sword domain to accurately pinpoint the black-clothed man's location. However, he hadn't imagined that he still wasn't able to kill the black-clothed man under such circumstances. Every single attack he executed carried 20 overlapped heaven rings, yet they were only able to push the black-clothed man back. The black-clothed man's strength surpassed Nanketu. If I'm not wrong, then you have to pay a huge price every single time you execute the sword domain. And that's why you dare not use it against me after you killed Nanketu and are only able to use it to locate me. The black-clothed figure continued. Nanketu was too foolish. He paid too much attention to the energy of the laws and didn't improve his strength in other aspects. So, once the energy of the law he possessed was countered, he was more or less a cripple. But it can't be helped. If he didn't focus on speed, then it would have been impossible for him to comprehend the laws of speed. He can only blame himself for encountering you. Otherwise, even a high-rank half-saint wouldn't be able to kill him. Why waste your breath? Yang Yi said, let's see if I can kill you without using the sword domain. The black-clothed man suddenly flashed over to Yang Yi. His figure shook violently when he arrived before Yang Yi, and then countless black-clothed men appeared around Yang Yi before countless rays of cold light tore through space towards Yang Yi. OM! A sword howl suddenly shot into the air, and then over 100 rays of light crisscrossed through the surroundings and intersected with those rays of cold light. Bang! 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 Numerous deafening explosions resounded incessantly in succession. A short while passed before the cold light dispersed. Both Yang Yi and the black-clothed man were still standing. I lost to your physical defenses. The black-clothed man fell to the ground once he finished speaking. Pop, pop, pop. Once the black-clothed man fell to the ground, Yang Yi's clothes suddenly transformed into bits, and his body was covered in injuries. Every single one of those injuries were bleeding, but they weren't lethal. At that moment they collided. Yang Yi had disregarded his defenses and struck lethal blows with every swing of his sword. As for the black-clothed man, had done exactly the same. Unfortunately, Yang Yi had relied on his formidable physical defenses to survive the battle, but the black-clothed man wasn't able to do the same. The Tao order had lost again. The surroundings were perfectly silent. The spectators had no doubt that from this moment onward, Yang Yi's name would spread through the north and even the entire prefecture. Yang Yi walked over to the black-clothed man and placed the corpse within the ancient sheath. Regardless of whether it was the black-clothed man or Nan K2, they were both useful to him, especially Nan K2, because if he could comprehend the laws of speed, then when his decay laws were combined with the speed laws, he would even be able to kill high-rank half-saints right now. His physical body wasn't weak. His sword Tao wasn't weak as well, and his only flaw was speed. After he put the black-clothed man's corpse away, Yang Yi turned around to gaze at Kong Lian. The latter's expression changed slightly, and there finally was fear in her eyes this time. While Yang Yi hadn't comprehended sword intent, had comprehended something even more terrifying than sword intent, the sword domain. While Nan K2 and the black-clothed man were both at the Exalt realm, they weren't weaker to her at all. However, both of them had perished at Yang Yi's hands. ID intended to humiliate you before killing you, but it feels meaningless now. Yang Yi waved his hand and said, "Go back to the Tao Order and tell them to stop coming for me. I'll head to the Tao Order and challenge all the geniuses of its younger generation in 3 days from now." Yang Yi knew that he had to put an end to the matter with the Tao Order. Otherwise, they would be constantly targeting him, and he wouldn't have the time to recover his strength at all. And Nanjing and Mu Hanshan were in a very bad situation right now. Moreover, Xiao Yushi and the others' whereabouts were unknown as well. So, he really didn't want to be constantly entangled with the Tao Order. So, he was prepared to put an end to it. Kong Lian seemed to want to insult Yang Yi. However, Yang Yi suddenly gazed at her and said, "Are you going to fuck off or not?" Kong Lian's expression changed slightly, but she didn't dare continue. Her figure flashed and vanished on the spot. Once Kong Lian left, a wisp of bitterness arose on the corners of Yang Yi's mouth. After all, how could he have possibly wanted to let her go? But he had no other choice. "My Tao Order will be waiting for your arrival 3 days from now." A gloomy voice resounded from the sky. Chapter 862. Chapter 862. Just one move is enough. The battle in Martial Enlightenment City swept through the north like a plague. The sword domain. Someone amongst the disciples of the ancient sword school had grasped the sword domain. Yet even Liu Weiner, who was called the Sword Emperor, hadn't. The entire ancient sword school was seething with excitement. He must be protected no matter what. A voice resounded from the headquarters of the ancient sword school, and then around 10 breaths of time passed before countless terrifying auras flashed out from the 9 peaks of the ancient sword school. All of these experts were headed for Martial Enlightenment City. Conversely, there was no movement from the Tao Order. Even then, everyone in the north knew that a storm was coming. Martial Enlightenment City. Yang Yi laid on the bed in his room, and both Fan Meng and Fan Li were at the side of the bed. It hurt. It hurt to the depths of his bones. At this moment, Yang Yi felt like someone was slicing through his entire body with a blade. Fortunately, he was more or less used to such pain. Had executed the sword domain and numerous heaven rends, so his body could simply be described as being on the verge of shattering apart. Especially his meridians. They weren't just broken now, they'd exploded apart. Not only were his meridians in such a state, even his internal organs had split apart. If he didn't execute the sword domain when facing Nanketu and the black-clothed man, then he would have to face a drawn-out battle, and it was very disadvantageous to him in his current state. So, Head decisively activated the sword domain. However, he naturally had to pay a huge price to utilize the sword domain in his current state. If it wasn't for the problem with his meridians, then he would have been able to kill both Nan K2 and the black-clothed man with ease, even if he didn't use the sword domain. Unfortunately, he just happened to have problems with his meridians, and it greatly restricted the strength he could utilize. That was the most aggrieving thing to him, and it was also the thing which rendered him the most helpless. Yang Yi opened his eyes slowly. Meanwhile, Fan Meng and Fan Li hurriedly went over to him when they saw his eyes split open. Fan Meng said, Are you all right? Yang Yi smiled bitterly and said, Little girl, do I seem like I'm fine? He was almost a cripple right now. Fan Meng didn't cry this time because Shed cried herself dry while he was still unconscious. She just held tightly to Yang Yi's hand and spoke softly, Yang Yi, do you regret meeting me? Yang Yi asked, Why ask such a question? She answered softly, Since you met me, you've been constantly encountering all sorts of trouble. If it wasn't for me, you wouldn't have been injured repeatedly, you wouldn't have offended the Tao Order, and you wouldn't have suffered such a heavy injury. It's really all my fault. Yang Yi smiled. If you really think that you're a burden to me, then work hard to become strong, all right? I definitely will. I won't be playful anymore, I guarantee. Fan Meng had a sense of determination in her eyes, and she seemed to have become much more mature. Yang Yi said, Good. Help me do something now. Feed me extreme-grade energy stones. It didn't take long for numerous energy stones to ceaselessly enter his body and be absorbed by him. Tiny vortex. Oh, tiny vortex. The situation is quite bad this time. If you still don't return to normal, then you can just wait to bury me. Yang Yi was very clearly aware that if it didn't return to normal, then not to mention heading to the Tao Order to challenge its younger generation, just walking might be a problem for him. Time slowly trickled by, and more violet profound energy appeared within Yang Yi. His physical injuries had practically fully healed under the regenerative effects of the violet profound energy, but there was no improvement in the state of his meridians. They were still in pieces. After his body recovered, Yang Yi didn't waste his violet profound energy by trying to repair his meridians with them. He sent all the violet profound energy into the tiny vortex instead. 100,000 extreme-grade energy stones had been consumed, but the tiny vortex still showed no signs of movement. 200,000, 500,000. After he absorbed the energy within 500,000 extreme-grade energy stones, the tiny vortex still showed no signs of recovering, and it made Yang Yi laugh bitterly without end. Right when he was about to give up, the tiny vortex stopped revolving, and then threads of violet energy flowed out from within it. Yang Yi was slightly stunned, but it didn't take long for him to almost jump out of his bed from excitement. Because the violet energy was primordial violet energy, Yang Yi suppressed the excitement and happiness in his heart, and he hurriedly guided it to repair his meridians. At this moment, Yang Yi was worried because if even primordial violet energy couldn't repair his meridians, then the situation would truly be dire. Yang Yi watched as the primordial violet energy enveloped his meridians, and it didn't take long for his broken meridians to start wriggling. Yang Yi truly heaved a sigh of relief when he witnessed this scene. Yang Yi hadn't noticed that those two little snakes which were sleeping while wrapped around his arms had suddenly opened their eyes. Outside Martial Enlightenment City, outside the city gates, a man gazed at the corpses on the wall for a long time. In the end, his gaze descended onto the words which Yang Yi carved on the wall. A short time passed before a cold smile arose on the corners of his mouth. What an arrogant fellow! He actually dared to kill numerous members of my Ocean of Clouds Academy. Does he really think my academy is weak and wouldn't retaliate? When he spoke up to this point, he took a step forward and vanished on the spot. Outside Yang Yi's room, Chun Dong was resting against a pillar with his eyes slightly closed. Suddenly, his eyes opened up, and a man had suddenly appeared not too far away from him. Both of them gazed at each other in silence for a while, and then Chun Dong suddenly drew his sword. A ray of light flashed as a thread of sword energy shot forward, and it instantly arrived before the man. The man grunted coldly as he stretched his hands forward and seemed to pull something apart. A pitch black hole was instantly torn open in the space before him, and that hole swallowed Qin Dong's sword energy. In the next moment, the man stretched his hand forward and made a grasping motion in Qian Dong's direction. The space around Qian Dong instantly warped and was about to mince Qian Dong into pieces. Qian Dong's eyes narrowed slightly as a solemn expression appeared in them. His flicked with his wrist, and his sword swept forward a few times. The warped space was instantly slashed apart. After that, he took his sword in both hands as he swiftly stabbed it forward. True spirit sword threads. As soon as he spoke, the space before him trembled violently as countless threads of sword energy, which were fine like the hairs on an ox, shot forward from the tip of his sword. In just an instant, the threads of sword energy had enveloped the man. Bang! Bang! Numerous explosions resounded incessantly. A short while passed before the threads of sword energy were dispersed. The man was still standing there and seemed to be completely fine, but the space around him was riddled with holes. The arrogant sword, Qian Dong. As soon as he finished speaking, the man waved his right hand lightly, and the space around him instantly returned to normal. Besides Yi Lufeng, no one else amongst the Monarch Realm experts of the Ocean of Clouds Academy is capable of utilizing spatial techniques to such an extent. Qian Dong spoke indifferently. This conflict is between my ancient sword school and the Tao Order. Could it be that your academy intends to interfere? Numerous disciples of my academy have died at Yang Ye's hands. Are you telling us to just let it go? Yi Lufeng laughed coldly. Or perhaps your ancient sword school can disregard my academy now. If it is, then I'll turn around and leave right now. Qian Dong remained silent for a short while, and then he said, Was it the academy which sent you? Yi Lufeng replied, The members of the Tao Order can't just die for nothing, and it's the same for your ancient sword school. So, can the members of my academy just die for nothing? Qian Dong, I'll just say it right now. If the ancient sword school doesn't give my academy an explanation, then we'll refuse the entrance of disciples from the ancient sword school from now onwards. Moreover, we'll personally seek justice for our lost disciples. Let me see if your ancient sword school dares to fight both my Ocean of Clouds Academy and the Tao Order at the same time. Qian Dong's eyelids twitched. Presently, while the ancient sword school hadn't gone into full-scale war with the Tao Order, it was on the verge of it. If the Ocean of Clouds Academy were to declare war on the ancient sword school now, then he had no doubt that the Tao Order would do the same. At that time, all rules would be meaningless, and the Tao Order and the Ocean of Clouds Academy would definitely dispatch Saint Realm experts to annihilate all the geniuses of the ancient sword school. After a long moment of silence, Qian Dong said, What explanation does your academy want? If you want Yang Ye's head, then you can leave right now. Let me fight him. Yi Lufeng said, If he dies, then this matter will come to an end. If I lose, it'll come to an end as well. What a joke. Qian Dong laughed coldly. Yi Lufeng, you're at the high rank of the Monarch Realm, and you're half a step away from the Half-Saint Realm. But Yang Yes only at the Exalt Realm. You have the gall to speak such words? Why don't I fight you instead? Yi Lufeng spoke solemnly. He possesses the sword domain and a physical body comparable to a half-saint. No one in the Exalt Realm within my academy is a match for him. It isn't just my academy. I'm afraid even the Tao Order is the same. Qian Dong said, So you're going to bully him with your cultivation? Yi Lufeng pondered deeply for a short while and said, Since it's like that, then good luck to your ancient sword school. Yi Lufeng turned around and was about to leave. Wait. Suddenly, the door to Yang Ye's room opened up, and then Yang Yi, Fan Ming, and Fanli walked out slowly from within. At this moment, Yang Ye's hair had turned black, and the scars on his face had vanished. Yi Lufeng said, You're Yang Yi? Yang Yi nodded and said, The Ocean of Clouds Academy will let bygones be bygones if you lose. He would naturally not care about all of this if he were alone. However, he couldn't drag the ancient sword school down with him. While he wasn't really a disciple of the ancient sword school, he felt that he couldn't just throw them into such an abyss. So, he was willing to help reduce the trouble that the ancient sword school faced. Yi Lufeng replied, Yes. Yang Yi nodded, and then he flipped his palm and a hammer appeared in his grasp. Then bring it on. Yi Lufeng said, Let's go somewhere else? Yang Yi shook his head and said, "There's no need for that. Just one move is enough." As soon as he finished speaking, the hammer in his grasp suddenly left his grasp and smashed down towards Ilufeng. Everywhere it passed, space shattered inch by inch. The Herculean hammer. Chapter 863. It was the Herculean hammer, of course. The Herculean hammer was terrifying because it was capable of multiplying Yang Ye's strength by 5 times at least. Yang Ye's own strength was already comparable to a demon beast at the half-saint realm. So, once it was enhanced by the Herculean hammer, how terrifying would it be? While Yang Yi was only at the exalt realm, he had no doubt that he could use the Herculean hammer to kill a mid-rank half-saint even without using a sword. It was even to the extent that he could fight a high-rank half-saint. At the moment Yang Ye's hammer flew into the air, Dong and Ilufeng's expressions had changed drastically. Both of them had never imagined that Yang Ye's attack would actually be terrifying to such an extent. Especially Ilufeng. He felt himself being targeted and locked onto by a terrifying force when the hammer left Yang Ye's grasp, and that force was as terrifying as a myriad of mountains. While he was astounded, Ilufeng's reaction wasn't slow at all. He swiftly pressed his palms together, and the space before him wriggled before forming numerous spatial walls. However, the spatial walls shattered into pieces before the Herculean hammer, while spatial rifts swept throughout the surroundings. At the same time, the Herculean hammer arrived before Ilufeng, and it caused Ilufeng's pupils to constrict slightly before a wisp of ferocity flashed through his eyes. He suddenly pulled his palms apart, and a spatial rift appeared in front of him. The Herculean hammer was swallowed by the spatial rift, but the expanse of space before Ilufeng suddenly exploded apart in the next moment, and then a powerful wave of energy blasted him backwards 600 m away. Yang Yi stretched out his hand and gestured. 3 breaths of time passed before the Herculean hammer flashed out from space and returned to his grasp. There was a wisp of a bitter smile on the corners of Yang Ye's mouth as he gazed at the hammer in his grasp. His meridians had recovered, his appearance had recovered as well, but the only thing which hadn't recovered was the primordial pagoda. At this moment, it was still in the form of the tiny vortex. As for the Herculean hammer, it had jumped out from the tiny vortex, and that was why he felt so puzzled and depressed. Because the Herculean hammer had emerged from within the primordial pagoda, but it hadn't recovered. All in all, it was a good thing, because it proved that the primordial pagoda was still in a normal state. In other words, Su Qingshi and the others should be fine. As for why the primordial pagoda was still in the shape of the tiny vortex, he felt that it was probably because the primordial pagoda had been severely damaged. After all, it had acknowledged him as its master. So if he suffered a heavy injury, the primordial pagoda would definitely be unable to avoid being affected. Moreover, Shaoqi had damaged the primordial pagoda when she was playing with it in the first place. No matter what, the current situation was looking very good. Because his meridians had been repaired, his body had been repaired as well, and he knew that Su Qingshi and the others were fine. Moreover, he even had the Herculean hammer now. Besides his sword intent, which still hadn't recovered, his strength could be said to have recovered by at least 80%. If his sword intent was restored, then there was no one beneath the Saint Realm which he couldn't kill. Ilufeng gazed at Yang Yi with astonishment. He hadn't expected Yang Ye's physical strength to be terrifying to the point of being capable of shattering space with ease. My God, is this fellow really a sword cultivator and not a body cultivator? Yang Yi stated, "You've lost." Ilufeng's expression was slightly unsightly. A long time passed before he nodded. Being pushed back by the physical strength of a sword cultivator really can be considered as my loss. Very good. Very good indeed. This time, the Tao Order will probably be tricked to death. When he spoke up to this point, he waved his right hand, and a command token appeared before Yang Yi. If you encounter disciples of my academy in the future, you just have to display this command token, and no one will dare to act disrespectfully to you. As soon as he finished speaking, Ilufeng turned around, took a step forward, and vanished on the spot. The Cloud Academy token, Dong suddenly said, I never expected the Ocean of Clouds Academy to actually give that command token to you. Yang Yi asked, "What is it?" Chundong explained, "The Cloud Academy token is a symbol of status. While an owner of that token has no actual authority in the Academy, but anyone from the Academy must respect its owner. If a member of the Academy disrespects its owner, that person would be punished severely by the Discipline Hall of the Academy, and they would be expelled if it's a serious case. If memory serves, the Ocean of Clouds Academy has only issued 2 of these command tokens in the past, and the Ocean of Clouds Academy owes both of them a huge debt." Yang Yi asked, "Why did they give one to me?" Chundong pondered deeply for a long time before she said, "They probably intend to draw you over to their side. While you're a disciple of the ancient sword school, it doesn't stop you from joining the academy. Do you know, the Ocean of Clouds Academy is actually just a branch." "A branch?" Yang Yi's expression changed slightly. After all, the Ocean of Clouds Academy was a platinum rank power, yet it was only a branch? Chendong nodded. "There's a diamond rank power in the Central Divine Prefecture, and it's called White Deer Academy. The dean of the Ocean of Clouds Academy was a disciple of White Deer Academy. Supposedly, he committed a grave offense many years ago, and that was why he was sent to Pine Prefecture. He was quite a proud and arrogant person, so he established the Ocean of Clouds Academy in Pine Prefecture and would lead its geniuses to the Central Divine Prefecture to participate in White Deer Academy's competition, which is held every 10 years. His goal is to prove that his disciples aren't inferior to the disciples of White Deer Academy. Unfortunately, it has been a few hundred years now, yet his academy hasn't won a single time." Yang Yi asked, "You think he wants me to participate in that competition?" Chendong replied, "He probably intends to wait and see. But he definitely thinks you have great potential, and that's why he ordered Yi Lufeng to give that command token to you. The conditions Yi Lufeng spoke about earlier were probably a way to test you, and the outcome was that he lost from a single move."
So,
Yang Yi shook his head. "Let's talk about this later. He couldn't even deal with his own problems right now, so how could he possibly participate in that competition? However, he did take the command token. In any case, there was no harm in accepting it." Swish! Suddenly, a ray of light flashed through the sky, and then Wu Yinzhong appeared before them. Yang Yi and Chen Dong's expressions changed slightly when they saw him, because he had a head in his right hand, and it belonged to Kong Lian. Wu Yinzhong tossed the head to the ground and said, "I received a signal for help from other disciples, so I left Martial Enlightenment City. But I never imagined that the Tao Order would have acted immediately once I did. Not only was I unable to protect those 2 sisters from the Fan Clan, I made Brother Yang return to the city, and it even resulted in the horrible deaths of Lin Xiao's group and many other disciples." Wu Yinzhong took a deep breath when he spoke up to this point, and then he pointed his finger towards his left arm and made a slashing movement. His left arm instantly flew off into the air. Yang Yi and Chen Dong were shocked, and then Yang Yi sighed softly. He didn't blame Wu Yinzhong, of course. After all, it was he who caused all of this, so how could he have any right to blame Wu Yinzhong? However, he hadn't expected Wu Yinzhong to actually feel guilty to the point of severing his own arm. Chen Dong seemed to be unable to bear the sight of this and said, "Why do that? Yang Yi killed that fellow from the hidden path and that Tao Order steward, and you've killed her. Both of you've avenged them, and I presume they would feel gratified if they knew. So, why sever your own arm?" Wu Yinzhong shook his head and said, "They wouldn't have died if I didn't leave. Brother Yang wouldn't have returned to the city as well and almost died here." When he spoke up to this point, he gazed at Yang Yi and said, "Brother Yang, you're heading to the Tao Order to challenge all its geniuses?" Yang Yi nodded. He hadn't been acting impulsively when he said that, and it was because he really intended to put an end to this conflict. Otherwise, if the Tao Order were to continuously chase after him, then even if they don't get tired of it, he would. So, had decided to put an end to it all. "I'll go with you tomorrow." Wu Yinzhong spoke while a determined and firm gaze filled his eyes. Yang Yi asked, "Are you sure?" "Of course." Wu Yinzhong gazed at Chendong and said, "You won't stop me, right?" Chendong pondered deeply for a short moment and said, "The higher-ups will definitely not allow both of you to go, especially Yang Yi. If I'm not wrong, then they've definitely dispatched experts to get you." You've comprehended the sword domain, so you and senior sister Lu will definitely become the backbone of our ancient sword school in the future. Perhaps we might even be able to rely on you and senior sister Lu to become a diamond rank sect. So, they would absolutely not allow you to face any danger. When he spoke up to this point, Qindong smiled and said, however, I think they're asking for too much. The sword cultivators of our ancient sword school should take revenge when there's enmity, and it's best to think about the future in the future. Otherwise, we would all be bound. So, I'll be going with both of you tomorrow. Even I would like to experience the strength of those so-called geniuses of the Tao Order. Yang Yi glanced at them and said, all right, then we'll head to the Tao Order tomorrow. You're heading to the Tao Order? You shameless liar. If anyone is going, then it should be me, Nailin Ing. A clear and melodious shout that carried anger resounded, and then a ray of sword energy swept through the sky. Moreover, the force within it simply seemed as if it intended to split the world apart. It was truly an astonishing sight. Tuned level heaven rank sword intent. All three of their expressions changed slightly. However, Chun Dong and Wu Yinzhong didn't attack, and there was a trace of bewilderment in their eyes. Yang Yi naturally had to attack because the sword energy had arrived in front of him. He swiftly smashed the Herculean hammer forward, and that powerful strand of sword energy was immediately blasted into pieces. Meanwhile, a woman appeared before them. She was about to attack again, but a voice suddenly resounded, Yinger, you're no match for him. As soon as this voice resounded, an old man who carried a sword chest on his back appeared in front of Yang Yi, and the old man's gaze immediately descended onto Yang Yi. Who are you? A Saint Realm expert. Yang Yi's heart shook. Obviously, the old man was probably an expert of the ancient sword school. Yang Yi cupped his fists to the old man and said, Yang Yi, a personal disciple of Taoist Gu from Heavenly Sword Peak. Yang Yi didn't notice that Wu Yinzhong and Qin Dong were looking at him like he was a monster. The corners of the old man's eyes twitched. You're Taoist Gus disciple? Of course. Yang Yi nodded. My ass. The old man suddenly roared. Taoist Gu. You're my disciple? You're my disciple? Yang Yi was speechless. Chapter 864. High above in the clouds. Yang Yi stood on one of the clouds, while Taoist Gu stood before him. There were two other old men in robes that were a mix of white and green standing on either side of Taoist Gu. All of them were saints. Taoist Gu asked seriously, who exactly are you? If it was anyone else who pretended to be his disciple, then he would have ended that person's life a long time ago. After all, he didn't want his reputation to be destroyed. But not only was his reputation not spoiled by Yang Yi had improved his reputation greatly and had absolutely gained a huge amount of prestige as well. After all, the old fellows in the ancient sword school had expressed disdain when he said that Head found a genius in the sword Tao who was comparable to Lu Weiner, and it was even to the extent that they'd ridiculed him and said that Head lost his mind. But the very same old fellows had a 360-degree turn in their attitudes when Yang Yi made an appearance. All of them praised him for his discerning ability and for finding such an extraordinary genius for the ancient sword school. Of course, he was baffled when he heard about Yang Yi, because only he was clearly aware that the genius Head taken as his disciple wasn't named Yang Yi at all. At that time, his only reaction was to immediately find Yang Yi and end Yang Yi's life before whipping Yang Yi's corpse. However, once he found out about Yang Yi's accomplishments in battle, Head finally calmed down, because as far as he was concerned, this fellow, Yang Yi, was not bad. At the very least, Yang Yi hadn't brought shame to him. Even though Yang Yi's natural talent in the sword Tao was absolutely extraordinary, he didn't want to just allow Yang Yi to become a disciple of the ancient sword school, because Yang Yi's background and origins were unknown. If a person like Yang Yi were to join the ancient sword school, he would definitely become part of its core. But if Head been sent over by an enemy of the ancient sword school or had some ulterior objectives, then it would be a lethal blow to the sword school. But they really didn't want to abandon a genius in the sword Tao like Yang Yi. So, the ancient sword school hadn't just sent him here, it had sent two other saints with him. Yang Yi glanced at them before bowing slightly to them. Seniors, Pretending to be a disciple of the ancient sword school was my mistake, and I caused a huge amount of trouble for the sword school. I feel very sorry for that. However, I really do want to become a disciple of the ancient sword school, and that was why I pretended to be a disciple of the ancient sword school when I had no other choice that day. Moreover, no one would believe me even if I said that I wasn't one. He was only telling half-truths. After all, he absolutely had to grab onto the support of such a powerful sect like the ancient sword school in this current situation. In this world or any other world, it was absolutely impossible to live for long without powerful backing. Just like this very moment, if it wasn't for the ancient sword school, the Tao Order would have definitely sent experts to annihilate him a long time ago. The old man on Taoist Gus left asked, "It wouldn't be difficult at all for you to join my ancient sword school with your strength. So, why did you pretend to be one?" Yang Yi laughed bitterly and said, "Senior, you can't blame me for that. The ancient sword school's requirements for new disciples is that they have to possess 6th level sword intent at least. But I am sure you've noticed it. I can't even be considered to possess 1st level sword intent." The old man on the left asked again in a low voice, "That's impossible. How could your sword intent be that weak with the natural talent that you possess?" Yang Yi pondered deeply for a moment and said, "Because I once utilized a secret technique to ignite 13 levels of sword intent." "So, 13th level sword intent?" The expressions of all the old men changed slightly when they heard him. The old man on the left stretched out his hand and placed it on Yang Yi's shoulder. A short while passed before he withdrew his hand, and then he gazed at Taoist Gu and the other old man before nodding. "He isn't lying." Taoist Gu and the other old man had shock in their eyes when they heard this. 3 level heaven rank sword intent, the enlightened sword heart, and the sword domain. To a certain extent, his natural talent in the sword Tao is much more terrifying than Lu Weiner. The old man on the left asked another question in a serious tone. "Who exactly are you?" After all, it was impossible for Yang Yi to be unknown in Pine Prefecture with the natural talent he possessed. Simply speaking, he wasn't just curious about Yang Yi's identity, he was suspicious of it. Yang Yi pondered deeply for a long time and said, "I'm from the same place as Lu Weiner." He knew that it was impossible to deceive these 3 saints, and it was impossible to trick them as well. So, he just told them the truth. "You're from the lower dimensions." Taoist Gu was astounded, and there was disbelief in his eyes. Yang Yi nodded. "That should be impossible." Taoist Gu said, "If you are from the lower dimensions, then you shouldn't have come here. You should be in the Central Divine Prefecture instead." Yang Yi was quite puzzled. The Central Divine Prefecture? Taoist Gu glanced at Yang Yi and said, "There's an entrance pool in the Central Divine Prefecture, and all who come from the lower dimensions would arrive there. Since you're from the lower dimensions, you should have arrived there as well and not Pine Prefecture." Yang Yi shook his head and said, "I don't know. In any case, I was here when I woke up." The 3 of them exchanged glances, and there was a trace of bewilderment in their eyes. Based on their strength and experience, they were naturally able to discern that Yang Yi wasn't lying. Yang Yi was naturally not lying, and that was exactly why they were bewildered. A long time passed before Taoist Gu said, "Why did you pretend to be my disciple?" Yang Yi had thought of an answer to this question a very long time ago, so he immediately said, "Because I look up to you, Senior. I heard a very long time ago that Senior Gu is a matchless expert, and your sword technique is extraordinary and peerless. Moreover, you are a heroic and courageous person with morality that reaches up to the clouds. So, I've looked forward to meeting Senior for a long time, and that was why I pretended to be Senior's disciple. Please do forgive me." The corners of the other 2 old men's mouths twitched. What flattery. Taoist Gu revealed a slight smile when he heard Yang Yi, and then he nodded. "Kid, while there's some flattery in there, it can still be considered to be true, right? Out of consideration that you're not so bad, they'll forgive you for pretending to be my disciple." Yang Yi heaved a slight sigh of relief when he heard this. If Taoist Gu didn't make a fuss about it, then the others in the ancient sword school would definitely not say a thing. No matter what, the matter between him and the ancient sword school had finally been resolved peacefully. Yang Yi glanced at the 3 old men and said, "Seniors, I hope to join the ancient sword school, but my sword intent is only at the 1st level. If the ancient sword school is unwilling to accept me, then to be honest, I have no choice but to join the Endless Devil Sect or the Ocean of Clouds Academy because it's the only way for me to survive after offending the Tao Order. No. All three of them spoke simultaneously. They exchanged glances and seemed slightly embarrassed. The old man on the left coughed and said, "Heir, the rules were set by the dead, but we are alive. While your sword intent hasn't attained the 6th level, your strength and natural talent in the sword Tao far exceeded the requirements of the sword school. Moreover, your sword intent was once at the 3rd level of the heaven rank, and the only reason it's at its current state is because you utilized a secret technique. So, you're entirely qualified to join our ancient sword school." Taoist Gu spoke as well. "Presently, the entire world is aware that you're a member of my ancient sword school. So wouldn't everyone laugh at our ancient sword school if you don't join our sword school? You sincerely wish to join the ancient sword school?" Suddenly, the old man on the right spoke. "Or do you just intend to use the ancient sword school for now to protect yourself?" Taoist Gu and the other old man revealed solemn expressions when they heard this. Yang Ye's natural talent was extraordinary indeed, and the ancient sword school naturally welcomed such a monstrous genius in the sword Tao. However, if Yang Yi was merely joining to keep himself alive, then it was better for the ancient sword school to reject him no matter how monstrous his talent was, because they might nurture an ungrateful bastard. Yang Yi knew that this was their final question. If he answered it well, then he would be allowed to join the ancient sword school. If he failed, then the consequences were obvious. After all, Head caused such huge trouble for the ancient sword school and caused many of its disciples to die. So, how could the ancient sword school let the matter go if it didn't gain anything in the end? The ancient sword school was no angel. Yang Yi fell silent for a long time, and then he said, "To tell all of you the truth, when I first pretended to be a disciple of the ancient sword school, I did intend to use that identity to protect myself. However, I met many disciples of the ancient sword school after that. To be honest, my impression of the ancient sword school is very good. So if I were to choose a power to join, then the ancient sword school would be my first choice. I know what you're worried about, and all I can say to that is that I won't betray the ancient sword school if it doesn't betray me." The old man on the right asked, "You know that little girl, Wainer?" Yang Yi nodded. The three of them exchanged glances, and then they nodded. Taoist Gu said, "Since you were able to comprehend 3rd-level heaven-rank sword intent, the enlightened sword heart, and the sword domain, it proves that you're absolutely not one to go against your own heart. So, from this moment onwards, you're a disciple of our ancient sword school. Right, there are 9 peaks. Which one will you choose?" Taoist Gus's gaze was fixed on Yang Yi when he spoke up to this point. Yang Yi smiled. "The heavenly sword peak, of course. You have a good eye." Taoist Gu grinned. "Kid, it'll protect you from now on." Yang Yi was at a loss for words. The other 2 old men shook their heads. They naturally wanted to take Yang Yi as their disciples as well, but Taoist Gu had the upper hand. "Let's go back to the ancient sword school." Taoist Gu continued. "The important matter at hand is to recover your sword intent." Yang Yi was astounded. "Sword intent can be recovered?" Taoist Gu smiled. "I can only say that you're lucky, because I'm afraid my ancient sword school is the only place throughout Pine Prefecture that can help you recover your sword intent, but you might have to suffer a little." Yang Yi was overjoyed. As for suffering, would he even fear that? Taoist Gu smiled. "Let's go." Yang Yi replied, "How long would it take to recover my sword intent?" Taoist Gu pondered deeply for a moment and said, "You ignited 13 levels of sword intent, so that's quite difficult and troublesome to recover. It would take a month at least." Yang Yi fell silent for a long time before he said, "Let's put it aside for now because I'm heading to the Tao Order tomorrow." Taoist Gu and the others revealed solemn expressions when they heard this, and Taoist Gu spoke in a low voice. "You're not joking?" "Of course." Yang Yi said, "I've already told them that I would. If I don't, then it wouldn't just be my honor that's tarnished. The ancient sword school would face the same fate. Can we even afford to lose face like that?" Taoist Gu spoke solemnly. "You might lose your life. If I don't, then even more from the ancient sword school might lose their lives." Yang Yi continued, "I caused all of this, So let me put an end to it. Taoist Gu remained silent for a long time before he finally spoke. All right, let's go to the Tao order. Chapter 865. Actually, regardless of whether it was the ancient sword school or the Tao order, both didn't want a true war between the sects to break out. Because besides these two platinum rank sects, there was also the demon race in the prefecture. Once they started killing each other, it would only benefit the demon race. However, the matter couldn't be let go just like that, and it was especially so for the Tao order. After all, the Tao order could be said to have been utterly humiliated by the ancient sword school. So if they were to let bygones be bygones, then how would the Tao order maintain its foothold in the prefecture from now on? So, if the ancient sword school made Yang Yi return, then the Tao order would have no choice but to go to war with the ancient sword school. Once that happened, the deaths on both sides would definitely rise to a horrifying degree. Moreover, in Yang Yi's opinion, if the Tao order decided to go to war with the ancient sword school, then he would definitely be madly pursued by the Saint Realm expert of the Tao order. He absolutely didn't want to see that happen. So, had decided to go to the Tao order himself. In that way, he could stop the Tao order from going too far, and he could grab the right to decide how the situation unfolded. Most importantly, he didn't want more members of the ancient sword school to die because of him. Your body is very strong, but while that hammer suits you, it's not a sword in the end, and it can't help you bring forth your full strength. Taoist Gu pondered deeply for a moment and said, "Give it to me. I'll give it back to you in the morning." Yang Yi was slightly stunned and quite puzzled. Meanwhile, the old man on Taoist Gus left smiled. "What are you still standing there for? You're lucky, kid. Your master might not be very great when it comes to the sword Tao, but he can be considered as the #1 expert in sword forging throughout Pine Prefecture. The might of your hammer will be multiplied by at least a few times with him modifying it for you." Yang Yi quickly passed the Herculean hammer to Taoist Gu when he heard this. Taoist Gu held the Herculean hammer for a while and sized it up. It's not bad. It can barely be considered to be a low-grade immortal rank treasure. It should be able to ascend to the mid-grade with a little bit of modification. Moreover, it should be comparable to a high-grade immortal rank sword to you. Rest well tonight, and teach those fellows from the Tao order a good lesson tomorrow. Let them know that our ancient sword domain is the true strongest sect in the prefecture. Yang Yi glanced at Taoist Gu. There was a great amount of information hidden within the words that Taoist Gu had said, especially when he asked Yang Yi to teach them a lesson. The meaning hidden behind these words that he wasn't just going there to slap the Tao order in the face. The main objective was to resolve the enmity between both sides and not form even more enmity with them. He naturally understood that as well, but he really couldn't stop himself from killing sometimes. Taoist Gu and the others told Yang Yi a few more things before they left. Yang Yi had just ascended to the ground when Taoist Gu's disciple, Nailin Ying, obstructed his path, and both Fan Ming and Fan Li were behind her. Nailin Ying had a very slender figure, and she could be said to be the slenderest woman Head ever seen. But her appearance was only ordinary, but it wasn't ugly. Nailin Ying's face turned cold when she saw Yang Yi, and she was just about to speak when Yang Yi spoke before her. "Senior sister, I just happened to encounter some things which I need guidance for, so please provide me with your guidance." He naturally knew that she was definitely very annoyed. After all, had done so much after pretending to be Taoist Gus' disciple. "Senior sister?" Nailin Ying was slightly stunned and said, "Master took you as his disciple?" Yang Yi nodded and said, "Master said that I should ask Senior Sister about anything I need help with." "Senior Sister, you wouldn't refuse me, right?" When she saw Yang Yi act so respectfully and sincerely, Nailin Ying, who had intended to look for trouble with him, was at a slight loss for what to do. Meanwhile, Yang Yi continued, "Senior Sister, you aren't still angry, right?" Nailin Ying hurriedly shook her head. "No, not at all." After all, as a senior sister, she naturally couldn't act so narrow-mindedly. Yang Yi smiled and said, "That's good. All right. Master said that I could ask Senior Sister for anything I need. I'm sure Senior Sister is aware that I used to be an independent cultivator, and I owe over 100,000 extreme-grade energy stones for the sake of cultivation." When he spoke up to this point, Yang Yi smiled with embarrassment and seemed as if he was too shy to continue. 100,000 extreme-grade energy stones? Nailin Ing waved her hand, and a spatial ring appeared before Yang Yi. There are 200,000 extreme-grade energy stones in there. Take it as senior sister's welcome gift. Junior brother, you can come look for me if you need more in the future. Yang Yi was stunned, and then he quickly took the spatial ring and spoke as if he was overwhelmed by her kindness. Thank you, senior sister. Senior sister is such a nice person. There's no need to thank me. Senior sisters should take care of their junior brothers. Nailin Ing spoke magnanimously. Of course, of course. Yang Yi quickly nodded and displayed his agreement. After he asked Nailin Ing a few questions about the sword Dao, Yang Yi finally returned to his room. He noticed that while Nailin Ying's strength might be inferior to his own, she didn't know much more about the sword Dao. Especially when it came to some things, he hadn't even heard of them in the past. In short, Head gained quite a bit from his conversation with her. On the other hand, Nailin Ing had a much better impression of Yang Yi when she saw him act so humbly and inquisitively. So, she even gave him another 100,000 extreme-grade energy stones. Yang Yi sat cross-legged in his room when the door was suddenly pushed open, and then Fan Meng walked in. She immediately leaped over to Yang Yi and sized him up carefully. A short while passed before she grinned. Yang Yi, you're actually not ugly at all. Do you prefer my old appearance, or this one? Yang Yi smiled. She replied, it just has to be you. Why? Yang Yi said, I was very ugly in the past. She replied, would you still protect me if I become ugly one day? Yang Yi chuckled. It has nothing to do with whether you're ugly or beautiful. She gazed at him for a long time before she suddenly took a step forward and wrapped her hands around his head. After that, she lightly pecked his forehead, causing her face to flush red as she said, it's the same for me. As soon as she finished speaking, she swiftly vanished from Yang Yi's sight. Yang Yi was stunned, and then he shook his head and chuckled. He was just about to cultivate when the door to his room was opened once more. He raised his head and saw Fanli walking in. After she walked in, she closed the door and started walking towards Yang Yi. What are these sisters doing? Yang Yi gazed at her with a puzzled expression. Once she arrived in front of Yang Yi, Fanli suddenly stretched out her hands and undid her sash, and then her dress dropped to the ground. While she was still wearing her doo-doo, her proud peaks, and her pure white and supple body was visible before Yang Yi's eyes. Yang Yi frowned and said, what are you doing? She didn't speak. She just placed her hand on the string which tied her doo-doo together and pulled it apart. Just like that, Fanli's figure was completely bare before him. Yang Yi asked, why? She lowered her head and said, both little Ming and I would be dead if it wasn't for you. Even if we didn't die, it would be a fate worse than death. We are probably unable to repay your kindness in this lifetime, and I don't have anything that I can give you. The only thing I have is my body. Don't worry, I've never been touched by another man. Yang Yi grabbed his blanket and walked over to her before covering her with it. Fan Li's delicate body trembled slightly while a trace of sorrow appeared in her eyes. You still hate me? Yang Yi shook his head and said, I did in the past, but during this period, I noticed that you're actually not that detestable, because your love for Fan Ming is real. If I placed myself in your shoes, and if someone of unknown background were to get close to my younger sister, then I might not even waste my breath on him and just end his life right there. Fan Li asked, you disdain to touch me? Yang Yi laughed bitterly. I'm a man, a normal man, while you are a beautiful woman, a woman that can move the heart of any man. Then why? She continued, don't worry. I'm doing it out of my own free will. Yang Yi shook his head. I'm a normal man, but am one who has principles. I refuse to take advantage of another's weakness, and I disdain such actions. There are no feelings between us. So if anything were to occur between us, then I would have been irresponsible to you and my wives. I already owe them a lot, and I don't want them to experience even a shred of unhappiness. Yang Yi paused for a moment before he continued. I know why you're doing this, and all I want to say is that if you want to thank me, then there's absolutely no need to do this. Because so long as I want to do something, then I never think about whether anyone would repay me for it. Conversely, if I don't want to do something, Then not to mention a woman. Even 1,000 drop-dead gorgeous beauties lying before me wouldn't be able to make me do it. She asked softly, "You have wives?" Yang Yi nodded. "I came here to look for them." She glanced at him and said, "Being yours probably fills them with happiness." As soon as she finished speaking, she started wearing her clothes, and she didn't even try to hide it from Yang Yi. After she finished, Fanli walked over to Yang Yi and said, "Do you know? I've always felt very fortunate. I felt fortunate that I picked you up on the streets out of curiosity, but am also filled with regret. I regret treating you like that." When she spoke up to this point, she moved closer to Yang Yi and lightly pecked Yang Yi's forehead with her scarlet red lips. "I'm sorry." As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and walked out of his room. As soon as Fanli walked out of the room, a small and delicate figure leaped into her arms. "Big sister, you lost, you lost. He didn't take advantage of you, and he didn't take advantage of your moment of weakness. You can't make any other excuses to stop me now." "Who said he didn't? He didn't take advantage of my body, but my heart." In the room, Yang Yi sat cross-legged on the ground while both Nan Keitu and the black-clothed man who Nan Keitu called Shadow were standing before him. Around an hour passed before both of them were refined into sword servants. The laws of speed? If I'm able to comprehend it, then Yang Yi's soft muttering could be heard within the room. 1. Doo-doo is a type of ancient undergarment. Look it up if you want. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.